Bang! A piece of chalk hit the back of my head with pinpoint accuracy. I jolted awake from my desk, knocking both it and myself over in the process. Books and stationery scattered all over the floor. The classroom fell silent for a moment, then erupted into laughter. "Shaoli," a sharp female voice came from the podium. "Sleeping through my class? Do you think your grades are so great that you can do whatever you want?" I looked up and saw Suya standing at the podium. Her almond-shaped face was porcelain fair with a rosy glow, her long jet-black hair cascading over her shoulders. By all accounts, she was a stunning beauty, but the frosty look on her face right now could freeze anyone solid. "Teacher, I didn't sleep well last night," I said as I rubbed the back of my head, trying my best to look innocent and pitiful. "Save it. Excuses don't work on me," she said coldly. "Come to my office after class. For now, clean up the mess and stand in the back." I had no choice but to lift up my desk and crouch down to pick up my books. As I was gathering my things, a pair of delicate, fair hands handed over some of my books. "Thanks," I said, looking up, only to meet a sweet and innocent face coupled with a warm smile. Yi Ling, one of the other top beauties of the school, stood before me. She gave me a gentle smile as I took the books from her. "No problem," she said quietly. I gave her a slight smile in return, then walked to the back of the classroom with my belongings, taking my designated standing spot. Suya shot me a quick glance, but wasted no time returning to her lecture. The projection screen in front of the classroom didn't display any math equations, as one might expect. Instead, it showcased an otherworldly-looking plant. This is the iron spike cactus, a level 1 mutant plant. Its spikes are razor-sharp and can be launched at enemies from afar. However, after firing, the plant enters a fragile state. The classroom was deathly silent, other than the sound of pages flipping. But my thoughts had already wandered far away. Binding to a system is one thing, but making me faceplant in front of the entire class? Seriously, what the hell is this nonsense? I mentally complained, annoyed. That's right. This entire mess started not long ago when a cutesy, saccharine voice suddenly rang out in my mind. Goddess favorability system binding. Initiating binding space. Host, please relax and rest briefly. Asterisk asterisk. And then, boom, I blacked out right there in class. When I woke up, I was greeted with this ridiculously awkward situation. And no, I'm not originally from this world. Before this, in my original world, I was what you'd call a heartbreaker extraordinaire, flirting and charming women just for the thrill of it. I'd swoop in, work my magic, and leave as soon as things got too serious. City after city, it never failed. And never, ever did I cross any serious boundaries. I wasn't seeking love, just the chase. Until one day, while on a date, I pushed my girlfriend aside to save her from an out-of-control truck. I managed to save her life, but I had no such luck. The truck hit me head-on, and the next thing I knew, my life was over. Or at least my old life was. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in this parallel world. At first, everything seemed almost identical to my original world. Same technology, architecture, even habits. But there was one massive difference. This world had spirit energy. Here, spirit energy gave rise to people with supernatural powers. These individuals, called awakeners, were ranked by power level. The strong held all the power, while the weak were left to struggle and survive. It took me a while to adjust to this new reality, but eventually, I did. And once I settled in, well, I figured, why not go back to doing what I do best, stealing hearts, one at a time? But just when I thought I had everything all set, after an entire year of living in this world, my so-called golden cheat code finally arrived. I leaned casually against the back wall of the classroom, letting out a deep sigh as the absurdity of my situation sank in again. Somewhere inside my head, I could feel the newly bound system waiting for me to explore its mysteries. This was going to be interesting. A system panel suddenly appeared before me. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding to the Goddess Affection system and unlocking the beginner's gift package. Would you like to open it? Target Goddess, Suya. Affection has reached max level, 100%. A mysterious bonus gift package has been triggered. Would you like to open it? Achievement unlocked. First target's affection maxed out. Extra raffle chance awarded. I smirked. System, you're making it way too easy, huh? Suya, maxed affection? Guess I need to dig a little deeper into this cheat code. Ding. Lin Yunner's affection has also reached 100%. System has automatically established a bond. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the hidden achievement, Double Goddess Devotion. You have been awarded 2 special mysterious gift packs and 3 extra raffle chances. The chain of notifications made my head spin. For a moment, I thought I was hearing things. Seriously? We're going this hard right out of the gate. I raised my brow, already feeling the excitement bubbling inside. After a brief moment of processing, I figured out the system's rules. Simple and direct. Please the goddesses, receive rewards. And it wasn't just about appearances. Their evaluation also factored in character and personality. Compared to the cliché systems I'd imagined, this one had a touch more humanity to it. Not bad, system. I'll give you this one. My eyes shifted to the beginner's gift package. Open it. Beginner's gift package opened. Congratulations, host. You have received C rank evolvable ability, physical toughening, weapon, indestructible brick, 3-day double speed training booster, and a 10x10 inventory system. I scanned through the rewards and casually curled my lip. Yeah, as expected. Beginner's stuff is never exciting. The mysterious packages, though, that's where the juice is. All right, let's see. 2 mysterious gift packs? Open them together. The system's voice turned unnervingly sweet. Mysterious gift packs opened. Congratulations, host. You have received SSS rank ability, Extinction Divine Thunder, along with a super training booster, 10x training speed, permanent. My eyes widened instantly. 10x permanent training speed. I couldn't help but laugh, my hands trembling from the excitement. This just changed the game. Forget that weak C rank ability. Everything else can step aside. But just as I was basking in the thrill of my rapid ascent, a cold voice pierced the air. Shaoli. It was Suya. She stood with her arms crossed, her cold gaze fixed on me. Clearly, she'd noticed I was distracted moments ago. Why don't you tell me, she said icily. What's the weakness of this earth demon bear? I looked up at the projection of the massive bear on the screen, unfazed and with unshakable confidence. Ahem. I began with a tone as steady as steel. The earth demon bear, a level 2 mutant creature. Tough skin, heavy defenses, and it can channel power from the earth to strengthen itself further. But it has 2 glaring weaknesses. First, it's nearsighted, a common flaw in bear species. Second, it's slow and clunky. Its large size limits mobility. The agility of its turning speed is impressive, so as long as you move quickly, you can avoid the brunt of its attack. I rattled it all off in one breath, almost verbatim from the textbook. The entire classroom fell silent. Even Suya was momentarily stunned before clearing her throat. Good? Very good. Keep it up. She turned her face slightly, her expression a little complicated. My classmates, meanwhile, looked utterly numb. Yeah, I used to be that kid, the perpetual bottom of the class. But who could have foreseen that, in just 1 year, I'd turn into the class's living cheat sheet, spacing out during lessons, joking around after class, and still acing every exam. Even Lin Yunner, one of the schools for campus goddesses, seemed to have taken a special liking to me. I sat back in my seat with a faint, almost imperceptible smile tugging at my lips. On the surface, I seemed nonchalant, but deep down, I had it all figured out. Spin the wheel, I thought silently to myself. Prize wheel spinning. 3 chances. Let's test my luck as a blessed gamer. After I effortlessly recited all the information about the earth demon bear, the classroom atmosphere noticeably shifted. Suya's expression softened slightly. She barked, "Get back to the lesson. No more slacking off." I smirked and casually drawled, "The AA, NKS Miss Sue." I deliberately elongated the last syllable, the tone subtly playful. Suya clearly picked up on it. Her cheeks flushed as she glared at me, equal parts irritated and helpless. Returning to my seat, I noticed Lin Yunner, seated in the row ahead, turning her head slightly, flashing me a sweet smile. It was like a gentle breeze brushing past. I shot her a smile back, and when she refocused on the lecture, my mischievous streak kicked in. I reached out, giving her long ponytail a playful tug before leaning in slightly to breathe in the light fragrance of her hair. The faint scent was oddly mesmerizing. Lin Yunner's face turned a light shade of red, but instead of pulling away, she leaned back just a bit, giving me easier access to continue my antics. Every guy around us looked completely dumbfounded. You could almost see the envy burning in their eyes. Lin Yuner, a legendary beauty, one of the 4 campus goddesses at Lingwu Academy, a total goddess among mere mortals. And now, she was being so docile and yielding with me. It was like their mental defenses crumbled on the spot. Unbelievable. They grumbled silently, practically gnashing their teeth. Even the looks some girls gave Lin Yuner were tinged with a hint of envy. And why wouldn't they be? The truth is, I was shining far too brightly for anyone to ignore. Just a year ago, I'd been a complete nobody, a weak, sickly mess with pale, sallow skin, like one of those frail nobles you read about in books. My family was prominent, sure, but that only seemed to make me a magnet for bullying. Guys in the class, especially the small-time troublemakers, would humiliate me in public regularly. But then, everything changed. I turned my grades around and soared to the top, surpassing every so-called prodigy. In fact, I became the youngest king of academic excellence in Lingwu Academy's entire history. The once pathetic, frail frame? It was replaced by a tall, strong body with sharp, defined features. There was no hiding the new, commanding aura I carried. As for the people who used to bully me, let's just say, each and every one of them had been decisively taught their place. Even the infamous school bully in the academy couldn't escape my wrath. I slapped him multiple times in public, and he didn't dare let out a single peep. This year, I became a rising legend. The genius student, absurdly good-looking, insanely rich, and bold enough to take on the school bully. And so, I became the dream guy for countless girls and the unattainable benchmark for countless boys. But, naturally, not everyone who resented me chose to stay silent. The one who couldn't swallow his bitterness the most was Lu Jijia. He used to be the person who bullied me with the greatest enthusiasm. But now, seeing me getting along so intimately with Lin Yuner, the hatred in his gaze was practically overflowing. Lu Jijia came from a humble background. His parents were low-wage factory workers, barely making enough to get by. The amount of money he had control over was pitiful, and eating instant noodles was his norm. As for me, I rolled around in luxury cars, spent money like water, wore designer clothes, and lived atop the pyramid of privilege. Why on earth do I have to live like a stray dog? For him, bullying me used to be one of his rare pleasures. Watching me silently endure his taunts gave him immense satisfaction. But that one moment a year ago became deeply etched in his memory. It was during PE class, and he, as usual, targeted me. Pretending to invite me for a game of basketball, his real intent was to humiliate me. He raised the ball and hurled it straight at my face, just waiting for me to embarrass myself. But instead, I exploded. Like an awakened beast, I pinned him down on the ground and rained punches on him like a relentless storm. His screams filled the field, but no one dared to step in. It wasn't until Lin Yuner softly placed her hand on my fist that the chaos finally came to an end. That day, Lu Jijia was beaten black and blue and ended up in the hospital for half a month. What made him even more resentful, though, was what happened afterward. His parents rushed to the academy to demand justice for him, but left utterly defeated in the face of my family's undeniable wealth and influence. When they returned home, they scolded him harshly. "Are you insane? You dared to mess with the son of the richest man in the region." From that moment on, Lu Jijia's hatred for me was burned into his very bones. But he didn't dare come at me openly again. Just wait. As long as I awaken my powers, everything will change. The awakening day was approaching fast. It was his last shred of hope. He truly believed that once he harnessed some powerful ability, no amount of wealth or background would matter. I could feel the jealous stares coming from all directions. But I simply curled my lips into a faint, confident smirk. Twirling Lin Yuner's hair gently between my fingers, my gaze remained calm and unbothered. Petty clowns like him, no matter how hard they struggle, it's all a waste of effort. Next up, abilities and beasts class. Since the rise of spiritual energy, this class had been urgently established as a priority by the state. Students were now required to learn how to identify supernatural abilities, combat mutated beasts, and understand the deadliest rules of this new, transformed world. The resurgence of spiritual energy didn't just bring about human abilities. Animals and plants are also evolving at a terrifying pace, with their strength skyrocketing. The massive trees growing beside skyscrapers can pierce through steel. The rats lurking in city sewers are ferocious enough to rival wolf packs. Mutant beasts roam the land. Danger is everywhere. Scientists have risked their lives countless times to compile knowledge about these mutant beasts into textbooks, detailing weaknesses, attack patterns, and habits with painstaking clarity. The purpose? To ensure that future generations survive. Or perhaps, so some may rise to power using this knowledge. Even if one cannot awaken extraordinary powers, mastering this information reveals the truth of this world. I take this class especially seriously. I sit in the second row, watching as Suyo explains with confidence from the podium, though my gaze wanders far beyond her. While others take notes attentively, I just listen, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk gracing my lips. Others might not understand, but if they knew about my previous life, they'd see why I'm different. In my past life, I lived in a dull, ordinary world devoid of spiritual energy. Life felt endlessly monotonous. It was all about earning money, spending money, rinse, repeat. No excitement, no color to it. As someone renowned as the infamous heartbreaker in my school, my only hobby back then was exploring the complexity of women, striving to be the one and only king in their hearts. But when I was reborn in this world brimming with danger and miracles, everything changed. My life suddenly ignited. Chasing power, pushing limits, shattering the centuries-old curse of humanity's short lifespan. I understand better than anyone that only the strong thrive in this world. I have memorized knowledge about mutant beasts and abilities backward and forwards, far beyond just what's written in textbooks. Using the skills and expertise I carried over from my past life, I transformed myself from a bottom-of-the-class slacker to a straight-A student in just 1 year. Not only because it was necessary, but because I genuinely enjoyed it. Before I knew it, the class was over. The bell rang, and Suya closed her lecture notes, finally landing her gaze on me, her expression meaningful. Shaoli, she called my name with a slight smirk tugging at the corner of her lips. Come to my office after class. A wave of murmurs rippled through the room immediately. I responded with an unhurried smile, standing up as if utterly relaxed. I turned to Lin Yuner, my desk mate, and gestured casually to reassure her. See you in a bit. That said, I walked directly out of the classroom. But I wasn't just walking. I moved with a natural air of confidence. Along the way, I could hear the faint murmur of whispers, gasps, and even exclamations through the hallway windows. Look, it's Shaoli. Oh my God, he just walked past me. Man, when will I ever be like him? Cool, cocky, and impossibly good-looking. Not to mention, he's the son of Lin City's richest man. I bet even the clothes he's wearing cost more than my entire year's tuition. And don't forget, people say he's got some sort of special relationship with Lin Yuner, one of the school's top beauties. I heard it all. Stopping subtly, I turned my head toward one of the windows with a serene expression and waved nonchalantly their way. Hand. The gesture was as casual as a celebrity waving to fans, exuding the kind of confidence that felt almost magical. The next second, the whole hallway erupted. He smiled at me. Idiot. He was obviously smiling at me. I couldn't be bothered dealing with this scene and kept walking towards Suya's office. But as I rounded the corner, a long, snow-white leg suddenly stretched out in front of me, blocking my path. Long, sleek, and as ivory white as polished marble. The plain canvas sneakers on her ankle were so clean, they practically reflected light. I squinted, letting my gaze travel up that leg. Faded denim shorts, showing off skin so pale it seemed to glow. Higher, a simple yet perfectly fitted t-shirt, subtly outlining her fresh and athletic curves. But none of that compared to the face just inches from mine. Delicate, as if sculpted by the hands of a master artist. A pair of clear, luminous eyes, like pools reflecting sunlight on a serene lake. Her petite nose tipped ever so slightly upward, and her lips, a soft natural pink, were so sweet and eye-catching it was hard to look away. At that moment, a voice from the system chimed in my head. Target locked in near host. Zhang Mengchen detected. Goddess binding initiated. Current favorability, 60%. 60 points awarded. Of course, I knew who Zhang Mengchen was. From the unofficial beauty roster of Lingwu Academy, I probably knew every name by heart. But this campus queen, standing before me in all her glory. It was my first time seeing her from this close. I'd only ever come across her photos on the campus forums. And now, here she was, standing intentionally in my path, using her leg to stop me. Leaning against the academy's pristine white wall, her long legs paired with the glowing sunset formed a composition so cinematic it felt unreal. Xiao, our resident handsome heartthrob. I may have been a bit bold stopping you like this. Think I'm causing you trouble? She teased with a playful smile, her tone tinged with mischief. I smiled back. If the school's top beauty personally steps in to stop me, how could I call that trouble? She brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes narrowing slightly. Just a privilege, huh? Bit lacking in sincerity, don't you think? I let my gaze sweep back down to those long legs and curved my lips into a smirk. With legs like those, if you wanted a favor, all you had to do was ask. She giggled behind her hand and took a small step closer, extending her leg even more deliberately. Well then, gutsy one, care to touch and find out? I raised a brow. As long as you don't dodge, I'll oblige. And before the words fully left my mouth, my hand was already reaching out. But with a subtle twist and a graceful retreat, she smoothly stepped back, her leg just out of reach. Xiao, quick reflexes, I'll give you that. But don't think you can gain the upper hand on our very first meeting. Not the slightest bit embarrassed, I just shrugged. Didn't you ask if I dared? All I did was show you that I'm no timid, ordinary guy. Her eyes sparkled with a sly glint, her smile turning cheeky. Well, aren't you a bold one? Tell you what, after class today, how about you help me with a little favor? If you agree, I might really let you touch it, you know, she teased. I glanced at her skeptically. What kind of favor? If you don't tell me, how do I know this isn't some sort of trap? She raised her finger, tapping lightly on her temple with a look of mock innocence. Not telling, but if you're not scared, come meet me at the school gate. With that, she blew me a playful kiss before turning away. Her silhouette swayed rhythmically as she walked, the sunset seemingly under her feet. I stood there for a moment, watching her figure fade into the distance, a sly grin unconsciously tugging at my lips. A challenge like this? I'll take it. Of course, I knew there might be a catch somewhere in her game, but the system had already marked her as a target, which meant the situation shouldn't be too concerning. More importantly, she came looking for me. Clearly, she needed help with something. If this were before, I might have hesitated for a bit. But now, with the system on my side, what's there to hesitate about? I turned and quickened my pace. Within 2 minutes, I was standing in front of Suya's office door. Just as I raised my hand to knock, the door suddenly burst open. Before I could react, a slender but strong hand grabbed my collar, yanking me inside. Slam. The door shut hard behind me. I barely had the chance to get a word out before I was shoved onto the couch with surprising force. Standing there towering over me was Suya, her sharp gaze piercing like ice, and from her palm arose a burning crimson flame. Shaoli, she spoke, her voice icy and firm. Your courage has grown a bit too much lately, hasn't it? Sleeping in my class was one thing, but messing around with other girls? Are you trying to make sure you leave a lasting impression on me? The flames in her hand danced and intensified with every word she spoke. I quickly plastered an innocent smile onto my face, raising my hands in surrender. Suya, you're misunderstanding. I swear, it's all a big misunderstanding. Misunderstanding, she scoffed, her tone dripping with mockery as she tilted her hand, the fire inching closer. Then I guess if I set you ablaze right now, that'll just be a misunderstanding too, huh? I froze for a moment before forcing a sheepish laugh, attempting to calm her. Come on, Suya. Take it easy. If you actually set me on fire, you're the one who's going to regret it. A faint blush crept onto her face at my comment, but she quickly covered it with a cold snort. Regret? If I burn you, I'd have one less headache to deal with, she quipped. My smile twitched as I held back the urge to call her a tyrant. Instead, I kept my tone light. All right, you're joking, right? This is just a little prank. Her eyes narrowed with disdain as the fire surged closer. It was a prank. Now, it's leveling up to something a bit more serious. Seeing the fiery blaze edge closer, panic surged within me. I tried to dodge, but let's be real, I'm just a regular guy. There was no escaping Suya's grip, a fiery 5th rank ability user. Ah, I shouted, bracing for pain. But instead of searing heat, there was nothing. No pain at all. Surprised, I blinked up at her. Suya was smirking, the teasing sparkle in her eyes unmistakable. Wow, you sure get scared easily, she mocked. I gritted my teeth, glaring at her as I sat up. You think this is funny? Yet not a single word of rebuttal came out of my mouth. I knew very well she was playing a psychological game with me. We're on entirely different levels. I couldn't fight back and could only accept my loss. Suya sneered, raising her hand to lightly pat my face. Behave. No fuss, no drama. Now, take a look at this. As she spoke, she handed me an A4 sheet from the desk. I took it and glanced over it briefly, my brows furrowing. What's this? It looked like an academy task? An ability awakening test? I stared at the brief contents on the page, which mentioned the enrollment process for the Advanced Academy and details about a supernatural ability test. I raised my eyes to Suya for clarification. She nodded, her usually casual expression replaced by an unusual seriousness. Yep, tomorrow, the Academy is conducting a comprehensive ability awakening ceremony. Every student's potential will be unlocked. After the test, those who awaken their abilities will be scheduled for early exams and be admitted directly into the Advanced Academy for studies. That fast? I frowned. Isn't the normal exam still over a month away? Why the sudden rush? Suya replied softly. I heard it's related to the threat posed by mutant beasts. Higher-ups want top students from your generation to accelerate their training and eventually serve as the main force to combat the threat. I lightly gripped the A4 sheet, a sly grin tugging at my lips. So, giving me this, you've already planned which academy I'm going to attend, haven't you? Suya's lips curved into a smile. Her slender fingers gently brushed against my cheek, her voice as soft as a feather. Of course, I've already mapped out your path. If your awakened ability quality is below an A level, enroll in Quanxing Academy. I nodded slightly. I knew Quanxing Academy. It had a merit-based system for distributing resources, which was fair enough. As long as you worked hard, no matter your ability level, you'd have a shot at access to resources. But the next second, Suya looked at me, her voice slowing like she was laying down a heavier decision. However, if your awakened ability reaches a level or above, then fill out Phoenix Academy on your application form. Phoenix Academy? I almost thought I'd misheard. Isn't that the legendary all-girls academy? Their requirements are insanely strict. Not only do they demand innate top-tier ability potential, but they also expect exceptional looks. It's not a place that screams male students welcome, you know. Suya chuckled, the corners of her lips curving up beautifully. Don't worry. You just need to meet the standards. I'll take care of the rest. But, she gazed at me, a rare trace of helplessness in her tone. Your parents both had B-level abilities. Statistically, your chances of awakening an A-level ability aren't very high. Statistics? I raised an eyebrow and leaned down, tugging her chin up with a smirk. What does that have to do with me? Are you doubting me? Suya sighed softly. It's not about doubting you. It's just that reality often aligns with the numbers. 70% of kids have abilities that match their parents' levels or worse. The same, those surpassing grade A are just a small fraction. I chuckled softly. If this had been a few months ago, I might have felt a bit unsure of myself when faced with data like this. But not anymore. Everything's different now. I've already bonded with the system. I took her hand, my voice steady and serious. Don't worry. Tomorrow, you'll witness with your own eyes what a true miracle looks like. Suya shot me a glare. Stop showing off. She was about to say more when I suddenly covered her mouth. Don't jinx it, or else. Or else what? She interrupted with a playful glint in her eye. Leaning in closer, her gaze softened, like rippling spring water, her smile alluring. For a moment, I was caught off guard, at a loss for words. Her intense charm, like a flame, seemed to seep deep into my bones. I quickly swallowed the rest of my words and took a step back. A fiery woman like you isn't someone just anyone can flirt with so easily. By the time I returned to my seat, my mind still lingered on that burning heat from moments earlier. From the front row, the campus belle Lin Yuner quietly turned back, her eyes full of curiosity. Shaoli, you were in Teacher Sue's office for so long. Did she give you some special attention? I cleared my throat, suppressing the smile tugging at my lips. Cough, not really. She just gave me a verbal dressing down. Lin Yuner stared at me skeptically, sensing there was more to it. But with too many ears around, she pursed her lips and chose not to press further. After school, streetlights began to flicker on, illuminating the city street by street. As I approached the school gate, a graceful silhouette caught my eye. Zhang Mengchen leaned casually against her bicycle, her long legs elegantly crossed. When she saw me, her smile bloomed like a flower. "Xiao handsome, looks like you've agreed to help me out after all." I smirked. When a beauty asks for help, how could I possibly refuse? Especially since you've also offered terms. If I don't take advantage of this situation, wouldn't I lose out? I let my gaze linger unabashedly on her perfect legs. Zhang Mengchen didn't shy away. Instead, she smiled lightly and brushed it off. "Don't worry, I won't let your help go unrewarded. Let's go." She gestured toward the bike. "The place we're headed is in the busy downtown area. It's crowded, and there's no way your supercar will fit. Hop on, I'll take you." I glanced at my customized sports car parked a short distance away and shook my head. No way I could let the campus belle get tired riding for my sake. "I'll take you instead." Before she could respond, I was already straddling the bike. Zhang Mengchen smiled slyly but didn't refuse. She climbed onto the back seat without hesitation. The breeze brushed gently past as the campus lights faded further into the background. A faint scent of lemon lingered in the air. I glanced back at her, a single thought running through my mind. Born to be captivating. Campus belle with legs like those? Definitely lives up to the name. Some fates, they're only just beginning at moments like this. Mengchen Zhang sat steadily on the back seat of the bicycle, her arms tightly wrapped around my waist. Her long, fair legs swayed lightly with the breeze, catching the eyes of passers-by again and again. She bit her lip before finally speaking. "Xiaoli, I came to you because I really have no other choice. Getting close to you on purpose was something I was forced to do. I'm not that kind of woman," she said, her voice trembling but her gaze stubborn. I smiled slightly, my tone firm. "I know, you're not. Thank you." She took a deep breath, her voice raspy. "Something serious has happened to my family." She gave me a brief rundown of the situation. Her father passed away early, leaving her mother to raise her and her younger brother by running a small barbecue stall. But just last week, Lu Chaiyue came with his gang to their stall, intentionally throwing bugs into the dishes to stir up trouble, flipping over tables, scaring away customers, and making an outrageous demand for 500,000 yuan in compensation. "There's no way we can come up with that kind of money." Mengchen clenched her fists, shaking with anger. "And Lu Chaiyue even said that if we can't pay up, I'd have to become his girlfriend. If that's not bullying, what is?" "Did you report it to the police?" I asked plainly. "It's useless." She gritted her teeth. "His family has connections. Even the police pressure us to back down." This scenario, I've seen it too many times. An arrogant rich second generation forcing a poor family into submission, pressuring the Cinderella into compliance. Villains like this practically exist for me to handle. "Today's the deadline, so I had no choice but to come to you," she said softly, her voice tinged with guilt. "If it's too much trouble for you, I'll take care of it." I interrupted her, my voice steady. "Your family will be fine. Trust me." "Thank you, Xiaoli." Her eyes turned red with emotion. The next second, a notification sounded in my head. "Congratulations, host. Goddess Mengchen Zhang's favorability has reached 70%, awarding you 10 points. I let out a subtle smirk. "Not bad. Now, it's time to crush that little villain." I stopped the bicycle at the entrance of a bustling alley. Food stalls lined the streets, the air rich with savory aromas. But Mengchen's family barbecue stand stood eerily quiet. Mengchen's mother, her face full of exhaustion and her hands stained with grease and smoke, mechanically flipped skewers on the grill. Nearby, a thin, 10-year-old boy was diligently threading skewers together. The moment he saw Mengchen, his eyes lit up. "Sis, you're back." "Yeah," Mengchen said, kneeling to pat her brother's head before straightening up and calling out, "Mom, I'm home." Her mother looked up, her expression immediately shifting into worry as she rushed over to grab Mengchen's arm. "Mengchen, didn't I tell you to hide at your classmate's house and not come back? Those people could show up at any time. Hiding won't solve anything," Mengchen said resolutely. "They know I go to Lingwu Academy. Finding me wouldn't take much effort. Instead of running, I'd rather face them." "Face them? That's someone from the Lu family." Zhang's mother spoke with a trembling voice. You're not seriously considering giving in to that shameless guy, are you? No way. I absolutely won't allow it. Mom, don't worry. I won't back down. Zhang Mingchen turned to glance at me. Her eyes lit up. I've already found someone who can help us. Only then did Zhang's mother notice me. She eyed me suspiciously for a moment. And who is he? This is Xiao Li, my classmate, Zhang Mingchen explained. I stepped forward with a slight smile. Hello, Auntie. I'm Xiao Li. Zhang's mom reluctantly nodded, but her brows were still furrowed in worry. Mingchen, your classmate. Are you sure he's up to this? Before I could reply, an arrogant voice interrupted. Huh? So you really found someone to back you up, huh? The crowd parted like water, and a group of youths with rough, thuggish appearances swaggered over. Leading them was none other than Lu Chaoyue. He stared at us with open disdain. What's this? Don't want to pay up, but still thinking about rebelling. He cracked his knuckles mockingly. All right then, let's see what your hero here has got. Zhang's mother and Zhang Mingchen's expressions darkened at the same time. Leaning casually against the food stall, Lu Chaoyue smirked shamelessly as he fixed his disgusting gaze on Zhang Mingchen. Mingchen, sweetheart, it's been a whole week. Your dear brother here has missed you so much. He let his eyes roam over her, his expression as vile and slimy as a snake. So what's it going to be? 50 grand, or be my girlfriend? Zhang Mingchen gritted her teeth and shot him a furious glare. Lu Chaoyue, dream on. I'd rather die than agree to you. Lu scoffed coldly. Still can't face the truth, huh? 50 grand. If your family can cough up that kind of money, I'll write my name backwards. He laughed smugly, a sound so disgusting it made one's skin crawl. Stick with me. Not only will you avoid paying, but you can save yourself 10 years of struggling. Money's the one thing I'll never run out of. Zhang's mother had enough and exploded with rage. She stepped forward, pointing her finger directly at him. You shameless scum. You're the one who set this up, framing us. And now you dare come here demanding money. Get out. Over my dead body will I let you lay a hand on my daughter. Leave mom and big sister alone, you bad guy. A little boy clenched his fists and stood in front of his mother. Despite his trembling, he tried to shield her with his tiny frame. The crowd around us grew thicker, buzzing with chatter. An older woman selling starchy sausages sighed and started explaining the situation under her breath. As it turned out, a week ago, Lu Chaoyue had come with his crew to eat barbecue. When no one was watching, he planted bugs in the skewers, accused Zhang's family of poor hygiene, and used it to blackmail them for 50 grand. On top of that, he tried to force Zhang Mingchen to go out with him. Hearing the truth, anger surfaced on the faces of many in the growing crowd, but no one dared to step forward. Lu Chaoyue clearly noticed the tension too. He sharply whipped his head around, glaring at everyone. What the F*** K are you all staring at? Say one more word, and I'll deal with every single one of you. The crowd immediately fell silent and began backing away. Turning his focus back to us, he smirked with his usual cocky expression. Staring coldly at Zhang Mingchen's family, he said, Seems like you still haven't learned your lesson. Do you really think you can keep dragging this on forever? I'm out of patience today. Choose now, 500,000, or come with me. Before the words even fully landed, he raised his hand and aimed a slap at Zhang Mingchen's younger brother. Stop! Zhang Mingchen's mother and daughter screamed simultaneously, rushing to shield the boy. My gaze turned sharp as I immediately reached out, firmly clutching his wrist mid-air. Xiaoli! Zhang Mingchen instantly recognized me, her tense expression softening in relief, and light glimmered in her eyes. I turned back, glanced at her, and offered a faint smile. Leave it to me. Xiaoli, thank you. Blocked by my grip, Lu Chaoyue's face instantly darkened. He yanked his hand away violently. Who the hell are you, kid? Think you can meddle in my business? Behind him, a group of men began to close in, each with a menacing glare. Playing the hero? Lu Chaoyue sneered as a yellow glow began to rise around him. Let me teach you what it costs to stick your nose where it doesn't belong. I slipped my hands casually into my pockets, unfazed. Playing the hero? Well, consider this my business, then. I lifted my gaze to look at them and said coldly, a bunch of pathetic cowards ganging up against a mother and daughter? You've truly disgraced the word man. What did you just say? One burly man shouted in anger, his body emanating a red glow. Others followed suit, unleashing their powers, their energy swirling fiercely. But I just chuckled. Making a move? Great. That saves me the trouble of talking. With a snap of my fingers. Snap. Dozens of figures suddenly emerged from the surrounding crowd, their overwhelming presence crashing down like a tidal wave. Energies surged as they encircled Lu Qiaoyue and his group completely. Who are you people? Lu Qiaoyue's face turned pale as he tried to act tough, but the fear in his eyes betrayed his panic. The next second, a middle-aged man in his 40s stepped forward. His steps were steady, exuding an air of dominance. With a single wave of his hand, a fierce wind suddenly erupted. The roaring wind sliced through like blades, kicking up dust into a storm. Lu Qiaoyue's lackeys were sent flying instantly, blood spilling in the air as they crashed heavily to the ground, unable to even put up a fight. Lu Qiaoyue gritted his teeth and desperately tried to muster his power to defend himself, but his feeble energy was no match for the storm. Barely managing to stay on his feet, he was soon swept off the ground, coughing up blood as he tumbled, utterly defeated. The middle-aged man didn't spare him a glance. Instead, he turned and respectfully bowed toward me. "Young master, how should we deal with these small fries?" Gasps erupted all around us. "Young master? Who is this young man?" I stepped forward steadily, standing directly in front of Lu Qiaoyue. My expression was calm, yet the glint of mockery in my eyes couldn't be hidden. Lu Qiaoyue, trembling, struggled to his feet. Red-faced and fuming, he bellowed. "Do you even know who I am? How dare you touch me? My father is Lu Jianren, the head of Jianren Trading Company." "Oh," I chuckled lightly. "Oh, so your dad's name is Jerk?" That one sentence completely set him off. "You're asking for it," Lu Qiaoyue roared, pulling out his phone to call for backup. But before he could even dial, the phone was snatched from his hand. Almost instantly, a group of burly men grabbed him and hoisted him up. "Let me go? Are you all crazy?" The middle-aged man sneered coldly. "What does Jianren Trading Company matter? If my young master says you have to leave, then you're just passing through." With a wave of his hand, Lu Qiaoyue and his lackeys were thrown out with zero regard, not even a shred of politeness. The crowd that had gathered around suddenly erupted in cheers. The onlookers who had moments ago been enjoying the drama were now looking at me with completely different expressions. Jianren Trading Company was a well-known, influential force in Lin City, and yet I hadn't given them the slightest face. Once the commotion died down, I turned my attention to Zhang Mengchen. She stood there with slightly red-rimmed eyes and pink-tinted cheeks, looking like a freshly bloomed flower. "Mengchen, don't worry. From now on, no one will dare bother you or your family." My voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to put her at ease. Zhang Mengchen's heart skipped a beat. She was overwhelmed with gratitude and could barely find the words. All she could manage was a quiet, "Thank you, Shaoli." Her mother quickly walked over as well, her face full of sincerity. "If it weren't for you today, I don't know what we would have done. Thank you. Truly thank you." The tension in the air finally lifted. Zhang Mengchen's mother warmly invited me to stay for dinner, and the aroma of barbecue started to fill the air again, restoring a sense of warmth to the scene. Several times, Zhang Mengchen seemed like she wanted to say something, but she ultimately shied away, too flustered to speak. As night fell, I rose to bid farewell. Just as I stepped out of the night market, hurried footsteps sounded behind me. Turning around, I saw Zhang Mengchen running toward me, slightly out of breath. Her cheeks were flushed, her chest rising and falling with each breath. Once she reached me, she stood there biting her lip, looking both nervous and endearing. "Mengchen," I asked with a smile, "is there something else?" She hesitated for a moment before finally lifting her head. Shyness painted her expression as she softly said, "I'm here to fulfill my promise to you." I couldn't help but laugh. "You didn't seem this shy earlier." Her gaze darted away awkwardly as she murmured, so softly I almost missed it, "I was afraid you'd refuse, but now, I'm ready." I looked at her and felt my gaze soften. Taking a step forward, I pulled her into my arms and kissed her warm, soft lips. A gentle night breeze rolled by, and the streetlights stretched our shadows long onto the pavement. "Congratulations, host. Your favorability with Zhang Mengchen has increased to 90%. You've earned 10 points. We stayed wrapped in each other's embrace for a long time, under the glow of the moon now high in the sky. Suddenly, I leaned down, scooped her into a princess carry, and held her firmly in my arms. My movements were steady, commanding, leaving no room for refusal. Ah, she gasped softly, but she didn't struggle. Her face turned as red as the evening sky, and her heart was racing wildly. I carried her over to a wooden bench nearby, sat down, and gently placed her on my lap. Picking up her small shoes and long socks, I carefully helped her put them on. Zhang Mingchen stared at me, dazed. Her eyes shimmered softly, filled with warmth, as if her heart was wrapped in a soothing wave. This was the scene she had been dreaming about. A strong yet tender man, willing to bend down for her. I'm done for. I'm completely falling for him. She bit her lip, her heart rippling with layers of sweet emotions. Just then, a system notification rang in my head. Congratulations to the host. Goddess Zhang Mingchen's affection level has reached maximum. Affection level, 100%. You've been rewarded 10 points. Congratulations to the host. You've earned a random mystery gift pack. Would you like to open it now? Congratulations to the host for achieving the max affection level in one-day milestone. A 90% discount coupon for the System Mall has been awarded. I froze for a moment, a flicker of surprise crossing my eyes. 90% off? I nearly burst out laughing. Isn't that practically handing everything over for free? With all the treasures in the System Mall, I was already calculating what I'd snatch up next. Gently, I resumed putting her shoes on, my mind already planning in full swing. Soon enough, the task was complete. I handed her my phone number, a relaxed smile playing on my lips. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to reach out, especially when you're feeling lonely. Her face flushed an even deeper shade of red, and she shyly nodded in agreement. It's getting late, she mumbled softly. I should head home. I'll take you. My voice was low and firm, carrying a tone of undisguised care. And no need. She quickly waved her hand. It's not far. I can manage on my own. You should get some rest too. I hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. All right. If you miss me, call me anytime. She glanced up through her lashes, bashfully responding, I will. With that, I turned and walked away. She stood there, watching my figure retreat into the distance, the reluctance in her eyes lingering. Rounding a corner, I raised a casual hand. The next moment, a sleek sports car roared onto the scene, coming to a flawless stop right in front of me. The rear door opened, and I slid inside, exuding the calm confidence of a noble shrouded in mystery. The car engine roared again as it sped off, slicing through the cold night air like a blade. Young master, the driver, Zhao Hai, addressed me respectfully, his expression steady but laced with deference. The troublemakers have been dealt with. That Jianren trading group will no longer be operating in Lin City as of tomorrow. Leaning back in my seat, I spoke calmly. And the Zhang family? They're under 24/7 protection as of now, Zhao Hai replied seriously. There won't be any further issues. Threats, huh? Not bad, I said with a faint smile. Uncle Zhao, nicely done. Serving you is my honor, young master. It's no trouble at all, Zhao Hai said quietly, but his expression suddenly changed. However, the master has already caught wind of the matter with Miss Zhang. What? I raised an eyebrow. He found out so quickly? Zhao Hai let out a bitter laugh. The master has people in my ranks. They watch closer than I do. I only just discovered this myself today. Young master, you know as well as I do how the master and madam are about your relationships. They've always been. I shook my head with a hint of frustration. I know all too well how my parents think. It's always the same. They wish they could pave the road for me and have me follow the path they've laid out. But this time, it's different. The corner of my mouth curled into a bold smile. Whatever. This time, I'll show them. The road I walk will only be steadier because it's my own. A memory surged into my mind. Before I was even born, my parents had adopted a girl, Xiao Xiao. She's 3 years older than me, and ever since we were kids, she's always looked out for me like an elder sister. She's stunningly beautiful, with a cool and elegant demeanor. Just one glance, one smile, and people would be mesmerized. And her talents? Unreal. When her powers awakened, she was an immediate SS rank. That kind of caliber is borderline legendary. People like her are rare, even nationwide. She instantly caught the attention of the higher-ups and was secretly sent to Tsanglong Academy for training as a national asset. My parents had their calculations all figured out long ago. Someone this incredible? She couldn't go to anyone else. Clearly, the most suitable match would be me, their dear Xiaoli. Xiao Xiao herself didn't protest much. But here's the problem. I've got too much going on in the love department. In just a year, two girls at Lingwu Academy, Lin Yuner and Suya, ended up getting pulled into the whirlwind with me. And that's just the beginning. My parents are constantly torn between disappointment and disbelief. They're frustrated I won't settle down, but they're also baffled. Where the heck did I even learn how to charm so many girls? 20 minutes later, the luxury car pulled up smoothly in front of a lavish villa. The security system scanned the license plate, and the iron gate swung open silently. I got out and entered the house. Just as I changed into slippers, I spotted my parents sitting in the living room, upright and stern. It was obvious they'd been waiting for me. Mom, Dad, I greeted them casually. Sit, my dad, Xiao Shan, said in a calm tone, but his gaze was sharp, like a hawk, pinning me in place. The moment I sat down, he slammed his hand on the coffee table, launching straight into it. Kid, this is the third one now, isn't it? I sighed internally. No use arguing. Not officially, but close enough. Close enough? His voice rose with anger. Are you dead set on being a playboy? How many good girls do you have to ruin? Dad, I don't ruin anyone. I just love a bit more openly, that's all. My tone remained calm. And don't worry, I take responsibility. Don't worry, Dad. Responsible? He almost snorted from laughing in anger. What? You think you're some kind of emperor now, opening up a harem? How did your mom and I end up raising such a non-committal brat? I kept my expression calm and indifferent. Dad, relax. I know my limits. Limits? He was on the verge of exploding. You're practically playing with fire. Your mom worked so hard to match you up with Xiao Xiao. She's literally the best choice for you. But look at you, pulling all this nonsense. My mom chimed in, her tone icy. Xiaoli, you know better than anyone how good Xiao Xiao has been to you over the years. Are you really going to let her down? Raising an eyebrow, I decided to quit playing around and lay it all out there. Fine. Isn't the whole point that you both want me to end up with Xiao Xiao? Once she gets back, I'll make sure to lock it down with her. Satisfied now? They froze for a few seconds. The next thing I knew, my dad's gloomy face had completely cleared up, replaced with a grin as bright as a spring flower. Good, good, good. Now that's more like it. You're a man. If you say it, you better follow through. From now on, Xiao Xiao comes first. As for the rest, do whatever you want. Even my mom seemed to relax, her sharp gaze softening. Xiaoli, Xiao Xiao has put up with so much for you, even letting us berate her, and she's never complained. You can't let her down. I nodded. Got it. I thought that was the end of it. Boy, was I wrong. The vibe shifted dramatically in the next moment. My dad suddenly turned to my mom, his face melting into an expression of deep affection. Honey, in this life, I've only ever loved you and you alone. The tone was syrupy enough to make anyone cringe. My mom's eyes softened as well. They started pouring their hearts out to each other, completely ignoring my existence as if I were invisible. I stood there, force-fed a giant bowl of PDA, my lips twitching as I couldn't help but snark. Wow, Dad, what a deep love you've got there. The last week, I did see you arm in arm with Aunt May at that hotel. Was it community service? The air froze instantly. My dad's face went rigid, and he screamed, "Shut your mouth, you little punk." But my mom's eyes, sharp and deadly, had already locked onto him like a predator cornering its prey. Sensing that things were heading south fast, I made a quick retreat. As I bolted, I turned back to throw one last jab. Oh, and by the way, remember Aunt Zhang? Yeah, I saw you two chatting away at that fancy Western restaurant the week before. You're such a caring guy, Dad. Always looking out for the community. Shut up. Ah. My dad's anguished scream echoed through the entire mansion. Back in my room, I slammed the door, successfully shutting out the chaos outside. A grin crept onto my face despite myself. After a quick shower, I tossed the towel aside and flopped onto my bed. Sinking into my thoughts, I began tallying up my conquests. So far, I've successfully bonded with 3 goddesses, Lin Yuner, Suya, and Zhang Mingchen. And the best part? All 3 of them have their affection levels maxed out at 100%. Honestly, this starting lineup feels like I've been given cheat codes. The bag has already given me the SSS tier superpower, Void Thunder, as well as a super cultivation accelerator. Zhang Mingchen's gift pack hasn't been opened yet. but my gut feeling tells me it's not going to disappoint. Aside from that, I also completed 3 achievements, which earned me 3 lottery draws and a 90% off shopping coupon. In a way, this feels better than getting stuff for free. Now, let's check out the newbie starter pack. It contains a C-tier evolutionary ability called Body Strengthening, along with an unreasonably hard brick. Even though it says evolutionary, for now, its most practical use seems to be smashing someone on the head a bit more comfortably. Should I open the gift pack first or try my luck with the raffle? I stared at the system interface, caught in a dilemma. On the left was the spinning wheel, full of tempting prizes that made my fingers itch. On the right was a mysterious gift pack, glowing brilliantly with rainbow lights, practically begging to be unwrapped. Let's do the raffle first. My gaze sharpened. The best things should always come last. Let's test my luck first. System, start the lottery. Acknowledged. Starting the roulette, master. The system's voice chirped in an overly cutesy, sugar-sweet tone that almost made my skin crawl. Did the system just try to act cute? I inwardly grumbled, but the roulette was already spinning at full throttle. The speed picked up, and soon the prizes blurred into a swath of dazzling colors. Stop, I declared decisively. The wheel came to an abrupt halt, and the pointer landed squarely on one segment. When I saw what it was, I went silent. Lying there in the section was a small, turd-colored jelly bean. Congratulations, master. You've won one mystery bean. The system's joyous, almost smug voice made my jaw twitch. I stared at the tiny bean in my hand and muttered, I must truly have the luck of a king. Still, when something comes from the system, it's rarely that simple. I held back my frustration and read the description. Mystery bean, upon consumption, grants invisibility and conceals all traces of presence for 3 hours. Completely undetectable by anyone. My eyes lit up immediately. Invisibility for 3 full hours. Certain questionable scenarios popped into my mind instantly, such as, cough. I swiftly cut off those thoughts and adjusted my expression to something more serious. This bean was clearly a life-saving trump card in the right situation. Not bad, not bad. This is definitely worth it. System, spin the wheel again. The excitement in my voice was almost uncontainable now. The roulette spun once more at full speed. This time, I watched it intently, yet I still couldn't discern any patterns, just a blur of colorful streaks. Stop. The wheel slowed, then stopped, and a brilliant blue flash erupted. This time, a beautifully crafted, antique-looking key floated in front of me. Congratulations, master. You've obtained the key of Poseidon. Staring at the key, its mysterious blue glow revealed intricate patterns etched onto its surface. After reading the description, I couldn't help but slap my forehead. Key of Poseidon, used to unlock the Poseidon's treasure chest. The chest is hidden deep within the ocean, containing the legendary treasure of the gods. A needle in a haystack? I tugged at the corner of my lips in exasperation. I'll just hold on to it for now and deal with it when I figure out how to find it. I tossed the key into my system inventory, took a deep breath, and turned my attention to the final lottery chance. All right, system, let's do this. Give me something good. The wheel began spinning wildly again. This time, I didn't even bother staring at it. 10 seconds later, I shouted to stop it. Buzz. A burst of radiant light exploded like a sunrise, illuminating the entire space. Congratulations to the host. You've won a divine weapon. Host, your luck is amazing. The system was ecstatic, almost giddy. I froze for a moment before joy surged through me. I nearly jumped up. A divine weapon? You're not joking, right? The radiant light started to condense into form. I reached out to catch it, and in my hands was a long spear. The shaft was sleek and gleaming with cold light. Its tip looked so sharp that it seemed it could pierce through anything. The wooden segments were engraved with dark, sinister patterns that exuded a chilling, murderous aura, making my heart race. The moment I gripped the spear, a surge of immense power rushed through my body. An ethereal vision appeared in my mind. A majestic figure stood on a blood-soaked battlefield, sweeping the spear through the air. Armies shattered like smoke in the wind. With a single strike, the spear's light tore through the heavens themselves. For a moment, I was speechless from the sheer awe of it all. This thing really packs the power of a divine weapon. The vision faded, and I immediately checked its details. Sky Splitter Spear. Grade, Divine Weapon. Effects, capable of splitting mountains and shattering peaks, decimating armies, can tear through the void and shake the heavens. Clutching the spear tightly, I felt a fiery surge of battle intent ignite within my heart. 3 draws, and the final one turned out to be the ultimate jackpot. I stared at the system interface, a grin pulling at my lips. Sky Splitter Spear? What a badass name. That vision earlier? Totally worthy of its grandeur. Eager to test it out, I willed the weapon to appear, intending to take it out of the system space. But failure. System, what gives? Why can't I take out the Sky Splitter Spear? Host, the spear is simply too heavy. It requires a strong physical body to wield. With your current frail figure, there's just no way. Until you're physically capable of bearing its power, it'll remain safely in the system space. I froze for a moment. Then the realization dawned on me. Of course, it's a divine weapon. It can't just be picked up casually by anyone. Even with my awakened abilities, I clearly need to strengthen myself first to earn the right to wield it. I felt a twinge of regret, but quickly shifted my focus to another prize, the 100% favorability gift pack from Zhang Mengchen. Open it. The mystery gift has been unlocked. Congratulations on gaining a special ability. Talent enhancement, no grade, automatically activated after awakening. No grade. I blinked, caught off guard. My first reaction was, this doesn't sound all that impressive. But I quickly clicked on the details. Talent enhancement enhances others' abilities across the board, increases proportionally with the owner's strength, yielding even more astonishing outcomes. A sharp breath escaped me, and my eyes widened. If this world's laws of causality are immutable, then this ability is like taking the whole balance scale and flipping it over. Once awakened, a person's ability level is typically fixed for life. There's no changing it. But talent enhancement, it actually breaks that unshakable rule. Scenes race through my mind. Lin Yuner, Suya, Zhang Mengchen, all upgraded to SSS level talents, or even higher. Haha. System, I love you to death. Haha, Master, I love you too. That sweet, cutesy voice made me feel like there was a shy little anime girl blushing in my head. Taking a deep breath to calm down, I opened up the system shop. Open the shop. Let me see what treasures you've got. Shop now open. A massive virtual panel appeared before my eyes, filled with dazzling options that practically overwhelmed me. I clicked on the left-hand categories and scrolled straight to the abilities section. The abilities range from D level up to SSS level. My eyes focused as I automatically zeroed in on those listed as S level and above. Blazing Flames of Annihilation, Power of the Water God, Holy Sword, Metal Storm. Each name seemed to radiate brilliance, practically glowing with power. TCH, if only I could buy all of them. My eyes burned with excitement, but I quickly snapped out of it and forced a wry laugh. Abilities aren't about quantity, they're about quality. Trying to hoard them all would just end up being a waste. Gotta stay smart. But when I glanced at the prices, my scalp instantly tingled. An SSS level ability started at a minimum of 1,000 points. For context, successfully raising a goddess's affection to max only earned me 100 points. That meant I'd have to woo 10 top-tier goddesses just to afford one SSS level ability. Yeah, that's not a great exchange rate. My mind whirled, calculating at lightning speed. Plus, I still had that 90% off coupon. That thing was way too valuable to blow on just one ability. No way I was wasting it so carelessly. I closed the Abilities tab and kept scrolling. The weapons and armor sections were every bit as overwhelming, displaying SSS-grade gear like the Celestial Sword and Dawnbreaker Shield. Yet, items like the legendary Sky-Splitting Spear, nowhere to be found in the shop. That just confirmed it. Legendary artifacts could only be obtained through prizes or special bundles. Standing in my room, I let out a slow exhale. Today had already turned out to be an incredible harvest. Even though the official awakening ceremony hadn't started yet, with talent enhancement and the Sky-Splitting Spear in my arsenal, my future path was already shining like gold. I started to smile slowly, but my gaze grew colder and sharper. Just wait. Step by step, I'll bring the heavens beneath my feet. The very next morning, I scoured through every single category in the system. Groceries section, brooms, spatulas, even toothpicks, everything you could imagine. The prices were absurdly low. For just zero point 0.1 points, I could fill an entire cart. Too bad I wasn't interested in any of that. Medicine section. This was the real gold mine. Healing potions, spiritual energy recovery pills, elixirs to enhance cultivation speed. The variety was overwhelming. And the one thing that really stood out was the reversal pill. A legendary item, rumored to bring the dead back to life. As long as the body remained, this pill could summon the soul back, an honest-to-goodness miracle. But with a price tag of 50,000 points, it was way out of my reach. Even if I could get a 99% discount, I'd still be broke, I muttered with a wry smile, shaking my head. Mount's Spirit Pets section. This section showcased countless spirit beast eggs, dazzling in their variety. Those ferocious mutated beasts? In their juvenile form, they were as blank and innocent as a fresh sheet of paper. Raise them well, and they'd not only become the strongest battle companions, but their loyalty would even surpass that of humans. I glanced at a few top-tier eggs, but restrained myself. No use looking too hard at what's beyond my means. High-tech section. I was completely stunned. Is this even technology humans can comprehend? My eyes locked on the image of a sleek, silver fighter jet. Every cell in my body screamed, buy it. Nearly as fast as light, capable of traversing wormholes, equipped with advanced AI and top-tier weaponry. It was like something ripped straight out of a cosmic sci-fi game. I licked my lips, but it costs a whopping 1 million points. I couldn't help but laugh at myself, shaking my head. Yeah, sure. Even robbing a bank wouldn't get me enough. I exited the system and fell heavily onto my bed. I'd already combed through all the affordable and worthwhile items. From now on, the system would unlock more features as my strength grew. And today was what truly mattered. My heartbeat quickened slightly. Tomorrow, I'll awaken my innate ability, I whispered. This was the start of something new. The first step toward rewriting my destiny. The next day, at Lingwu Academy, the classroom had already erupted into chaos. Boys and girls gathered in groups of 3 or 5, and their chatter revolved around one thing. The big day to awaken their innate abilities had arrived. Did you hear? The school brought in new awakening devices this year. They're supposed to be 100% accurate. Of course I heard. I was so excited I couldn't sleep last night. A freckle-faced boy clutched his desk mate's arm, trembling with anticipation. I just hope I get a B rank ability. At least I won't be too much worse than my parents. Don't give up. What if you get an A rank? That'd be life-changing. And just then, the buzz of chatter abruptly ceased near the classroom doorway. Here I come. I calmly walked into the classroom. The students, who had been chattering just moments before, fell silent in an instant. Especially the girls. They practically held their breath as they stared at me. At Lingwu Academy, I've always been the center of attention. Even though I haven't awakened yet, I've already managed to surpass quite a few senior students with my brains and skills alone. Looks, brains, and confidence, I've got it all. I am, in everyone's eyes, the brightest star of the future. In the front row, Lin Yuner looked up at me, her eyes sparkling like stars. Shaoli, over here. She waved at me, her smile as radiant as the first blossoms of early spring. I curved my lips into a small smirk, not breaking stride as I walked straight to her. This scene stung Lu Jijia, who was sitting in the back row. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white as his cold, venomous gaze bore into my back like a serpent. Today marks the start of my rise, he muttered to himself. No matter how powerful the Shao family is, as long as I awaken an A level, or even S level ability, I'll crush you under my heel. We briefly locked eyes, but I merely glanced at him, my gaze indifferent, unwilling to waste even a fraction of emotion on him. I knew what he was scheming, but I didn't see him as a threat. Whether he's a failure or an ambitious wannabe, the outcome would be the same. Just a clown struggling for attention. Hashtag clash of words. Sitting down next to Lin Yuner, I noticed her cheeks dusted with a soft pink hue as she turned to face me. Shaoli, are you nervous about awakening your ability today? She asked gently. Leaning back against the chair, I replied casually, why would I be nervous? But what if you awakened just a C-level ability? She frowned slightly. I chuckled and gently tapped her button nose with my finger. It's fine. Even if I awakened the lowest C-level ability, as long as you awaken S-level, or even double S-level, you can cover for me in the future. Hearing that, Lin Yuner giggled playfully. Hee hee, don't worry, I'll have your back. Her mischievous response sent another wave of pain through the hearts of several guys in the back row. Their envy and jealousy were practically spilling out. But before we could continue the conversation, a voice echoed from the doorway. The teacher's here. The room instantly went silent. In walked Suya, clad in a fitted lavender gown and sleek high heels. Her presence commanded the room as her gaze swept across every face, a faint smile playing on her lips. Are you all ready? The time for your ability awakening has come. Her violet crystal heels clicked softly against the floor as she entered the classroom with graceful elegance. The flowing lavender gown complemented her perfectly, making her seem like a goddess descending from the heavens. The delicate necklace around her neck glimmered in the sunlight, drawing every pair of eyes to her. The room fell into an almost eerie silence, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Boys stared slack-jawed, while even the girls couldn't look away, the kind of beauty that renders gender irrelevant. I looked up, and our eyes met. A flicker of something passed through her gaze, and I didn't bother hiding the faint look of admiration in mine. My normally cold expression softened ever so slightly, a lazy smirk tugging at my lips. In that moment, Suya could clearly feel it. I was looking at her. Her lips twitched in slight defiance, as if to say, "Today, I'll make sure to outshine you." With that, she lifted a transparent, cube-shaped crystal, about the size of a human head, from beside the desk. Come. At the center of the crystal, a sphere of pure white light floated silently, radiating a warm and mysterious glow. Listen up, every single one of you. Suya's voice was clear, yet carried an undeniable air of authority that demanded attention. Today, your fate will be rewritten. This is your awakening moment. She paused, her sharp gaze sweeping across the room. Whether you remain mediocre or rise to greatness, that choice is yours. The students erupted into murmurs of excitement, their eyes glued to the awakening crystal. Each of them looked as though they were ready to leap forward, unable to contain their anticipation. Silence. Suya struck her palm against the desk, her expression hardening to a cold glare. If there's any more chaos, the last one to awaken will have to wait the longest, she snapped. The classroom immediately fell into an uneasy hush, the air thick with tension. Holding the crystal aloft, Suya began her explanation. This is the awakening crystal, a creation of the state crafted to awaken the dormant abilities that lie within you. Do not waste time. Come up one by one based on your seating order. As her words echoed through the room, a girl in the front row shot to her feet. Her palms were visibly sweaty from the nerves as she hurried to the podium and extended her hand toward the crystal. Stay calm, Suya said sharply, her tone like ice. The moment the girl's hand touched the crystal, the sphere of white light vibrated softly. Green energy burst from within her, spiraling around her body like a vortex, stirring up gusts strong enough to rifle through the papers on Suya's desk. Above the crystal, glowing letters began forming. C-rank ability, Wind Spirit. The girl froze, her initial excitement draining from her face as her expression stiffened. C-rank, she murmured, dejected, the disappointment written all over her. As the green glow faded, she lowered her head and shuffled back to her seat. No one laughed at her. Most of them understood. After all, the majority of their parents were ranked C or D. Many couldn't even claim to have exceptional talents. Breaking out of one's family legacy and surpassing the limitations of their inherent abilities? That was easier said than done. Next, Suya announced, her face unreadable, her tone devoid of any warmth or pity. Abilities have no moral value. What matters is whether you can master them and how far you're willing to go. The second student stepped up. Before his hand even fully touched the crystal, flames erupted violently from his body, the intense heat rippling out across the room. The letters above the crystal flickered into view. C-rank ability, blazing flame. And so the cycle continued. The awakening process unfolded with beams of light flashing through the room. Greens, blues, reds. C-rank ability, nature's touch. D-rank ability, water control. B-rank ability, shadow manipulation. The ranks fluctuated with no clear pattern, and the atmosphere grew increasingly thick with sweat and nerves. Students were wringing their hands. Their breaths quickened, eyes locked anxiously on the podium. The room was an overwhelming blend of emotions: envy, hope, dread, all colliding in chaotic energy. Finally, it was the turn of a frail-looking boy. He approached hesitantly, his thin fingers trembling as they reached out to rest lightly against the crystal. For a moment, the white light quivered faintly. Then nothing. No glow. No letters. The classroom fell eerily silent. The boy stood frozen in place, all the color drained from his face. His wide, fearful eyes slowly turned towards Suya. "Miss Suya," he muttered, his voice breaking slightly. "How do I?" Suya's cold voice cut him off abruptly. "You have no awakened talent within you." That sentence hit him like a thunderbolt, shattering his illusions instantly. The boy turned pale, his eyes blank and unfocused, standing frozen in place. I understood well enough what this meant for an ordinary person. But I also knew sympathy was useless here. Suya's calm voice broke the silence. Next, as the boy passed by me, I stood up, hands in my pockets, my gaze steady, steps neither rushed nor slow. The moment I stepped onto the platform, every pair of eyes in the classroom locked onto me. I raised my hand and placed it on the awakening crystal. Silence. Suya stared fixedly at the swirling white glow within the crystal, her very breathing unconsciously softening. And then, in the next instant, the light inside violently surged. The entire crystal erupted with a dazzling brilliance, the deafening roar forcing everyone to bow their heads. Within the blinding white light, it seemed as if wild lightning flickered and raging cold storms howled. Above the crystal, golden letters appeared. S-class ability, elemental control. The classroom exploded like a volcano had erupted, pure chaos breaking loose. Bathed in the radiant golden glow, I stood there like I was fated to descend upon this world. S-class. Suya's expression faltered slightly, her voice a low murmur. This is the first time in our school's history that a student has awakened at this level. This can't be. It's impossible. The boy who had been on stage earlier choked out, his voice trembling like he was trapped inside a nightmare. The awakening must have malfunctioned. I want to try again. He pressed his hand forcefully against the crystal, staring at it with desperate intensity, as if willing it to change. But the crystal stayed completely still. Suya let out a light sigh, a look of complexity crossing her face. I sat back in my chair, watching the scene unfold with an impassive look. Though inwardly, I couldn't help but feel a tinge of pity. In this world, a place reborn with spiritual energy, a place ruled by abilities, failing to awaken meant being shackled to the identity of an ordinary person. Plain, uneventful, mediocre until the end. Fair? No, this world was far from fair. Talent was talent. The gap was what it was. No amount of effort could make up for it. Finally, the boy on stage broke down completely. With a frustrated roar, he grabbed the awakening crystal, ready to smash it to the ground. Suya only flicked her hand. A strand of spiritual energy manifested as a gentle breeze, effortlessly knocking him flat on the ground. A quiet stillness permeated the classroom. Suya spoke in a sharp, cold tone. Talent is decided by the heavens. You can't choose it. But whether your life has meaning, that's up to you. Standing tall on the platform, her gaze swept across the entire class. Her voice was icy, but her words carried undeniable weight. There are people who never even get the chance to awaken an ability, yet they live with effort and fulfillment. Are you saying they don't matter? The strong have their paths, and ordinary people have theirs too. Extraordinary powers don't define every fate. Life's worth is shaped by the choices we make. Ability is not the only measure of a person's worth. The boy stayed silent for a long time before finally breaking into loud sobs, choking out through his tears. "I'm sorry, teacher. I was wrong." Suya nodded and glanced at the rest of the students. Next, one by one, the students stepped onto the stage. Some were excited, some nervous, and others disappointed. But Suya's earlier words seemed to stave off a collective collapse for many. Then it was Lu Jijia's turn. As he stood, his breathing noticeably quickened. I caught him sneaking a glance at me, the corners of his lips curling into a smirk he couldn't suppress. He was probably thinking that, with my parents being mere B-level ability users, no matter how strong I became, I could never surpass him. Too bad. For him, he was wrong. He then shifted his gaze to steal a glance at Suya. He made no effort to hide his thoughts, didn't even bother trying. Suya frowned and coldly snapped. Lu Jijia, if you're not going to awaken, don't waste any more time. Lu Jijia flinched and quickly nodded. Apologies, teacher. I'm awakening now. He pressed his hand against the awakening crystal. In the next instant, the white light ball suddenly pulsed intensely. Then, a vividly bright green radiance burst forth from above his head. It was glaring, almost unsettling. Moments later, the result appeared. An A-level ability, Turtle Binding, Rock Shell Fortification. Lu Jijia was stunned for a second. Then, his face lit up with sheer glee. An A-level ability. Although it was an S-level, it was enough to dominate most people. More importantly, he could finally one-up me. I've finally made it. Overcome with pride, he looked forward to the envious stares of his classmates. Instead, he was met with a round of laughter. Ha! Lu Jijia, that light above your head, it's way too green. Cracks me up. It's so bright, so green. Lu Jijia's face fell, and instinctively, he lifted a hand to touch his head. The eerie green hue remained, glaring and bold. He froze for 2 seconds, and all the joy from moments ago was completely crushed by the ridicule. It dawned on him. He had just become the class clown. What are you laughing at? So what if it's green? I'm still A-level. What's so funny? He trembled with anger and humiliation, but all he could do was put on an unconvincing show of strength. Suya's cold voice cut through. Awakening complete. Don't waste any more time. Grinding his teeth, Lu Jijia slunk off the stage, humiliated. Before sitting down, he cast me a hateful glare. But Suya paid him no mind at all. In her eyes, whether it was A-level or B-level, it was all the same. There was only one person she truly paid attention to. Me, Shaoli. Lu Jijia stomped his shiny leather shoes noisily as he strutted off stage. Before taking a seat, he shot me a final, chilling glance, his expression full of mockery. The awakening continued. Before long, it was Lin Yun'er's turn. She stood and her face bloomed like a freshly opened lotus, and she gave me a sweet smile. Good luck. I returned her with a soft smile. She nodded gently, her skirt swaying slightly as she walked up to the stage. The classroom erupted in an instant. Oh my God, Lin Yun'er is stunning. The campus queen really looks like a goddess. The atmosphere in the room changed the moment Lin Yun'er stepped up. Her sweet and innocent charm contrasted sharply with Suya's mature and glamorous demeanor. The clash of their distinct auras made quite an impact. Suya narrowed her eyes slightly, stealing a fleeting glance at Lin Yun'er. Not missing the sharp gaze cast her way, Lin Yun'er stood her ground, their silent standoff charging the air with palpable tension. The whole class fell silent. Even the murmurs were hushed. I cleared my throat to dispel the awkwardness, breaking the stalemate. Finally, Suya shifted her gaze with a faint smile. Go ahead, Lin Yun'er. Lin Yun'er took a deep breath and placed her hand on the awakening crystal. Buzz! A sudden explosion of bright white light lit up the room, so dazzling that even the hallway blazed like midday. The hum reverberated so intensely, it made our ears ache. What's happening? This is insane. The entire class was dumbfounded, and even Lu Jijia's sneer froze on his face. Lin Yun'er became ensconced in radiant brilliance, resembling a goddess stepping out of mythology. Suya pressed her lips together, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. She knew this phenomenon. It only accompanied an S-rank awakening. In the middle of the transparent crystal, glowing words soon materialized. S-rank, sacred radiance. The room burst into an uproar. Unbelievable. It really is S-rank. The campus queen has an S-rank talent. Our entire academy is going to go crazy over this. Lin Yun'er, delighted, looked at me and nearly ran down the stage, her voice brimming with joy. Shaoli, I awakened S-rank. I raised a hand and ruffled her hair, smiling. Not bad. My Yun'er, as expected, you're amazing. Her face turned red in an instant. Covering her cheeks, she muttered shyly. Who's yours, huh? Meanwhile, Lu Jijia's expression grew darker and darker. Fixing his gaze on me, he sneered coldly. Shaoli, just you wait. Let's see how long you can keep this up. You won't escape next time. I ignored him and turned my steps toward the stage. Both Suya and Lin Yun'er were watching me, their gazes filled with hope and nervousness. The entire class shifted their attention, locking their eyes on me. Some with anticipation, some with envy, and some just waiting for me to make a fool of myself. I placed my hand on the awakening crystal. In my mind, a calm, robotic voice echoed. 3 dormant abilities detected in the host. SSS rank, Annihilation Divine Thunder, C rank, Physical Reinforcement, and unranked, Talent Amplification. Please select. Awakening talents will either manifest immediately or remain dormant. A sly grin played at the corner of my lips. Talk too much. I snapped my fingers lightly. SSS rank. In that instant, the awakening crystal began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of shattering. A radiant white light surged into the sky. Thunder boomed, and the entire classroom quaked under the force. This can't be. Lu Jijia's expression froze, his fists clenched tight. A more powerful awakening had begun. The white light churned as the sphere of brilliance in the center expanded, like a brewing storm. Suddenly, crack! A crisp shattering sound echoed. A deep fissure split across the surface of the awakening crystal. The crack rapidly spread, crawling over the entire crystal, like it might collapse any second. Not good. Xiaoli, stop. Suya's face paled as she raised her hand. A shield of flames erupted, enveloping the crystal. I immediately withdrew my hand. But it was already too late. Boom. With a deafening explosion, the crystal burst into countless shards and specks of light, like a supernova of starlight filling the room. Luckily, Suya's flame shield absorbed the impact. Any fragments disintegrated into nothing the moment they touched her fiery barrier. The classroom fell deathly silent. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. The awakening crystal exploded? Was that a failure? Or a success? Someone murmured hesitantly. Suya stared at me, her gaze complicated. It seems your awakening is far more unique than we anticipated. She turned to address the rest of the students, attempting to calm the chaos. The crystal may have had a defect. I'll grab another one. Everyone, stay quiet. But as soon as her words faded, the classroom erupted in chaos. The crystal exploded? That's insane. No way. This has never happened before. Was it something Xiaoli did? I mean, he barely touched it. Amid the commotion, Lu Jijia's mocking laughter cut through like a blade. Xiaoli, everyone else's awakening goes smoothly. But here you are making a whole damn spectacle. And for what? A measly B-rank talent? Quit pretending you're some big deal. Before I could respond, someone shot back at him. Shut up, Lu Jijia. How is this Xiaoli's fault? You got a problem with your mouth, or what? Yeah. What makes you king of the ranks? Think you are the crystal or something? Or maybe if we smack that glowing green hat you call a head, we'll awaken too. The entire class erupted into laughter. Haha, his head really does shine green. Lu Jijia's face twisted in rage. You all want to die? Do you even know who I am? I'm an A-rank abilities user. You trash are nowhere near my level. And Xiaoli, with parents like his, can only awaken as a lousy B-rank too. He's just another failure, like the rest of you. The room fell silent, the laughter extinguished. Because with that remark, he wasn't just insulting me. He was insulting most of the class. The class was filled with B, C, and D-rank abilities, and his words were a clear insult to everyone. The chubby Zhang Xin was the first to lose his cool. He shot to his feet abruptly. Lu Jijia. Oh, come on now. Trash deserves the sincerest middle finger and mandatory human judgment. He raised both his middle fingers directly and even wiggled them deliberately. The whole class erupted in laughter once again. Right after, the second person stood up, then the third, and then more. Even the girls chimed in. Lu Jijia, just get lost already. We don't respect you. In an instant, the entire classroom was consumed by an overwhelming, almost suffocating, collective rage, as if they were trying to pin him down under its weight. Lu Jijia's face alternated between red and pale, his arrogance from earlier completely erased. Grinding his teeth, he spat out his words with venom. This is all that bastard Xiaoli's fault. He glared upward, his eyes brimming with hatred, as he growled. I'll make you all see the gap between an A-rank ability user and a bunch of losers. As soon as he finished his words, a brilliant green light surged around his entire body. A turtle shell formed, shielding his shoulders, and a dense green aura emanated from his head. I saw everything clearly. Turtle shell defense, rejuvenating green aura. Biochemical armor type, A rank ability. I straightened myself and let a cold smirk twitch at the corner of my lips. This is what he calls A rank. You're excited to test your freshly awakened power? Fine. I looked at him, my tone calm and composed. Come at me. All at once if you want. But don't say I didn't warn you. You'll regret it. The classroom immediately went silent. Zhang Xian jumped up and shouted at the top of his lungs. Go wreck him. Smash the green hat. Full send. The air grew tense, drawn tight like a bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. Ah! Lu Jijia roared furiously and charged forward, bull-rushing me like a mad beast. His eyes were bloodshot, his whole body glowing in green light. It was clear he was determined to make me taste the reality of what an A-rank ability could do. He had taken hits from a group of classmates and still stood strong. Surely, he wouldn't fear someone like me, someone who hadn't even awakened their ability. But as fast as his movements were, they weren't faster than my anticipation. In an instant, he lunged onto the podium, his right hand clawing down at my shoulder with ferocity. Shaoli, watch how I crush you, he roared. I stood still at the center of the podium, my expression unchanging. There wasn't even a flicker of reaction in my eyes. Just as his hand was about to touch me, mere inches away, boom, a golden beam blasted out from beneath the podium, so fast it split the air like a lightning strike, slamming him squarely in the chest. Arg! Lu Jijia screamed, his whole body sent flying backward, crashing into the rear classroom wall with a deafening force. Crack! The wall splintered, dust scattered, and he slid to the floor in a heap. The classroom was dead silent, the air heavy with shock. I looked over at his chest, where the once proud turtle shell defense had been reduced to a shattered mess, with a gaping hole punched straight through it. His clothes were charred, and his skin was scorched and oozing. That so-called untouchable A-rank defense? Broken. In a single hit. The golden light faded, and out of the dust stepped Lin Yuner. Her expression was icy, with faint ripples of holy light still lingering around her hands. The usually quiet and sweet girl now stood like an unsheathed blade. She walked towards me and stopped by my side. I glanced at her but said nothing, then turned and made my way to Lu Jijia, who was lying on the floor. Pathetic. Lowering my gaze to meet his disheveled figure, my voice was calm, yet every word seemed to pierce deeper than the last. Born into poverty, with an A-grade ability, you could have risen above it all. But in the end, all that's left in you is jealousy and hatred. Lu Jijia spat blood as he glared at me, teeth clenched. Shaoli, who do you think you are? Hiding behind a woman's help? If you've got guts, fight me one-on-one. You're just a trashy B-grade. Shut up. Lin Yuner's gaze turned icy. Golden light surged in her eyes as a suffocating wave of killing intent filled the room. Lu Jijia recoiled, his neck shrinking as his face turned pale. He clearly realized Lin Yuner wasn't bluffing. She would end him without hesitation. Shaoli, Lin Yuner raised her hand, the holy light rapidly gathering, indicating she wasn't planning to stop there. I stepped in, grasping her delicate wrist softly yet firmly. My tone was indifferent. Don't soil your hands. Trash like him. Let him knock his own head against the wall. It'll be enough. But he insulted you. Gently, I ruffled her hair, interrupting her. Just a dog barking. He's not good enough, so he relies on petty insults for attention. He's not worth your energy. Lin Yuner reluctantly pulled back her killing intent. I didn't bother giving Lu Jijia another glance. Instead, I simply raised a hand and pointed to the window. Following my gesture, Lu Jijia reflexively looked over and immediately saw Suya walking toward the classroom with a few others. In her hands was an awakening crystal, a piece so pristine it shimmered like glass. The classroom erupted in hushed chatter. I smirked slightly as I met Lu Jijia's gaze. You're right. Being at the top does have a lot to do with my remarkable family background. I paused and cocked an eyebrow. Jealous? Envious? Lu Jijia's face twisted in rage as he pressed a hand to his bleeding wounds. He snarled spitefully. Relying on others? That's not strength. You're just some coward hiding behind a woman. What gives you the right to act so smug? Hiding. A cold chuckle slipped from my lips, laced with disdain. Whether I'm strong or weak is none of your business. But the truth is, you're not even qualified to make me lift a finger. I leveled him with an unrelenting stare. That's the difference between us. You. He struggled to get up but winced in pain, unable to even stand fully upright. Below the podium, students began to stifle laughter, and a wave of nervous hilarity rippled through the tension. Don't get cocky. Lu Jijia, still holding onto the last shreds of his pride, gritted his teeth and shouted. When you awaken some useless B-grade ability, the gap between us will only grow larger. And then, I swear, I'll crush you under my foot. Oh, really? I didn't bother explaining myself further. Instead, I let out a faint, enigmatic smile as I watched his pitiful defiance. Turning away, I strode back to the podium. Through the window, Suya had already arrived at the classroom door, with 3 senior academy officials following closely behind her. Once again, all eyes were on me. I wore a faint smile on my face, but deep inside, my killing intent was as cold as frost. This rabid dog needs to be put down. Today it's time. The classroom doors suddenly swung open with a loud bang. Suya was the first to walk in, followed by the principal, the vice principal, and the dean of discipline. The moment they entered, everyone's gaze fell on Lu Jijia, who was sprawled on the ground, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. What's going on? Suya asked sternly, her voice cold as ice. A chubby boy immediately stood up and said, Teacher, it was Lu Jijia who started provoking and even attacked Shaoli first, but he got what he deserved in the end. Though exaggerated, his explanation wasn't far from the truth. Hearing this, Suya frowned, her expression turning even colder. Lu Jijia, just because you've awakened an A-level ability, you think you can bully other students? Lu Jijia gritted his teeth to endure the pain and tried to explain, Teacher, I didn't. Shut up. No need for explanations. Suya cut him off sharply. With someone like you, there's no way I can teach you. Principal, I'll leave him to you. The principal adjusted his glasses, his gaze as sharp and cold as a blade. Lu Jijia, effective immediately, you are expelled. What? Lu Jijia's face turned deathly pale, his legs buckling as he struggled to stand. Principal, I only used my ability a little. You can't expel me for that. The principal let out a cold chuckle. Lingwu Academy has no place for someone with such a twisted heart. Go show off at some other school. Lu Jijia clenched his fists tightly, his voice shaking as he cried out. You're ruining me. I'm supposed to take the Advanced Academy entrance exams, the recruitment exams. How dare you take away my future? You've got no one to blame but yourself. The Dean of Discipline raised his hand, and spiritual energy transformed into invisible shackles that immobilized Lu Jijia on the spot. His entire body stiffened, and even his mouth was unable to move. The classroom fell into dead silence. No one sympathized with him. This so-called genius, so full of himself, was finally tasting the bitter fruit of his own planting. But this was only the beginning. Suya turned around, setting a sapphire blue crystal on the teacher's podium. She nodded slightly in my direction. It's a new awakening crystal. The principal and the others are fully aware of how you managed to blow up the last one. I chuckled, unconcerned. They'd have to come face me sooner or later anyway. The principal eagerly stepped forward, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Shaoli, I always knew you weren't an ordinary talent. This level of giftedness, it's 1 in a million. I gave him a sidelong glance. Spare me, principal. All this sudden flattery, it wouldn't have something to do with me blowing up that crystal earlier, would it? The principal let out an awkward laugh. You know what they say, late is better than never. Shall we proceed with the awakening now? Don't keep everyone waiting. Impatient, he waved his hand, creating a protective barrier to shield the surrounding students, fearing this awakening crystal might get shattered by me as well. Taking a deep breath, I reached out and pressed my hand onto the azure crystal. Boom! A surge of blue light exploded, instantly flooding the entire classroom. The glowing core inside the crystal vibrated violently, humming continuously, its intensity far surpassing that of the previous white crystal. The same quaking force caused cracks to spread rapidly across the crystal's surface. It's cracking again. The dean's face turned pale, but the principal's gaze stayed locked on the crystal, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Don't touch it. Let it fully unleash its potential. The cracks crawled quickly, fanning out like a spiderweb. Each sharp crack felt like a hammer striking everyone's heart. The next moment, boom, A blinding platinum light erupted around me like descending thunder, so intense that no one could keep their eyes open. Everyone held their breath, anticipating the moment that was about to arrive. The dazzling radiance burst out from my figure, akin to a supernova detonating. Instinctively, everyone in the classroom squeezed their eyes shut, terrified the light might scorch their retinas. Ah! Gasps and cries rippled through the room. The students hurriedly raised their hands to shield themselves, yet the piercing light sliced through the gaps between their fingers, bathing the entire school building in a blinding white. Boom! A deafening thunderclap shattered the silence, and even the ground trembled beneath its fury. Electric currents danced around me, as if a slumbering dragon had awakened. The principal and vice principal were blown off their feet by the raw power, tumbling embarrassingly off the podium. Struggling to regain their footing, their eyes widened as they witnessed the lightning around me condense suddenly, transforming into a raging thunder dragon that surged upward. Crash! The ceiling crumbled instantly, shards and rubble flying in all directions. The thunder dragon pierced through the rooftop, blazing a trail straight into the heavens. Above the school building, the sky was violently torn apart, revealing a massive and terrifying crack. As dark clouds churned, a colossal thunder pool took shape, its lightning roaring and dancing furiously. Within moments, another massive lightning pillar descended from the sky, engulfing me in its sheer brilliance. Standing tall inside the lightning column, my figure seemed godlike, imperious, and unwavering. The entire city of Lin was thrown into chaos. Dear God, is this a tribulation? This has to be a legendary SSS-level phenomenon. Report this immediately. Something monumental is happening at Lingwu Academy. Countless pairs of eyes turned skyward. Shock, awe, and greed all erupted in that single moment. And there I stood, engulfed in the storm of lightning, seamlessly merging with the boundless thunder, resembling a war deity beneath the vast starry sky. Back in the classroom, the awakening crystal quaked violently, its glow swelling uncontrollably. The principal held his breath, his glasses nearly slipping off, forgetting to even draw air. The students' voices faded into silence, and every pair of eyes was glued to me, as if they were witnessing, gazing at the legend. BZZZ. The crystal trembled, emitting a dazzling burst of golden light. 3 crimson characters emerged, slowly but unmistakably. SSS rank. For a moment, it felt like the air froze solid. Someone rubbed their eyes, stammering in disbelief. TH3Ss. Is it really SSS? Asterisk SSS? Asterisk it's the Oblivion Thunder. The principal's voice cracked, practically a roar of astonished excitement. Even the usually composed vice principal lost his restraint and pinched the dean hard. A cry of pain snapped everyone back to reality. It wasn't a hallucination. Suya stood off to the side, utterly speechless in her shock. The reflection of the lightning danced in her wide eyes, as bright as her incredulous expression. She looked at me, standing tall on the platform, and a slow, radiant smile curved her lips. Shaoli, you didn't lie to me. You really are the chosen one. Lin Yuner stood quietly in the corner, her eyes filled with joy, her body trembling slightly. This was the man she deeply loved, a talent as sharp as the finest blade, cutting through every ounce of doubt and ridicule with a single strike. Her gaze shifted to Lu Jijia, a sharp edge of mockery flashing in her eyes. Lu Jijia, now pale as if plunged into an icy abyss, was drenched in cold sweat. His wide, empty stare and trembling lips painted the picture of disbelief. Words clawed out of his mouth, barely audible. This is impossible. Parents with just B-class genes. How could he be SSS? For a split second, he looked like he wanted to wake himself up from what he hoped was a nightmare. His face contorted in pain and sheer denial. The confidence and arrogance he'd worn moments ago had shattered into pieces, leaving nothing behind but despair. The A-rank talent he once prided himself on now looked utterly ridiculous, laughable compared to the overwhelming presence standing before him. At that instant, everyone's gaze shifted to Lu Jijia. And me? I stood amidst the thunder, a commanding presence that silenced the entire room. Boom. The residual reverberations of the lightning hadn't even faded as I remained standing in front of the awakening crystal. My sharp, sword-like eyes scanned the crowd, arcs of electricity still swirling faintly around me. The classroom was dead silent, not a single sound, save for the faint hum of tension in the thickened air. No one bothered sparing Lu Jijia another glance, all eyes now pinned firmly on me. The overwhelming aura emanating from me felt so oppressive it seemed even the air itself quivered under its weight. Is this what an SSS rank ability user looks like? Someone muttered quietly, their voice trembling in awe. A mere awakening, and the entire room was subdued. What kind of heights could such a power soar to in the future? From the doorway, the principal beamed with so much pride that even the shiny bald patch on his head seemed to glow. Ha ha ha. Lingwu Academy is finally going to rise to the top. He burst into laughter and frantically pulled out his phone, his emotions boiling over in every word. Report this immediately. The second SSS rank ability user in the entire Federation has awakened. Initiate level 1 security measures for the entire school. Ensure his safety at all costs. I slowly retracted my hand as the electric arcs around me faded and dissipated. The classroom was silent once more. But this silence didn't bring comfort. Instead, it gripped everyone's chest like the eerie calm before the storm, making it hard to catch their breath. All the classmates were stunned, staring at me as if they were dreaming. Someone murmured under their breath, SSS tier. He's my classmate. At that moment, everyone's mind was filled with only one thought. Sharing a classroom with a prodigy like this must be a once-in-a-lifetime honor. I smiled faintly, letting my gaze sweep across the room. I wasn't surprised. When I looked at Suya, I curled my lips into a smirk and said, I've awakened. Suya's lips parted slightly, and she was so overwhelmed she could barely speak. She only nodded lightly as if afraid of disturbing the significance of the moment. She had thought my potential might cap at an A tier, perhaps an S tier at most. Who could have imagined I was an SSS tier? Her mind raced with countless images. Azure Dragon Academy, Phoenix Academy. Those top-tier institutions wouldn't be waiting for me to apply. They would come, bowing their heads, desperate to recruit me. Resources, benefits, they would flood toward me like waves crashing on the shore. At that point, whether it was a co-ed school or an all-girls academy didn't matter anymore. A genius like me? Who could bear to let such talent slip away? Shaoli, come down, please. The vice principal beamed, though his smile betrayed a thin layer of nervousness. The other students still need to awaken. For you, there are more important arrangements. Let's find a quiet place to discuss. I nodded calmly and stepped off the platform. The moment I lightly touched the vice principal's arm, he ushered me out of the classroom without hesitation, clearly eager to avoid any further delay. Back in the classroom, Suya stayed behind to manage the awakening ceremony. Though the awakening crystal was almost shattered by my power, thankfully, it held together well enough to carry on. However, everything that followed seemed to lose its significance. Even when someone awakened an S-tier ability, it only sparked a few scattered gasps before the room returned to silence. With someone of my caliber appearing first, no one could compare, no matter how bright they tried to shine. In the corner of the classroom, Lu Jijia watched me stride out. His entire being seemed deflated, as if he'd lost his soul. His fists were clenched so tightly, his nails dug into his palms, yet he felt none of the pain. He had been expelled. But more crushing than that was my awakening. Lu Jijia hung his head so low, he looked like he was about to bury his face into the desk. He had once seen me as a rival, but now, he realized the stark reality. I had awakened an SSS tier ability. A tier, B tier? They were nothing more than specks of dust in front of me. He couldn't catch up. He couldn't even lift his head. Packing his things, he left the classroom silently. His steps were heavy, his presence hollow, like the shell of someone who had lost all purpose in life. When he passed by Suya and Lin Yuner, he paused, glancing up at them. But the two girls didn't spare him a single look from start to finish. Lu Jijia was utterly crushed. In his heart, only one thought remained. Retake the year. Transfer to another school. Repeat again. Carve out a safer, more stable path. Even if it meant falling behind, it would be better than facing the brutal chaos of the beasts and superpowered clashes. As for me, he dared not entertain even a sliver of vengeance. An SSS tier ability user? That was someone standing at the peak of the pyramid. Character. Taking even one step closer meant stepping into the zone of death. He thought he could still escape. But in my arrangement, everything had long been decided. The principal's office was brightly lit. I was sitting in the armchair, while the principal, vice principal, and dean stood before me like 3 obedient students. Shaoli, congratulations. The principal rubbed his hands together, smiling from ear to ear. With your talent, you're destined to soar to great heights and command the respect of thousands. Our Lingwu Academy will also regain its former glory because of you. Enough, cut it out. I raised a hand to stop him, my tone firm. Old man, just get to the point. Stop beating around the bush, it's annoying. The principal froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. All right, I'll get straight to it. The laughter vanished as his expression turned serious in an instant. Shaoli, you've awakened an SSS level ability. This is an incredible achievement, but for you, it's also the beginning of danger. Do you have any idea how many people out there don't want to see another SSS level ability user emerge in the Grand Xia? Your awakening made too much noise, sky's light touching the ground, visible from all corners. There's no way to keep it hidden. I leaned against the armrest of the sofa, narrowing my eyes slightly as I listened quietly. This situation? I was already prepared. The greater the talent, the bigger the trouble. Not to mention, when my sister Xiao awakened her S-level ability back then, the state immediately and quietly took her away. And as for the commotion I caused, it was at least 10 times more overwhelming than hers. I get it, old man, I said calmly, though my eyes glinted with sharpness. So, what do you want me to do? Don't worry. I've already reported your situation. The principal leaned in closer, his gaze filled with anticipation. The nation's top experts will soon arrive to protect you. At the same time, they'll discuss your future development plan with you. Plan? I arched a brow, my tone chillingly cold. My future requires someone else's intervention? The vice principal quickly waved his hands, smiling warmly. No, you've misunderstood. It's not about control, let alone issuing orders. It's about support. The state wants to understand your needs and offer full support for your training based on your wishes. Is that so? My tone softened a bit, a faint smirk playing on my lips. Well, that doesn't sound too bad. If the support's sincere, I won't turn it down. But if anyone tries to meddle, that's another story. The principal let out a long sigh of relief. He knew me well. I might seem laid back, but at my core, fierce as can be. If things go south, I'll flip the table without hesitation. All right, it's settled then. The principal's tone shifted suddenly as his face lit up with a fawning smile. But before you leave, you've got to help our academy with one small thing. And what might that be? I raised my eyebrow. Here's your translation, adjusted to fit a more natural flow and conversational tone familiar to an American audience. Here's what I need you to do. Shoot a quick video, and when you see those national reps later, put in a good word for the academy, will ya? Just these 2 tasks. Easy enough, right? Yeah, got it. I replied with a nod, then rubbed my fingers together, my expression playful. But hey, old man, shouldn't there be, a little something extra for me? Can't expect me to do this for free. The principal froze for a moment, caught between laughing and crying. The vice principal and the dean nearly choked trying to hold back their laughter. Not every day you see the principal pushed into a corner like this. Gotta savor these rare moments. With a pained expression and a deep sigh, the principal reached into his pocket, reluctantly pulling out a gleaming jade pendant. He handed it over, his teeth practically grinding. This here is a treasure I crafted using bones from a 7th-tier Mountain King gorilla. It'll protect you from any attacks below its tier. A real lifesaver. Like it. I took the pendant, my eyes lighting up as I weighed it in my palm before pocketing it. All right, since you're being so generous, you've got my word. I'll handle it. Wait a second, I've got another idea. The principal suddenly perked up, his grin growing wider and even more ingratiating. How about we put up a statue of you at the academy? What now? I raised a brow, giving him a look filled with skepticism. Right at the most prominent spot. He thumped his chest confidently. Anyone who steps foot into the academy will immediately know we produced a nationally renowned genius. I waved dismissively, shutting him down on the spot. Let's not. That's way too much. I don't mind standing out, but meaningless idol worship? That's just dumb. The principal was visibly deflated. That's when the vice principal chimed in, his eyes glinting mischievously as he coughed for attention. Well, you know, if we did put up a statue, it might just catch the attention of some of those cute female students. His words stopped me in my tracks. My eyes sharpened as I abruptly slammed a hand on the desk, standing up to full height. You think I'm that kind of person? The vice principal's face went pale, and he quickly opened his mouth to apologize, only for me to turn on my heel and head for the door, muttering under my breath. Why settle for students? Call me when the hot teachers show up. Bang! The door swung shut behind me as I disappeared from sight. For a moment, the office descended into silence. Then the three exchanged glances and erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Damn, old Luo, you really nailed it this time. The principal slapped the desk, his whole face glowing with excitement. Haha, just luck. Pure coincidence, the vice principal replied, dabbing at his forehead but grinning smugly. Once that statue's up and word about Shaoli spreads, this academy's name is going to skyrocket. The dean chimed in enthusiastically. Laughter rang out endlessly through the room. There you go. As soon as he spoke, his expression turned serious. Shaoli, you've awakened SSS level abilities. This is a monumental achievement, a blessing even. But you must understand that this gift signifies something else, danger. Do you realize how many people out there would rather Desya never produce another 3S level talent? Your phenomenon was far too grand. Heaven and earth seemingly connected, the spectacle reverberating everywhere. There's no way to keep something like that under wraps. I leaned against the armrest of the couch, my eyes narrowing slightly as I listened quietly. This turn of events? I had expected it long ago. The greater the talent, the more trouble comes with it. Besides, when my sister, Xiao Xiao, awakened her S-level ability years ago, the state wasted no time whisking her away without fanfare. And now with my awakening, the commotion I caused was at least tenfold of hers. Old man, I get it. My tone was calm but sharp-edged. So, tell me, what's your plan? Don't worry. I've already reported your situation, the principal said, leaning forward slightly with an expectant gleam in his eyes. The nation's elite will arrive soon to ensure your safety and discuss the roadmap for your future development. Roadmap? My brow arched, and my tone turned colder. Since when does my future need anyone else meddling in it? The vice principal quickly waved his hands, laughing as he explained, Don't misunderstand. It's not about controlling you, nor is it an order. It's support. The state wants to understand your needs and will fully back your training based on your preferences. Is that so? My expression softened a little, the faintest hint of a smile tugging at the corner of my lips. That doesn't sound half bad. If it's genuine support, I wouldn't say no. But if anyone plans to micromanage or boss me around, well, that's a different story. The principal exhaled in relief. He knew me well enough by now. I might appear laid back, but deep down, I was rebellious to my core. If the situation soured, I wasn't one to back down quietly. All right, it's settled then. The principal shifted his tone, leaning in with an ingratiating grin. But before you head off, how about doing something to promote the academy? Yeah? Promote how? I raised an eyebrow, looking up. Make a short video, and when you meet with the officials later, casually throw in a few good words for the academy. Just these two little things. Easy, right? Sure. I nodded, then slowly rubbed my fingers together with mock playfulness in my gaze. But, old man, shouldn't you show a little sincerity first? Can't be expecting me to work for free, can you? The principal looked torn between laughing and sighing, while the vice principal and the dean couldn't suppress their smirks. Few people could put the principal in such a position. Grimacing, the principal begrudgingly pulled something from his pocket. Gritting his teeth, he produced a lustrous jade pendant and handed it over. This here is a relic I crafted from the bones of a 7th-tier mountain overlord ape. It can block any attack from a tier 7 or below, essentially a life-saving treasure. Like it. I took it, my eyes lighting up as I twirled it in my fingers. Not bad. All right, since you're being so generous about this, leave it to me. Wait a second, I just had an idea. The principal suddenly had a light bulb moment, grinning even more sincerely. How about we set up a statue of you at the academy? What? I raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. We'll put it in the most prominent spot. The principal thumped his chest dramatically. That way, every new student walking through the door will know that our school produced a genius who shook the entire country. I waved him off and rejected the idea outright. No need. That's just way too showy. I don't mind standing out, but meaningless worship. What's the point? The principal looked visibly disappointed. The vice principal, however, had a glint in his eye and cleared his throat deliberately. Ahem, but if we do erect the statue, there might be more than a few girls at the school admiring you. Hearing that, my eyes sharpened, and I slammed the table as I stood up. Do you think I'm some kind of shallow person? The vice principal went pale, about to apologize, when I was already heading for the door. Under my breath, I muttered to no one in particular. Just girls? Beautiful teachers would be way more interesting. Bam! The door shut behind me, and I was gone in an instant. The office turned silent. A moment passed, and the three of them exchanged glances, then burst into hearty laughter. Lao Luo, you did it this time. The principal slapped the table, clearly thrilled. Huh. A complete coincidence. Purely coincidental. The vice principal said while dabbing his forehead with a tissue, beaming with pride. As soon as the statue goes up and Xiao Li's name spreads, our academy will be the talk of the nation, exclaimed the head of academic affairs eagerly. Ha ha ha. Their laughter echoed endlessly. I left the principal's office, my footsteps so light they felt like I was walking on air. Reaching into my pocket, I pulled out my phone and dialed Dad. The tone barely buzzed 3 times before he picked up. Dad, my awakening's done, I said bluntly, my voice carrying a hint of barely suppressed pride. There was a pause on the other end of the line. Then Xiao Shan asked, cautiously, that phenomenon that just happened over at the school, was that your doing? He clearly sounded like he wasn't sure. I shrugged and chuckled. Oh, that? Yeah, that was me awakening my ability. There was a noticeable twitch in Xiao Shan's voice from the other end of the phone. Brat, what kind of nonsense is that? Awakening an ability can shake the heavens and the earth? Isn't it just a B-level ability? Why can't you just admit it? B-level. I let out a dry laugh. Who told you I only have a B-level? You're kidding. His tone immediately shot up several notches. Don't tell me it's A-level? Huh. My son awakened an A-level ability. Damn, our family's about to turn things around. The pace of his voice suddenly sped up. Hurry up, or I'll tell your mom right away. You just wait. Click. The phone call ended abruptly. I stared at the now darkened phone screen and couldn't help but shake my head with a laugh. Come on, Dad. I didn't even get the chance to flex my SSS tier talent yet. Forget it. I'll let the school's official notice do the talking. Then they'll surely have the shock of their lives. When I returned to the classroom, everyone had already finished their awakenings. The moment I stepped through the door, the room fell into complete silence. Every single gaze immediately fixed on me. A mix of awe, admiration, and a faint sense of detachment. SSS tier. The kind of rarity that could make anyone hold their breath. In their eyes, the previously ordinary classmates standing before them had now ascended to a godlike figure. And their own futures? Destined to fade into insignificance, no more than specks of dust, unworthy even of standing in my shadow. Standing at the podium, Suya caught sight of me entering and simply nodded slightly, signaling for me to return to my seat. Despite the storm of questions and excitement brewing in her heart, she managed to hold herself back. There'd be time for that after class. I gave her a nod in return and headed to my desk. Out of the corner of my eye, I took in the various expressions on my classmates' faces, and Lin Yun'er's particularly serene and pure one caught my attention. She smiled gently, her voice as soft as a spring breeze. Xiao Li, congratulations on awakening an SSS tier ability. That's incredible. I looked her way and replied calmly. Yun'er, you're not doing too bad yourself. An S-tier talent is enough to outshine half the people in Lingwu Academy. There was warmth in my tone, but also a touch of quiet pride that couldn't be ignored. Lin Yun'er's cheeks instantly flushed a deep red. She lowered her head and fiddled with her ponytail, seemingly embarrassed. The corner of my lips lifted into a faint smile as I asked again. So, how did the rest of the class do with their awakenings? Lin Yun'er glanced around the classroom, then explained slowly. The awakening rate is around 70%, which is actually pretty good. Among those who awakened abilities, about 65% are C tier or D tier, and 25% are B tier. Only 6 people awakened with A-tier abilities. Hmm. I nodded. 70%, a figure above the national average, no doubt. But even so, it was just a fraction of the masses. The ones who would truly rise above the rest always amounted to only a select few. On the podium, Suya continued to explain the key points and precautions regarding post-awakening. I kept an attentive expression on my face, but in reality, my mind had already dived into the system space. A robotic loli-like voice echoed within my thoughts. Master, awakening complete. Personal stats panel has been unlocked. Would you like to view it now? Master, I recommend activating the Super Training Accelerator to quickly boost your rank. Stats panel. I raised a brow. Pull it up and let me take a look. The next second, a translucent screen materialized in front of me. The attribute panel materialized before my eyes. Host, Shaoli awakened. Level, Tier 1, Beginner, 1%. Bound Goddesses, Lin Yuner, Affection, 100%. Suya, Affection, 100%. Zhang Mengchen, Affection, 100%. Awakened Abilities. SSS Class, Silent Annihilation Thunder. C Class, Evolving, Physical Body Enhancement. Unranked, Talent Amplification. Weapons. Divine Artifact, Heaven-Splitting Spear. Evolving, Unyielding Brick. Inventory, Super Training Accelerator, System Store 90% off coupon. Sea God's Key, Mystery-Flavored Beans. Points, 300. Staring at the panel, a sharp glint flashed across my eyes. This was the foundation of my future. The path to becoming a powerhouse had only just begun. The corner of my lips lifted slightly as I murmured with a hint of anticipation. What about Phoenix Academy? Suya was momentarily stunned, but then broke into a smile. She turned and walked over to the desk, folding her arms as she leaned against it, looking right at me. Phoenix Academy? Are you serious? I arched a brow. What? Is it not worthy of my 3S class ability? Suya shook her head helplessly. That's not what I mean. Phoenix Academy actually has a solid reputation across the country, but they're more focused on arts, strategy, and teamwork. It's a better fit for support and coordination types. Generally speaking, 3S class ability users wouldn't consider an academy like that. I nodded, pretending to understand. So, you're saying it's not for me? Suya shrugged. Objectively, yes. Your talents are destined to take you to the pinnacle of battlefields and elite combat, the stage of true powerhouses, not some place filled with bookshelves, tranquil gardens, and gentle melodies. My gaze flickered, as if deep in thought, yet there was a playful glint in my eyes. But who says all I want is combat? Does Phoenix Academy not have stunning senior girls, beautiful mentors, or perhaps a legendary, unparalleled beauty hidden away somewhere? Suya immediately rolled her eyes. I knew it. You only have one thing on your mind. But to be fair, Phoenix Academy does have its fair share of beautiful women. I guess it suits your aspirations quite well. I burst into laughter. See? I knew every decision I make has meaning. Suya shook her head with exasperation. Daydreamer. The moment the recruiters from Tsanglong Academy or the military academy come fighting over you, if you even dare to mention staying at Phoenix Academy, I'd bet they'll pin you to the ground and beat some sense into you. The grin on my lips deepened as I murmured under my breath. Who knows? Maybe I'll turn Phoenix Academy into a new legend. Suya didn't reply. She just stared at me, her eyes studying my confidence-filled expression. For some reason, an odd sense of intrigue stirred in her heart, as if, just maybe, this young man might actually pull off the impossible. Year after year, accomplishing something beyond the ordinary, it seems possible. And her? She simply stood off to the side, watching silently. All right, enough with the nonsense. Suya waved her hand, turning back to sign some documents. Get yourself ready. If everything goes as expected, the people from the Brotherhood Academy should arrive in the next few days. She then tilted her head my way and added, Don't embarrass me when the time comes. I'm counting on you, genius, to hold up the fort. I nodded, stood up, and left her office. As the door shut behind me, a plan was already forming in my mind. Phoenix Academy. This could very well be another hidden mission. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of my lips, but deep in my eyes, there was an icy glint that no one noticed. Clearly, all of this was just the beginning. Suya, with her flawlessly painted features, suddenly widened her eyes. Lightning quick, she reached out and slapped my side, the clear sound echoing in the air. You little flirt. Surrounded by beauties, and yet you still want to head toward Phoenix Academy. Her tone was tinged with playful mockery, but her eyes betrayed her cautious thoughts. I cleared my throat, the teasing expression on my face vanishing, and spoke seriously. Going to Phoenix Academy is what's best for me. The environment there is exactly what I need to grow. Suya paused, a flicker of doubt crossing her gaze as she studied me for a moment. The look in her eyes grew increasingly complex. She could see that, for once, I wasn't joking. Why? She asked coolly, her brows knitting together in suspicion. I stayed silent for a brief moment. Of course, I couldn't tell her about the system that guided me. Instead, I let out a sigh and said resolutely, I can't explain it all yet, but you have to trust me. This is the right place for me. Suya pressed her lips together tightly, falling into deep thought. She knew full well that Phoenix Academy, while not as prestigious or commanding as Dragonspire or Vanguard Military, was a place coveted by countless individuals. Dubbed a sanctuary for women, it was full of breathtakingly beautiful ladies, each with unparalleled grace. And its principal? She was none other than Suya's aunt, something no outsider would ever guess. Given my newly awakened abilities, I would easily dominate at Dragonspire or Vanguard. Yet, I was insisting on Phoenix, the land where flowers bloomed endlessly. Her mental defenses started to waver. Suddenly, she let out a low sigh. It was like she had unraveled the truth behind my motives. A flirt at heart, now keen on immersing himself in a sea of goddesses? Surely, this wasn't about studying. This was about building a harem. The realization hit her like a storm. She clenched her fists and bit down on her lower lip. The next moment, she struck without another word, leaning in quickly and sinking her teeth into the side of my neck. Pain shot through me, but I didn't dodge. Instead, my gaze softened. Slowly, I raised my hand and gently stroked her midnight black, silky hair. Don't overthink it. I promise. Suya let go, taking a deep breath. She stared into my eyes, her voice firm and unwavering. No matter how many people surround you in the future, remember this. You belong to me, always. Far from leaving. Is that clear? The corners of my lips lifted slightly as I raised 3 fingers, my eyes filled with affection. I, Xiao Li, swear, in this life, through death and beyond, I will never leave. In that instant, the dimness in her eyes lit up, and she gently leaned into my embrace. When she turned away, her demeanor was calm and composed once more. Since that's your decision, fine. I'll contact the Phoenix Academy's headmaster right away. But you'll have to deal with both the Tsanglong and Junwu groups yourself. Don't worry, I'll handle them, I replied with a firm nod. Stepping out of the office, my eyes gleamed with excitement. The newly awakened spiritual energy within me flowed through my meridians like an intricate, steady stream. The feeling of awakened spiritual power, truly remarkable, I murmured to myself. But I knew this was just the beginning. Passive absorption alone would make my progress painstakingly slow. I needed to actively cultivate. An effective cultivation required one indispensable resource: spirit stones. In this age of spiritual resurgence, spirit stones were like a second lifeline for those with abilities. When I've built up some resources, spirit stones, spiritual materials, even medicinal treasures, there's no way I'm letting any of them slip past me. My fists clenched subconsciously. To stand at the pinnacle of power, to bask in worldly glory, that is my goal as Xiao Li. But just as I was fired up with determination, the air suddenly distorted, as if space itself were being torn apart. A shadowy figure appeared without warning. A black figure silently emerged in my path, prompting me to instinctively spring backward as arcs of electricity flared wildly around me. The sharp tang of burning filled the air instantly. Standing before me was an elderly man. He appeared to be in his 60s, his messy, white hair cascading to his shoulders. Dressed in gray robes with a wine gourd hanging from his waist, he exuded the aura of an otherworldly immortal. Yet, his free-spirited demeanor made him an enigma impossible to decipher. He stood motionless, but his gaze, it was like a thunderclap, boring straight into the center of my awakened power. In that split second, It felt as if his mere look had ripped through the heavens and earth. My chest felt like it had been struck by a giant hammer, and a suffocating pressure crashed over me. This man, he's not just strong, he's a monster. I gritted my teeth and steadied my mind, every fiber of my body taut, as I cautiously withdrew my lightning. I knew all too well, resisting someone like him was no different than courting death. May I ask who this elder before me is? I suppressed my shock and carefully ventured. The old man grinned, but didn't reply. Instead, he removed the gourd from his waist and opened its lid. Immediately, the aroma of alcohol filled the air. It was so rich and potent, like a blazing fire ignited in the night, searing straight into one's soul. With just a single whiff, my spiritual energy surged within me, exploding exponentially. I glanced down in disbelief. My stats had jumped directly from Tier 1 beginner, 1%, to 15%. Before I could process what was happening, the old man tipped the gourd back, took a swig, and closed his eyes in satisfaction. Then, without a word, as if indifferent to the explosive change his presence had induced, he casually, "Toss me the gourd," I said. He hesitated for a moment, but followed through. Instinctively mimicking his earlier actions, I lifted the gourd and took a hearty gulp. A fiery heat laced with a sweet undertone rushed down my throat, spreading like an inferno through my entire body. I couldn't stop. Within just a few swigs, I had already drained half the gourd. "You brat." The old man's expression darkened as he snatched the gourd back, glaring at me while his beard puffed indignantly. "Do you have any idea how precious this wine is? And you're just downing it like cheap swill. I'm just helping you out." I boldly smacked my lips and grinned shamelessly. "It's not good for your health to drink so much at your age, old man." "Rubbish," the old man bellowed, visibly fuming. "This spiritual wine is worth more than the entirety of your family's wealth. And you've just wasted it." I froze mid-thought. "Wait, I'm the young master of Lin City's wealthiest family. My family's worth can't even compare to a few sips of this wine. That can't be right." I forced a grin as my stomach churned. Still, I played it cool, retorting, "No worries. Give me some time, and I'll get you another gourd just like it." Before I could even finish my sentence, a sudden burst of searing heat erupted inside me out of nowhere. Molten energy coursed through every inch of my being. My muscles locked up as beads of sweat poured down my body, gathering into streams. It felt like I might combust at any moment. "Sit down. Cross your legs." The old man clapped me on the shoulder with a firm hand and barked in a no-nonsense tone. "This spiritual wine is a treasure beyond comprehension. Your body's too weak to handle it. Start circulating your inner energy to absorb it before it consumes you." Enduring the sharp, scorching pain, I obeyed at once, closing my eyes to focus on channeling my spiritual energy. I could vividly sense the violent power rampaging through my body, crashing against my abilities like waves of a typhoon. My muscles screamed as they tore and reknit themselves over and over. My bones ached with a mix of pain and tingling numbness. It was as though the raw energy was refining every inch of my blood and flesh, reshaping me entirely. System enhancement in progress. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in my head. Moments later, I snapped my eyes open, feeling as though blades of light now gleamed within them. Shock and exhilaration warred within me. My spiritual energy had surged through 2 entire minor levels in one go, and my abilities experienced an unprecedented leap as well. Congratulations! Your C rank evolvable ability, body reinforcement, has upgraded to B rank. But that wasn't the end of it. The lava-like energy within me flared up again with renewed intensity. My stats shot up like a rocket, climbing steadily until they finally halted at stage 1 high level, 56%. At the same time, congratulations! Your B rank evolvable ability, body reinforcement, has upgraded to A rank. I stood there, wide-eyed, my mind spinning with one singular thought. Just a few gulps of wine caused all this. Who on earth is this old man? The power coursing within me roared to life, overwhelming and exhilarating. As I clenched my fist, a soft cracking noise emanated from my knuckles, like the echo of distant thunder. My spiritual energy, vast and overflowing, was at least tenfold what it had been before. I lowered my gaze to my palm, astonished to see my skin faintly glinting with a metallic sheen. Blades and bullets could no longer pierce me. That much was clear. And yet, even more astonishing was a newfound confidence swelling in my chest. Somehow, I just knew. If I struck the ground with all my might, the earth itself might quake beneath me. A deafening blast demolished half the building. So this is the true power of an SSS class ability user. I muttered under my breath, a smug grin tugging at the corner of my lips. Feels good. I took a deep breath to calm the excitement surging in my chest, then bowed slightly toward the old man standing opposite me. Thank you for the fine wine, senior. Might I ask for your esteemed name? The old man stroked his beard, then hung the gourd back on his waist with a faint smile. I am Ming. I came here today specifically to get to know you, young one. Oh, I raised an eyebrow, a flicker of caution passing through my eyes. Ming seemed unconcerned by my expression and continued. You've awakened one of the rarest SSS class abilities in the world, stirring the attention of the entire nation. Such a gift is extraordinary. The state has sent me to observe you openly and secretly protect you for a time. When I heard the word protect, a sinking feeling struck me, and I frowned slightly. So, you're here to monitor me? Ming saw through my thoughts and chuckled. Don't overthink it. My role is to ensure your safety, especially during this critical period of your growth. Unless you face a genuine, life-threatening danger, I won't interfere. Does the state have other arrangements? I pressed further, my mind already working through possible contingencies, like assigning me to a specific academy or imposing mandatory responsibilities. If the Great Xia government tried to take away my freedom, I'd rather pave my own path and escape their grasp. Even though I had only recently awakened, I was well aware of the magnitude of my abilities. Ming paused, his gaze turning slightly cold as it drifted toward the shifting shadows beneath the distant trees. A true powerhouse chooses their own path. The state will not dictate your choices. What we aim to foster are top-tier individuals capable of upholding the dignity and peace of the Great Xia. Leaders, not puppets who blindly follow orders. His words hit me like a hammer, each syllable reverberating deeply in my mind. In that moment, I realized the vastness of the vision held by the higher-ups of the Great Xia, a perspective that set them apart from the mundane politics of ordinary nations. Walk your own path with confidence, Shaoli, Ming said as he turned away, his smile layered with meaning. As long as you breathe, with the shield of Great Xia upon you, no one will dare harm you. With that, the air around him rippled like water, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished into thin air. I stood there, lost in thought. After a long while, I finally took a step forward, a renewed sense of determination igniting within me. In just a few short hours, the news of Xiao Li's awakening as an SSS class ability user swept through Linsheng like a raging storm, spreading across the nation and even reaching global ears with rocket-like speed. The second SSS class ability user. The headline dominated every corner of the internet, igniting a firestorm of discussion. People shared the news wildly, debating it with fervor. 2 SSS class ability users within one nation. What a mind-blowing phenomenon. The entire nation was bursting with joy, their hearts ablaze with pride and excitement. Meanwhile, in other countries, the shocking news sent waves of panic through their ranks. This changes the global balance of power entirely. Voices filled a high-level meeting room in a foreign country. Nations friendly with the Xia scrambled to draft plans, desperately trying to solidify their alliances. Hostile nations became even more wary, some even resorting to the suggestion of assassinations. Spies and agents from all over quickly gathered, attempting to infiltrate Lin City. Unfortunately for them, as soon as they crossed the border, they were swiftly and mercilessly cleared out. The Xia was not a place anyone could casually infiltrate. Unbeknownst to me, dangerous crises that I might have faced had already been quietly eliminated by the country before they could reach me. Those assassins aiming to disturb my life. They either couldn't get close to Lin City or had their names erased from the darknet. At the same time, my parents were placed under state protection. In the study, my father held a newspaper, his expression blank with disbelief. Honey, did you hear clearly? Our son, he's actually an SSS grade ability user. It's real. My mother's face carried a blend of shock and joy, her hands trembling slightly. Does that mean our son is so many levels stronger than my measly degradability? My father gulped, struggling to find words after a long pause. This is insane. It's like something out of a fantasy novel. My mother clutched her chest, so overwhelmed that her breaths came unevenly. Suddenly, my father was overcome with pride. Spinning in place a few times, he impulsively swept my mother into his arms. "Husband, this is a family matter. Take it easy." Though her dress was faded, the rosy blush on her cheeks flared anew. That night, peace was too much to ask for. As for me, I had already firmly planted myself at the center of the storm. What the future held, no one could predict. But I knew this much. It was just the beginning for me. Sitting in the back row of my classroom, I leaned lazily against the chair. Outwardly, I appeared relaxed, but inside, my thoughts churned like a storm. After awakening my abilities, I could vividly feel the changes. My body was like a ferocious beast newly roused from slumber, raw strength coursing madly through my veins. An A-grade physical enhancement didn't just mean explosive improvements in strength, speed, defense, and recovery. It also brought a crushing confidence. I clenched my fists, the cracking of my knuckles echoing softly. Finally, I don't have to waste time tangling with those small fries anymore. The corner of my mouth tugged upward. So what if my spiritual energy runs out? These fists could still break through anything. And that's not even mentioning the fact that this ability will evolve. Once it reaches SSS grade, even relying solely on my physical body, I'd be able to crush every enemy into submission. At that thought, the disdain in my eyes deepened. No need for flashy bells and whistles. True power lies in settling things with a single, overwhelming punch. That's the real truth. The ultimate trump card, my SSS-ranked ability, Silent Annihilation Thunder. The system interface had a few lines of description. Simple, yet absurdly domineering. Asterisk Thunder of Divine Judgment. Power to annihilate worlds. Asterisk. I scanned over the tier 1 abilities. Lightning Strike, Thunderburst, and Thunderblink. One delivers a deadly single-target kill, one devastates an area, and one allows a high-speed assault. Offense, defense, mobility, all in one. Nearly flawless. A sharp glint flickered in my eyes. SSS rank truly lives up to its name. If I unleashed its full strength, I might even withstand a killing blow from a top-tier powerhouse. On top of that, there's my innate talent, one even the system didn't bother rating, talent enhancement. Just reading the description sent a shiver down my heart. Upgrade another's innate ability quality. I couldn't help but chuckle. Given enough time, I could mass-produce an army of SSS tier elites. By then, who in the world would be able to stop me? I closed the system panel, leaning back against my chair, my expression calm, yet basking in the subtle gleam of danger resting in my eyes. On the podium, the teacher droned on and on about the exam schedule, dully enough to make anyone fall asleep. But the atmosphere in the classroom shifted subtly, heavy, almost suffocating. All because of me. Reaching out, I lightly twirled a strand of Lynn Yuner's long hair from the row in front of me, wrapping it around my fingertips. Her body froze. Her face turned an instant shade of red, and she couldn't even muster the courage to turn her head. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the classroom. The dean burst in, clearly out of breath, shouting, "Shaoli, come out. Someone's here to see you." I lifted my gaze, my tone casual as I asked, "From Tsanglong Academy? Or Military Arms Academy?" My voice was calm, barely above a murmur, but the classroom fell silent as a graveyard. The director paused momentarily, then let out a somewhat embarrassed laugh. Both of them are here." The class erupted in murmurs. As for me, I merely chuckled, standing up and dusting off my uniform. Finally, my turn to step onto the stage. I followed the dean out of the classroom, my steps leisurely, like I was out for a stroll. But deep down I knew, this confrontation, it wouldn't be simple. Soon, we stopped outside the principal's office. The dean leaned closer and whispered conspiratorially, "Inside are representatives of both Tsanglong Academy and Military Arms Academy. They're here trying to recruit you." I raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Interesting," he quickly added, his tone tinged with flattery. "These are the two top colleges in the Great Xia Kingdom. Don't be too quick to accept. Let them sweat a little first. Then, He pushed open the door for me. As I stepped inside, my gaze immediately landed on the sofa. Two figures stood up simultaneously. One was clad in a military uniform, his build burly, his sharp features chiseled like a blade's edge. Axe-sharp intensity surrounded one, exuding an overwhelming aura of the battlefield, deadly and commanding. In contrast, the other seemed refined and gentle, with an easygoing smile. Yet, buried within that seemingly polite gaze was an undeniable edge, sharp as a blade. One firm, the other soft, creating an intriguing juxtaposition. The principal of Lingwu Academy immediately stepped forward, his demeanor excessively respectful, almost to the point of overdoing it. "Gentlemen, this is the pride of Lingwu Academy, Shaoli. I'm sure you're both aware, he's the second person in Daxia's history to awaken an SSS grade ability. An unprecedented genius." Before the principal even finished speaking, the mentor from Songlong Academy, Wang Qian, extended a hand with a courteous smile. "Shaoli, I'm Wang Qian, a senior mentor from Songlong Academy. I've heard so much about you." Not to be outdone, Zhou Jiangwo from the military academy stepped forward at the same time, his voice booming like a drum. "Shaoli, I'm Zhou Jiangwo, the head instructor of the military academy. It's an honor to finally meet you." I shook both their hands in turn, my expression calm and composed. "I've heard much about you both," I replied evenly. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed the principal and vice principal of Lingwu Academy had quietly retreated to the sidelines, holding their teacups as if to spectate from the shadows. Internally, I scoffed. What's the matter? Are they so afraid I'll be swayed by these two that they don't dare to speak up themselves now? Once everyone settled into their seats, Wang Qian was the first to speak, his smile warm and friendly. "Shaoli, I think you probably have an idea why we're here today." Leaning back in my chair, my tone remained indifferent. "You're here to recruit me." Wang Qian didn't bother with pretense and went straight to the point. "Songlong Academy is the #1 institution in all of Daxia. If you come to us, we'll funnel all available resources your way. Both our vice principal and principal will personally guide you, helping you ascend to the pinnacle and become a powerhouse for our nation." Zhou Jiangwo let out a cold snort, cutting in without ceremony. "Save your fancy talk. Shaoli, let me give it to you straight. Songlong Academy's students? 8 times out of 10, they end up getting thrashed by graduates from our military academy." His gaze locked onto mine, sharp as ever. "The military academy only teaches one thing: real-world combat. 7 senior instructors will train you directly, and you'll have your pick of resources. Where else are you going to find an offer this solid?" Wang Qian's smile didn't falter, though his brows twitched slightly. "Chief Zhou, that's quite the overstatement, don't you think? Let's not forget, the military academy's casualty rate is several times higher than ours. Shouldn't you address that little detail first?" He turned his attention back to me, his voice laced with subtle persuasion. "Shaoli, the military academy might as well be a war zone. You're waking up at the crack of dawn for grueling training, bunking in the bare minimum of accommodations, and could be sent to battle mutant beast nests at any moment. Is that truly the life you see for yourself?" Zhou Jiangwo's face darkened as he slammed his palm on the table with a resounding thud. "Enough with the mudslinging. The military academy rewards victories with military merits, and those merits correspond directly with your rank." His eyes bore into mine, his voice ringing heavier with each word. "Shaoli, if you're aiming to achieve something monumental, if you want the fastest path to an officer rank, then the military academy is your best shot." A hint of desperation. "Shaoli, this isn't a decision to take lightly." He raised his voice. "Choosing the wrong academy could jeopardize your entire future." Zhou Jiangwo leaned in, his brows furrowing deeply. "That's right. As an SSS level awakener, you're standing at a crossroads. Think about the potential you're wasting." I met their increasingly anxious gazes, unshaken. Slowly, I straightened up in my seat, the faint smile never leaving my lips. "It's not about wasting potential, gentlemen. It's about my path. Phoenix Academy aligns with what I want." Both men exchanged quick glances, their frustration clearly mounting. Principal Zhang, seated in the corner, coughed awkwardly as if sensing the volcanic eruption about to occur. Wang Qian slammed his hand against the desk again, his face darkening. "You don't understand what's at stake here, Shaoli. Phoenix Academy can't provide the advanced training, the equipment, or even the competitive peers you'll need to reach your full potential. It's a girls' school. Zhou Jiangwo chimed in urgently. Exactly. You're not just any student. SSS level awakeners are 1 in a billion. By going to Phoenix, you're throwing away opportunities that people can only dream of. Their words washed over me without effect. A storm brewed in the room, but at the center of it, I remained calm, rooted, as if none of their arguments could move me. Leaning forward slightly, I looked them in the eye, my tone resolute. I understand your concerns, but I've said it before, and I'll say it again. My decision has already been made. The room fell silent once more, weighty with unspoken thoughts and frustrations. The two men stared at me in disbelief, their minds clearly racing for another way to sway me. Instead, they finally slumped back in their chairs, defeated. Fine, Zhou Jiangwo muttered through gritted teeth, his voice heavy with reluctance. If that's truly what you've decided, we can't stop you. Wang Qian, however, wasn't ready to give up so easily. He fixed me with a sharp look, as if trying to analyze every detail of my choice. There's no undoing a decision like this, Shaoli. I hope you understand what you're giving up. I stood up, brushing invisible dust off my shoulders. I do, and I appreciate your concern. Tilting my head slightly, I offered them a faint, almost playful smile. But not all roads lead to the destination you imagine. My path is my own. Without waiting to hear their next argument, I turned and walked toward the door. In the silence that followed me, I could feel their gazes burning into my back, part confusion, part frustration, and a hint of unwilling admiration. As I reached the door, I paused and looked back briefly. Thank you for your time. I hope you'll come to respect my choice. And with that, I stepped into the hallway, leaving behind a room suffused with disbelief and lingering defeat. Phoenix Academy, here I come. Angered, he exclaimed. Ridiculous. I understand a young man like you being captivated by beauty, but staking your future on such a decision? Don't you think that's absurd? Zhou Jiangwo spoke earnestly, trying to reason with me. Come on, kid, I get it. You're young and full of spirit. But even in our military academy, we've got plenty of remarkable young women, sharp, valiant, and no less impressive than those in Phoenix Academy. Why don't you come take a look? I let out a sigh in my heart. You just don't get it. As impressive as Tsanglong Academy is, as prestigious as the military academy might be, neither can compare to Phoenix Academy when it comes to certain specialized rules. What the system demands isn't good enough. It's quantity. Goddess quantity, to be exact. Not to mention, no men allowed in Phoenix Academy. If I don't enroll, how am I supposed to complete missions surrounded by beauties? Just as I was about to explain myself further. Boom. A deafening explosion shattered the office doors. 2 blazing fireballs shot in like meteorites. Their targets? Wang Qian and Zhou Jiangwo. The two reacted instantaneously, dodging with swift movements. The very next second, a thunderous voice shook the entire office. Wang Qian. Zhou Jiangwo. You old dogs. Done living, are you? The voice carried an overwhelming rage, pressing down with such force that it felt like a weight crushing my chest. Wang Qian's face turned as pale as a sheet. Oh, hell no. How the hell did that lunatic woman get here? At the shattered doorway, a figure clad in red slowly stepped in. A blazing, fiery dress. An unmatched, ethereal beauty. Flames rolling around her like a volcano on the verge of erupting. Her presence alone felt divine, untouchable. Presenting the current headmaster of Phoenix Academy. Feng Shui. The moment the fireballs came flying in, my breath caught in my throat. The searing flames rushed like vengeful meteors, streaking toward Wang Qian and Zhou Jiangwo at lightning speed. The two responded at the same instant, a razor-sharp wind blade from one and an electric barrier from the other, colliding head-on with the fireballs. But the next moment, boom, the fireballs detonated violently. The shockwave blew them off their feet, shattering bookshelves and splintering wood across the room. Loose pages burst into the air like a torrential downpour. Standing amidst the chaos, my gaze locked firmly on the office's doorway. For someone to overwhelm Wang Qian and Zhou Jiangwo, both top-tier powerhouses, this intruder had to be beyond formidable. After all, Wang Qian was a top-level instructor at the Tsanglong Academy, and Zhou Jiangwo was the lead combat trainer at the military academy. In any other scenario, they'd be nearly untouchable. Yet now, their faces betrayed an unmistakable wariness. I narrowed my eyes. So, Phoenix Academy's really bringing out the big guns to recruit me, huh? Click, click, click. The rhythmic sound of heels striking the floor echoed. Each step resounded as if pressed directly on the chest. The soft amber glow of the sunset outlined a slender silhouette walking against the light. Her scent carried tantalizing allure, yet there was no mistaking the deadly danger that also enveloped her. In that moment, her presence seemed to dominate the entire room, making even the air feel heavier. I paused my breath for a second. The crimson cheongsam hugged her elegant curves perfectly, and the slit revealed a glimpse of her fair, slender leg, enough to make anyone's gaze linger. Her hair fell in soft waves, her features inherently seductive, though tinted with an air of danger. Almost at the same time, the system notification chimed in. Goddess-level character detected. Initial affection automatically set to 30%, awarding 30 points. Su Xin. I uttered the name softly. She approached me, looking down at me with a frosty elegance in her smile. Her red lips curved slightly, but the chill in her expression was as sharp as a blade. In the next second, she raised her hand. With a firm yet teasing motion, her fingertip hooked under my chin. Her breath was light, but her words were razor-sharp. Little one, staring at me for so long. Are you looking for trouble? The air grew tense in an instant. Wang Qian and Zhou Jiangwo's expressions shifted sharply. They were clearly waiting for me to embarrass myself. But I didn't back down. Instead, I stepped forward. What? My chest brushed right up against hers, leaving almost no space between us. Wang Qian and Zhou Jiangwo's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Su Xian raised an eyebrow, a flicker of amusement sparkling in her cold gaze. I met her eyes, my voice steady. From the moment I first saw you, I knew you were the one I wanted to protect for the rest of my life. The room fell silent. You're the light in the darkness, illuminating my entire world. No matter what it costs me, even my life, I'll protect you forever. Su Xian's expression faltered for a slight moment. And that's when the system chimed again. Ding! Goddess Su Xian's affection level has surpassed 40%. Gained 10 points. I knew it. The first step was a success. Wang Qian and Zhou Jiangwo froze in place. Their faces twisted like they'd just swallowed sour lemons. This kid's only 19, right? Wang Qian muttered under his breath. How can he say stuff like that? But what was even more shocking was Su Xian's reaction. The ice-cold look on her face had the faintest touch of color, a blush spreading lightly across her cheeks. For a brief moment, her gaze even seemed a little dazed. But she quickly recovered, taking a step back to regain her composure. Don't get ahead of yourself, little one. Her voice hadn't even fully dropped when she raised her hand. An intense pressure surged toward me instantly, like molten lava, enveloping every inch of my body. It felt like a mountain of iron was pressing down on me. Even breathing was a challenge. But the system chimed once more. Ding! Goddess Su Xian's affection level has surpassed 40%. Gained 10 points. Wang Qian and Zhou Jiangwo's faces fell, and they hurried to interject. Dean Su Xian, please go easy. He's an SSS-ranked talent awakener. Enough. Su Xian's frosty eyes swept over them. Do I need your instructions on how to handle my business? Just one sentence, and the two of them were silenced. Two renowned figures, a top-tier mentor and a head instructor, were left looking like scolded schoolboys, too afraid to utter another word. And so, the story continues. But me? I didn't look at any of them. Clenching my teeth, I took one step at a time towards Su Xian. Every step I took felt as if it was causing the ground to tremble beneath me. My knees shook, my bones audibly creaked, but I didn't kneel. Lightning exploded around me, the thunderous force taking on the brunt of her overpowering presence for me. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Xian's eyes. Not bad. An SSS-level power. You really are different, she said with a slight smirk, her lips curling upward. Then her aura intensified, the oppressive energy growing heavier. Let's see just how far you can go, she challenged. The weight pressing on my body almost crushed me, but I gritted my teeth and forced myself forward, step by agonizing step. Sweat drenched every fiber of my clothes. My fists clenched tightly, surging with crackling, violent lightning. Finally, I reached her, my trembling hands extended, but I still grasped hers firmly. Looking her straight in the eyes, I spoke deliberately, every word echoing with conviction. I'm not joking. Su Xian, from the moment you stepped into my life, your significance was already decided. Give me a chance. Let me be the one to protect you. Su Xian fell completely still, her entire body frozen in place. For a brief moment, the icy indifference in her gaze was shattered, as if struck by something that hit her deeply. I knew then, I had shaken her resolve. Please, I pressed, my voice softening. Give me a chance, will you? She remained silent for a long time. The stillness stretched until, almost unconsciously, she uttered a single word. Fine. Fine. The word hit me like a bolt of lightning, reverberating through the air with electrifying finality. Even Su Xian herself seemed taken aback the moment it left her lips. She hadn't expected herself to agree so easily or so decisively. And yet, in that moment, she did. Worse still, she hadn't just agreed to any random request. She'd said yes. Yes to a young man who had only just awakened his powers. And yet, her heart had indeed been shaken. From the moment Suya informed her that Xiaoli had awakened an SSS tier ability, Su Xian had been stunned. With the elite academy desperately trying to recruit him, Su Xian had rushed over personally, not just to enlist him, but to secure the talents of such a rare genius. Yet, what she hadn't foreseen was that she'd end up risking more than recruitment. She had almost let her own heart get swept away. Xiaoli was different. Unlike anyone else she had encountered, he wasn't cowardly or pretentious. He was direct, fearless, and real. Where others hesitated before her imposing aura, he charged forward. He dared to hold her gaze, dared to say the kinds of bold, heart-pounding words that most wouldn't dare utter aloud. He'd even had the nerve to grab her hand, and never wavered for a moment. Before Xiaoli, she had seen countless admirers, heirs to powerful families, prodigious power users, influential dignitaries, all orbiting around her, vying for her approval. But in the end, she sent every single one of them away. Xiaoli, though, he was unlike any of them. He didn't just dare, he was genuine. And then, just as the word fine left her lips, the system notification rang in my mind. Congratulations, host. Su Xian's favorability rating has increased to 60%. You have gained 20 points. 60%. I knew in my heart, this wasn't the end. It was just the beginning. Around us, Wang Qian, Zhou Jiangwo, and even the headmaster and vice principal stood there, completely dumbfounded. They were staring at me and Su Xian, their eyes practically popping out of their sockets. Especially after hearing her say that single yes. Their expressions were like they'd just seen a ghost. How was this even possible? The reigning goddess of Phoenix Academy, famous for her beauty and pursued by countless admirers, had actually conceded to me. Just like that, Wang Qian and Zhou Jiangwo exchanged a look, both thinking this was beyond absurd. But I wasn't paying them any mind, because Su Xian had already retracted her imposing demeanor. She looked at me, still dazed, and suddenly smiled. That smile was so dazzling it could make anyone lose their composure. The next moment, she raised her hand and flicked my forehead. Ow! Clutching my forehead, I couldn't help but gasp from the pain. Goddess, do you have to go so hard? That actually hurt. Su Xian let out a soft hum, her alluring eyes narrowing slightly. You little idiot, why are you grinning like that? Don't get too ahead of yourself. I only said I'd give you a chance. I didn't promise you anything else. I grabbed her hand, my tone steady. One chance is all I need. This time, I've stepped into your world. Next time, I'll walk right into your heart. Su Xian froze for a moment, her eyes flickering faintly. I could feel it. She was beginning to soften, bit by bit. She panicked, immediately pulling her hand away and turning her back on me. A faint blush colored her cheeks as she tried to hide her emotions with a cold, serious front. But there was no way I was going to let her retreat. Taking 2 strides forward, I caught up with her, pressing close at her side, my shoulder brushing against her arm. Hey! She glared at me. Her tone was icy, but the resistance in her demeanor was noticeably weaker. In fact, I could even sense her tolerance for me growing at an impressive rate. Then Su Xian glanced sharply at Wang Qian and Zhou Jiangwo and spoke directly. Enough with the nonsense. Xiaoli is mine. From today onward, He's officially a student of Phoenix Academy. Your Tsanglong and Junwoo academies have no claim to him anymore. She paused, her gaze turning frosty. Not happy about it. Feel free to try taking him from me. That was a power move if I'd ever seen one. I couldn't help but applaud her inside. This was exactly the kind of strong confidence I liked. This is the goddess I'm after. Wang Qian and Zhou Jiangwo's faces instantly darkened. Zhou Jiangwo sucked in a deep breath, forcing himself to speak despite the pressure. Dean Suexian, with all due respect, Phoenix Academy's resources might not be enough to support someone of Xiao Li's talent. Before he could even finish, Suexian let out a sharp laugh and cut him off. From now on, I'll be personally mentoring him. She crossed her arms over her chest, her voice cold and firm. In all of Daxia, there isn't a single person who can say I'm incapable of cultivating a student. Now, get out of my sight and go back to wherever you came from. You, Wang Qian and Zhou Jiangwo could no longer contain their frustration, their eyes locking onto me as Suexian's stance became crystal clear. They could only pin their hopes on me. Wang Qian said in a deep voice, Xiao Li, listen to me. Go to Tsanglong Academy. Strength rules all. When you stand at the peak, the beauties of the world will be yours to choose. Zhou Jiangwo chimed in urgently. Exactly. Power is everything. Without strength, no matter how much you have, it's all meaningless. The two of them stared at me intensely, as if trying to detect even the slightest hesitation on my face. Unfortunately for them, they were destined to be disappointed. Suexian gently raised her hand, her fingertip lifting my chin. A playful smile touched her lips as she teased. Xiao Li, your vow. It wasn't just empty words, was it? I looked at her. Her unique, faint fragrance lingered at the tip of my nose. My gaze locked with her eyes so bewitching they could steal a soul, and my heartbeat faltered for a moment. The allure of this woman was like a natural poison. Taking a deep breath, I smiled. What I've promised, I will never break unless I die. Looking straight at her, I stated, word by word, you asked me to protect you. I'll shield you from all storms. No matter life or death, I'll stay by your side. Suexian froze in place. Something soft within her seemed to get hit hard, and for a moment, the slightly naive boy from before seemed to shed his shell, revealing a man who was truly willing to shoulder burdens for her. All right, she murmured softly. Her cheeks flushed a hint of red, and the usual dominance in her eyes faded, leaving behind trust and maybe, just maybe, the faint stirrings of something she herself hadn't noticed. Wang Qian and Zhou Jiangwo were left dumbfounded. Their trump cards had all failed, just like that. And Suexian, this woman, was someone who no one would dare glance twice at, lest they lose themselves. I redirected my gaze and calmly stated, no need to talk me out of it. My decision is made. Phoenix Academy is the only path I'll take. The two of them exchanged glances, faces full of regret. Wang Qian sighed. If that's the case, I hope you don't let the Xia Kingdom down. The future of this nation still needs new pillars of strength. Zhou Jiangwo nodded solemnly. Xiao Li, grow strong, quickly. The crises of this world are already stirring beneath the surface. When the time comes, we look forward to seeing you shine. I nodded. I understand. The two of them departed, their backs weighed down with a sense of heaviness. The principal and vice principal also made an excuse about inspecting the rest of the campus, sneaking out hurriedly. As they left, they even tried to prop up the office door that Suexian had casually taken off earlier. Soon, the office was empty except for Suexian and me. She slowly stood up, her steps graceful as she approached. Her gaze carried a glint of light, scanning me from head to toe. Her inspection left me feeling uneasy, my back tingling. Why? Why are you staring at me like that? Suexian chuckled softly. What? Feeling shy now? You weren't this bold just a moment ago. I huffed. I was just not thinking. Attend to something else, but hesitated at the last second. Her voice softened, though her expression remained stern. Let go. You're not as charming as you think you are. I chuckled, a playful gleam in my eyes as I leaned in just a fraction closer. Who knows? Maybe I am, and you're just too stubborn to admit it. Her cheeks flushed again, clearly against her will, but she quickly composed herself, shooting me an icy glare. Focus on your training, or you'll regret it. Noted, I said with mock seriousness, raising my hands in surrender while stepping back. The glint in her, I made it clear this was no empty threat. Su Xin adjusted her sleeves, turning away as if to put an end to the conversation before it spiraled further. You've got 3 days. Don't waste my effort, or my patience. Message received, loud and clear. I replied with a grin, watching her walk away, her calm composure firmly restored. But even as she disappeared around the corner, her faintly reddened ears gave away just a hint of her inner thoughts. I smirked to myself, rolling my shoulders. 3 days, huh? This was going to be interesting. As my hand reached out for her head, I stopped just short, my fingers pulling back to deliver only the lightest flick. Feigning a dazed reaction, I glanced up at her with a playful grin. Feel any less mad now? Humph. Xu Xin pierced me with a sharp glare. You're so young, but your mind is always full of ridiculous thoughts. I shrugged at her response. Then, in a split second, I wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her close. My mischievous smile widened as I leaned in. About that reward you mentioned earlier. What do you say? No, she answered flatly, no room for compromise. But before another word could be said, I had already leaned in and kissed her. Her entire body went rigid, the frosty exterior she always carried cracking instantly, leaving her softened and visibly unprepared. My move was assertive, yet somehow restrained. As I pulled away, I whispered, "What about now? Changed your mind?" Her chest rose and fell rapidly as her gaze wavered. "No, not at all," she murmured, her voice trembling. Before she could finish, my lips claimed hers once more. This time, she was completely at my mercy, unable to pull away. I held her there, letting the warmth between us grow. Breaking apart just slightly, I asked again, my tone a deep murmur. "How about now?" Xu Xin's eyes stayed shut, and with the faintest, unconscious nod, she quietly choked out, "Okay." Ding. Congratulations, host. Goddess Xu Xin's affection level has risen to 70%. 10 points earned. The system's alert made my smirk widen. Suddenly, this mission didn't seem all that hard. Slipping my arms beneath her, I lifted Xu Xin, her delicate fragrance lingering as I carefully placed her down onto the couch. I sat beside her, ready to banter further, but before I could say a word, a small hand firmly gripped my ear, tugging with surprising force. "You little brat. How many people have you pulled these tricks on?" Xu Xin growled through clenched teeth, her glare practically searing my soul. I winced, trying to pry her fingers loose. "Ouch, ouch. That hurts." "Not so hard." She huffed and let go, though her fiery stare showed no sign of tempering. "Not that many, really. Just 2 or 3. I scratched the back of my head with a sheepish laugh, but thought to myself, well, in this life, it's only been about 2 or 3. Xu Xin's expression instantly chilled, her clenched fist cracking loudly as if testing its own restraint. I braced myself for another blow, but instead, she let out a long inhale, working hard to calm whatever jealousy bubbled within. Finally, her icy voice sliced through the silence. "Are they from this school?" Sorta," I admitted, rubbing the back of my neck uncomfortably. She stared at me long and hard, the intensity in her eyes unrelenting. Then, out of nowhere, her voice broke the awkward tension. "I have a few Phoenix Academy acceptance letters here. You know what to do with them, don't you?" I blinked in surprise. "You're not upset?" "Me?" She tilted her chin up arrogantly, her lips curling into a mocking smile. "Why should I be upset? I'm just your teacher, aren't I? Besides, having your friends join you might make your cultivation more efficient." I couldn't help the chuckle that escaped me. She sounded so fierce, yet her words were dripping with the kind of stubborn vulnerability that made you want nothing more than to wrap her up in your arms. I leaned in close, my voice low as I whispered, "You're the one I love the most." With just a few words, the killing intent emanating from Su Xin completely disappeared. She lifted her hand, brushing away my restless one, and shot me a sideways glance. "Don't think you can smooth things over with a few sweet words. You're asking for trouble." I chuckled and said, "Then I'll trouble my dear Su Xin to handle me with care from now on." "Oomph, you're so nauseating." She let out a laugh, though clearly exasperated, just as she was about to speak again. Suddenly, her expression hardened, and her gaze snapped to the window. A deep, resonant voice echoed in the air above. "Dean Su Xin, show yourself." It was quickly followed by a softer, more refined voice. Su Xin, it's been a long time. There's a matter I wish to discuss. May I come in? My brows furrowed. Who's here? Su Xin's eyes darkened, and she spoke slowly. The head of Junwu Academy, Long Zhantian, and alongside him, the head of Canglong Academy, Chen Xianji. I froze for a moment in surprise. She let out a cold laugh. Looks like those two from Lingwu Academy revealed your whereabouts to them. They're both here in person to poach you. Then, after a brief pause, she turned to look at me. But don't worry, they can't take you away. With that, she rose to her feet. The gentle allure she usually bore vanished instantly, replaced by an overwhelming aura of authority and dominance. Beneath her crimson qipao, flames began to faintly flicker into existence. With every step of her high heels, the intensity of the flames grew. I followed her, watching her intently. Her mastery over the fire spirit body had truly reached astonishing levels. Su Xin flicked her fingers, sending a spark of flame flying toward the office door. With a loud boom, the wooden door reduced to ash, and a scorched path extended in its place. Together, we stepped out, her leading and me following. Raising my head, I immediately spotted the two figures levitating in midair. One was dressed in flowing white robes, their long hair billowing in the wind. With a gentle elegance and strikingly handsome demeanor, he looked like a nobleman walked straight out of an ancient painting. The other man, however, was the polar opposite. Dressed in a black tank top, his muscular frame was riddled with scars, including a prominent one stretching from his forehead across his right cheek. The ruggedness only added to his intimidating aura. My heart skipped a beat. So these were the deans of the two great academies. The refined man's eyes landed on Su Xin, a hint of infatuation flickering within his gaze. But the moment he noticed me standing beside her, his brows furrowed noticeably. His voice was calm and warm, yet carried an undeniable sharpness as he addressed her. Su Xin, it's been a while. How have you been? Her gaze sharpened like blades, and she responded icily. I've been just fine, so long as you don't show up. Xiao Li, standing quietly at the side, couldn't contain his amusement anymore, snickering softly. I never thought Su Xin could roast someone like that. He muttered under his breath, the corners of his mouth twitching upward. I love this side of her. Absolutely love it. Chen Xianji, head of Canglong Academy, was clearly taken aback by the blunt comeback. With an awkward laugh, he said, Su Xin, we share some history. Do we need to be so hostile the moment we meet? She let out a cold scoff, her beautiful face now as frosty as ice. Chen Xianji, you and Long Zhantian rushed over here. You can drop the pretense. Isn't this all just about snatching people, are we? If it's already come to a fight, why bother with pleasantries? Nearby, Long Zhantian, whose muscles bulged like they were sculpted from steel, rolled his neck with a menacing crack of bones. His voice was firm, laced with aggressiveness. Since that's the case, I'll just be blunt. Dean Su Xin, our goal is simple. Take Xiao Li. His sharp, hawk-like gaze locked onto Xiao Li, his tone resolute. You should know that Phoenix Academy doesn't have the capability to cultivate an SSS-level gifted ability user. Hand him over to us. Only with our two premier academies working together can his true potential be fully unleashed. He turned to Xiao Li with a grin that revealed a hint of mischievousness. Kid, you're the one with the legendary SSS aptitude, huh? Seems the rumors are true. Join my Academy of Military and Combat. I'll personally train you. Resources? Unlimited. Oh, and I'll also help take care of your personal needs. He gave a sly wink, adding, plenty of pretty girls around here. Take your pick. I hear with talent like yours, they might be lining up. Before he finished, Chen Xianji chimed in with a more measured, gentle tone. Xiao Li, why not come with me instead? Azure Dragon Academy is the #1 sanctuary in the nation. I also have good news for you. Your sister, Xiao Xiao, misses you dearly. If you come back to Azure Dragon Academy, you two can finally be reunited. He paused, his voice filled with restrained excitement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. If you both shine together, it would be the brightest miracle in the history of the great Xian nation. Two radiant stars in one family. Chen Xianji's heart trembled with awe at the thought. Xiao Zhao's SSS level aptitude was already considered exceptionally rare, but for her younger brother to awaken the fabled SSS level ability? A regular, unremarkable family suddenly producing such prodigies. It seemed practically ordained by fate. Even Long Zhantian couldn't help but secretly marvel. Looks like the Xiao family from Lin City is about to soar to unprecedented heights. But before Xiao Li could even open his mouth to respond, Su Xian had already taken a graceful step forward, positioning herself in front of him. Her crimson lips parted slightly, her voice as cold as ice. Xiao Li will not leave. He is now a student at Phoenix Academy. No one is taking him. Long Zhantian crossed his arms, letting out a dismissive snort as the steel-like cords of muscle across his body visibly tensed. Su Xian, while you might be one of the strongest individuals domestically, don't forget, there are two of us here. No matter how strong you are, this is a fight you can't win. His arrogant statement wasn't unjustified. Su Xian was a name that commanded respect across the nation. In one-on-one battles, nearly no one could rival her. But now, she was faced with Chen Xianji and Long Zhantian together. Could she possibly hold them both off? Yet Su Xian stood her ground without a single step back, her phoenix-like eyes sharp as blades. Then go ahead and see if you can. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant as invisible sparks crackled between the opposing forces. Xiaoli glanced at Su Xian, a faint sense of pride creeping into his heart. Wow, look at this. The Azure Dragon Academy's dean has been silently in love with Su Xian for years, and it's gone absolutely nowhere. Meanwhile, I just met Su Xian today, and she's already standing firmly on my side. Can we count this as a win? Xiaoli. Suddenly, Su Xian turned her head, her voice softening ever so slightly. Today, stand right here and watch closely. This is what it means to face the strongest in battle. You should be careful, Xiaoli warned. Don't worry. Su Xian's lips curled into a confident smirk, and in the next moment, her figure shot into the sky. A streak of brilliant crimson soared upward, like a phoenix rising aflame. Two blazing streams erupted from the corners of her eyes and surged straight into the heavens, shaking the very sky. Her red gown billowed wildly, resembling wings of fire, as though a queen had descended upon the world. Enough with the talk. Let's fight. Only strength will decide the truth. Her icy voice rang out, thundering like a storm. Even before the echo faded, she had already launched herself high into the air. Chen Xianji and Long Zhantian exchanged a look and nodded in unison. A battle, there was no escaping it. But to contain the fallout from impacting the academy's students, the clash had to take place above. They followed her, leaping skyward as fire and fierce winds intersected, roaring up to the clouds. The spectacle immediately drew the attention of countless eyes at Lingwu Academy. Look, that's aerial void stride. Isn't that something only 8th tier or higher experts can manage? Exactly. All three of them are top-level powerhouses. Oh my god, they're actually gathering above our academy and getting ready to fight. Dozens of students had already pointed their phones skyward, trembling with excitement as they desperately recorded the breathtaking scene. Hey, do you see the person wrapped in flames? Who is she? How is she this stunning? That aura, that face. Nobody in our school even comes close to being in the same league as her. She's got insane power and looks like a literal goddess. She's straight out of everyone's dreams. One male student's eyes were practically sparkling. That's it. I've made up my mind. She's my ultimate goal. Once I become stronger, I'm going to chase after her. His companion rolled his eyes. Dude, I respect your ambition, but get real. Want me to splash a bucket of cold water on you? Get lost. The campus erupted into chaos, a volcano exploding with energy and noise. In the sky, the three figures hovered against the horizon. Not one dared to underestimate them. Lingwu Academy's headmaster, Lu Yifeng, and his vice-headmaster, Zhang Lishan, stood quietly in a corridor, gazing toward the distant battle-ready silhouettes. Their expressions were complicated. Zhang Lishan swallowed hard, his voice cracking as he spoke. Old Lu, those two, they're not. Lu Yifeng nodded silently. That's right. They're Chen Xianji and Long Zhantian. Zhang Lishan inhaled sharply. So, it's true, they've come in person to snatch someone. Looks like Phoenix Academy's headmaster won't be able to hold on to Xiao Li after all. Lu Yifeng's gaze remained deep and unreadable. With Xiao Li's talent, who wouldn't try to claim him? Zhang Lishan let out a bitter laugh. Those two big names probably thought they could just swoop in and take the prize without lifting a finger. But now that Xiao Li's chosen Phoenix Academy, they've panicked and come straight to his doorstep. Lu Yifeng, however, sneered faintly, his eyes glinting with cold amusement. Still, no matter how earth-shattering their battle gets, it has nothing to do with us. Whether Xiao Li stays or goes, Lingwu Academy won't lose out in the end. Two elderly men exchanged a glance and smiled, their excitement unmistakable. The surrounding students, however, felt their knees go weak. Wait, those are our principal and vice principal. Why do they look like a couple of gamblers? In Suya's office, the commotion outside shattered the previous calm. She stood up and pushed the door open, her gaze instantly drawn to the sky, engulfed in flames, roaring heat, and two looming, imposing figures. Suya's face turned pale. Why are even those two here in person? There was no time to waste. She hurried toward the principal's office. At the door stood Xiao Li, head bowed, lost in thought. Xiao Li, are you all right? Suya called out urgently as she approached, concern evident in her voice. What could possibly happen to me? Xiao Li looked up with a carefree smile. Suya scanned him top to bottom, finally letting out a small sigh of relief. Good. Her eyes shifted toward the fiery figure in the distance, her expression now complex. Chen Xianji and Long Zhantian are both stepping in personally. I don't know if my aunt can handle this alone. Aunt? Xiao Li was taken aback. Suya nodded resolutely. That's right, my aunt. You've met her before. She raised a hand and pointed toward the figure in the sky, majestic as a flame goddess herself. That's the head of Phoenix Academy, Xuxin, my aunt. She's your aunt. Xiao Li's pupils shrank, his lips trembling. That can't be possible. She looks way too young. Suya chuckled lightly. That's normal. My aunt awakened a top-tier ability and has focused solely on training since then. Her progress has been ridiculous. She's only a few years older than me, but her strength has already surpassed the last generation's elites by far. Xiao Li heard none of it. His mind buzzed like thunderstruck metal, completely scrambled. Xuxin is Suya's aunt? Doesn't that mean the goddess I have a thing for is related to the girl who has a thing for me? His lips dry and his thoughts spiraling out of control, Xiao Li began to panic internally. How is Suya supposed to refer to Xuxin moving forward? Sister? Or will she call me uncle-in-law? While Suya frowned, noticing his odd behavior, suddenly, boom, a deafening explosion ripped through the sky. They've started. Xiao Li's head shot up. High above, the atmosphere itself ignited as intense battle energy burned through the heavens. Xuxin hovered gracefully over the chaos, her steps encased in flames. With a delicate wave of her hand, she summoned an enormous dark red fireball, its diameter spanning almost 7 or 8 meters. The air warped from the heat as the fireball compressed further, the sheer energy nearly tearing through the dimension itself. Without hesitation, the fireball plummeted like a meteor, aimed directly at the pair below. Chen Xianji and Long Zhantian exchanged a brief glance before their auras spiked dramatically. With a roar, Long Zhantian swelled in size, his muscles expanding monstrously as his body shot up to over 30 meters tall. Dark runes spread across his form, turning him into a god of war. He swung a massive fist forward, meeting the fireball head-on. Boom! The fireball exploded with devastating force, flames engulfing his entire figure. The heat wave burst the clouds apart, exposing patches of the sky above. The oracle stood motionless, unmoving, but the air around him rippled, spreading like water disturbed by a stone. In the next instant, Xuxin made her move. Ignite! Her voice was soft, yet commanding, as her delicate hand swept downward. More flames surged forward like tidal waves. From the sea of fire, Long Zhantian leapt out, his pupils blazing with defiant arrogance. Let me see just how far your strength can really go. The air cracked under pressure, black runes flickered, and his fists surged forward, colliding head-on with the heavens' flames. The world shook beneath the sheer force. Down below, Xiao Li stood grounded, the fiery glow illuminating his face, hiding the storm raging in his heart. This is the world of the elite. The flames consumed the sky. It felt as though hellfire had descended. Waves of crimson swept in every direction, and the searing heat burned skin and made breathing a struggle. So this is the power of high-tier ability users? Xiao Li exclaimed, unable to rip his gaze from the blazing heavens above, his eyes brimming with fervent intensity. His chest heaved with labored breath, but within him, an unyielding desire ignited, fierce and undeniable. One day, this stage will be mine, not to catch up, but to surpass them all. Beside him, Suya stood quietly, her expression complex. She whispered, Aunt and those two. They're at the same tier. Azure Dragon Academy's Chun Oracle and Military Martial Academy's Long Zhantian. Neither of them are easy to deal with. She paused, her lips tightening slightly. Director Chun is an SS-grade air manipulator, the kind of power that defies logic. In his hands, air comes alive. And Long Zhantian, his control over the demonic dragon physique, makes him an unshakable force. If they team up, Ant won't stand much of a chance. Xiaoli clenched his fists, veins popping along his forearms. Su Xin wasn't just his protector. She was his only emotional anchor in this chaotic world. He believed in Su Xin's ability to win. But even so, he couldn't bear the thought of her coming to harm, not even a single strand of her hair. His gaze locked onto the three figures tearing through the very air above, his heart sinking under the weight of danger. The situation was perilous. He had to find Su Xin an edge. System, help me locate something that can tip the scales of this battle. There's got to be a way. Taking a deep breath, he frantically scanned the interface of the system, desperation driving his every action. Meanwhile, perched atop a nearby rooftop, He Ming leaned casually against a rail, holding a flask of wine. He took a slow sip, his narrowed eyes fixed on the aerial clash, a sly smile playing on his lips. Well, things are getting lively. That girl's not bad. Her mastery over flames is damn near perfection. Breaking through the 10th tier is just around the corner for her. He shook his head slightly, muttering to himself. Still, that Chun brat is cunning. And as for Long Zhantian, that old dragon's got skin tough enough to shrug off boulders. When the girl can't hold them off anymore, I'll probably have to step in and clean up their mess. Old bones like mine never get a rest. Under the vast heavens, flames swirled at Su Xin's feet as she hovered midair, her slender figure exuding an unstoppable force of authority. Ascension. A thunderous, earth-shattering hum tore through the skies as flames coalesced into the form of a mighty phoenix. Immediately after, a vast sea of flames surged upward, giving way to the arrival of an ancient and mysterious vermilion bird. With wings fully unfurled, its crimson glow nearly transformed the heavens and earth into a blazing inferno. Two sacred flames. Standing on the ground below, Suya felt the latent powers within her awaken as the vermilion flames inside her began to roil and surge uncontrollably. Awe filled her captivating eyes, and she murmured softly, "Aunt, she was truly born of fire." A fiery pillar birthed of the phoenix's crimson blaze clashed in tandem with the vermilion bird's scorching torrents, both roaring toward Chun Xianji and Long Zhantian. The world seemed to be swallowed in flames in mere moments. Chun Xianji's expression darkened as he slowly clasped his hands. The air around him appeared to freeze on the spot, and with a sudden burst of invisible force, he twisted the flaming pillar into an unnatural S-shape. Even then, a faint sheen of sweat marked his forehead. The divine birds of fire, this crushing power. So this is what a peak-level SS-ranked manipulator feels like, he thought as he retreated, his heart gripped by uncertainty. On the other side, Long Zhantian clenched his teeth and waved his hand, conjuring a pitch-black vortex in an instant. It collided with the breath of the vermilion bird, erupting into a tumultuous clash. The sheer force nearly shattered the vortex entirely. Feeling the searing pain crawling beneath his skin, Long Zhantian let out a low curse. Damn it! That brat's attack is much stronger than last time. Caught in the tension between relentless pressure and tenacious resistance, Su Xian embodied a goddess of flames as she commanded the phoenix and the vermilion bird with a mere wave of her hand, reigning supreme over heaven and earth. Her phoenix-like eyes turned icy, and her commanding voice rang with a single word. Burn. The synchronized cries of the phoenix and the vermilion bird reverberated across the battlefield as a tidal wave of flames erupted once more. Somewhere amid the turmoil, a subdued voice quietly muttered, Someone like me could never be worthy of someone like her. The bystanders on the ground were frozen in place, their faces devoid of expression. They dared not let a single intrusive thought linger as they stared at the godlike spectacle unfolding before them. Yet, Shaoli remained calm. Catching a fleeting moment where Long Zhantian faltered, his sharp gaze followed the skies closely as he murmured under his breath, "Just a bit faster. Just find another opening." Chun Xianji's barrier of compressed air finally shattered with a deafening crash. He swiftly clasped his hands together again, forcefully dispersing the final flames. However, his trembling hands, palms visibly scorched, the burns spreading clearly across them, told the price he had paid. This power is ruthless," he muttered through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, Long Zhantian roughly tore through the vermilion flames trapping him, leaving clear scorch marks across his body. But within the blink of an eye, healing energy spread over his wounds, returning him to his former state as if untouched. Licking his lips, he growled in a deep voice, "Such fire. It's worthy of my full attention now." Su Exen looked down at them coldly, raising her right hand unhurriedly as a golden flame rose abruptly around her. In that instant, the entire world seemed to freeze. From within those flames, a piercing, resounding screech echoed through the heavens as a divine beast with golden feathers, 3 mighty legs, and a solemn demeanor spread its wings and soared into the sky. A 3-legged golden crow. For the first time, a flicker of unease crossed Long Zhantian's face as he pressed his lips together tightly. The pinnacle of fire itself. You've actually managed to Jiahuan these beings in such a short time. If you're scared, then get lost. Su Exen spit out the words coldly. Scared? Long Zhantian laughed furiously. On the battlefield, I, Long Zhantian, have never known the meaning of fear. The flames around him erupted once more, roaring with an intensity that felt as though it could consume the world. The battle was plunging into darker, more unpredictable depths. The 3-legged golden crow, incarnation of the sun itself, emerged. The flames roared silently, yet their dominance and searing heat made it feel as though everything would be reduced to ash. With one summon, Su Exen called forth the golden crow. A sea of fire surged skyward, dimming the heavens themselves. Chun Xianji and Long Zhantian's expressions darkened simultaneously, a heavy weight settling in their chests. Old Chun, if this drags on any longer, we're finished. Long Zhantian growled, his gaze sharp as a blade. Chun Xianji gritted his teeth, taking in a deep breath. Fine, we go all out. A wicked grin curled on Long Zhantian's lips. He licked his tongue over his sharp canine, and the dark markings on his skin began to writhe and twist, transforming into a black, demonic dragon that coiled tightly around him. In an instant, heaven and earth seemed to resonate. The winds roared with feral intensity. Fight! With a deafening roar, Long Zhantian exploded into motion. The ground beneath him shattered as the void seemed to collapse under his feet. The shockwave rippled outward, shaking the foundations of the Lingwu Academy and sending countless students sprawling to the ground. His mountainous build soared into the sky, the air echoing with the sound of sonic booms. Below, Su Exen stood amidst her raging sea of fire, the flames curling and rising wildly, only to be suppressed and dented against the overwhelming pressure emitted by Long Zhantian. Golden flames erupted, and the 3-legged golden crow let out an ear-piercing cry. The fire surged forward, morphing into a blazing dragon that crashed toward Long Zhantian with a heat that could scorch the heavens. Long Zhantian sneered coldly. At his shoulder, the black dragon sprang forward and devoured the golden fire in one fierce bite. Boom! A thunderous blast erupted within his throat, and blood seeped from the corner of his lips. Is that all you've got? Long Zhantian wiped the blood away nonchalantly and continued his onslaught, lunging towards Su Exen with a vicious roundhouse kick that tore through the air with thunderous force. Su Exen's figure flickered like a shadow, swiftly retreating, while 2 flame-bound divine beasts charged forward to intercept. Boom! The vermilion bird's fiery feathers collided with the sweeping leg, dissipating in an instant and barely deflecting the blow. The phoenix followed closely, slamming into Long Zhantian's chest and momentarily halting his advance. With barely a pause, Long Zhantian clenched both fists and sent out a shockwave. The phoenix disintegrated instantly, scattering into countless fragments of light. Ugh! Su Xian staggered as the creature dissolved, a faint trail of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Down on the ground, Xiao Li's eyes widened in shock, his fists clenching instinctively. That old bastard. He dared to hurt her. His voice was low, cold, and filled with fury as a chilling intensity filled his eyes. Above, Su Xian flicked her sleeve, and flames surged once more. The three-legged golden crow released a thunderous screech that shook the world. Behind it, a radiant, miniature sun roared into existence, ascending to stand parallel with the true sun high in the sky. Together, the dual sources of blinding light illuminated the heavens, dazzling all who looked up. Gasps rose from below. Two suns. So this is the power of a top-level fighter. Despite the overwhelming heat from the colliding powers, Su Xian commanded the surging flames with precision, keeping the scorching temperatures tightly controlled. To the stunned crowd below, the oppressive heat gave way to a faint and unexpected coolness, leaving them unharmed. Meanwhile, Xiao? He didn't even glance at the twin blazing suns in the sky. His eyes were fixed solely on the smear of crimson at the corner of Su Xian's lips. Every drop of blood felt like it burned into his heart. Too reckless, cursing himself under his breath, Xiao Li instantly opened the system shop. System, filter for items that can ensure Su Xian's victory immediately. Filtering complete. Please check the results. His gaze swept across the rows of divine artifacts, eventually locking onto a single item, a feather, glowing with radiant swirls of light, burning crimson throughout. The blazing divine feather. This is it. He clenched his teeth, confirming the purchase without hesitation. Blazing divine feather, SS rank relic. A legendary object, said to surpass even the phoenix and vermilion bird. Its origins trace back to an existence of an even higher plane. Just one feather has the power to alter the tide of any battle. Special abilities asterisk. Divine flame, asterisk enhances fire energy with divine attributes. Blazing heat, asterisk triples the power of attacks. Divine authority, asterisk reduces energy consumption by 70%. Level ignored, asterisk usable by any fire wielder, regardless of level. Cost asterisk 350 points. Xiao Li's eyes glimmered as he stared at the blazing divine feather. In mere seconds, he made his choice. This is it. Without a hint of hesitation, he spent the 350 points. His points balance plunged, leaving him with just 20. But it didn't matter. Anything for Su Xian. Points can always be earned back. She's one of a kind. At that moment, the skies shifted once again. Su Xian's breathtakingly beautiful face was pale, smeared with traces of fresh blood at the corner of her lips. The injuries only added a fragile allure to the usual icy composure of the supreme warrior. In her hands, a miniature sun was forming, raging with unfathomable, stellar energy, a projection of an ignited star. Go! The cold command fell, and the brilliant blazing sun was hurled forth like a meteor ripping across the heavens. Its fiery tail streaked across the atmosphere, leaving an incandescent trail that consumed even the surrounding air into sheer nothingness. Time itself seemed to smolder beneath its heat. Long Zhantian's eyelids twitched. A glimmer of apprehension flashed in his eyes as he instinctively leapt backward, his muscles tightening like drawn wires. Take that head-on? Impossible. The aura of the blazing sun was nearing Tier 10. He violently retreated, leaving behind fading afterimages in his wake. Yet, the fiery orb relentlessly pursued him like a predator locked onto its prey, impossible to shake off. The crowd collectively gasped. To force the dean of the Martial Academy into such dire straits, Su Xian's power was absolutely terrifying. This strike could actually end Long Zhantian. But at that very moment, Chun Xinji moved. Atmospheric turbulence. With a fierce clawing motion of his hands, the air around him tore apart, forming chaotic turbulence that congealed together into a colossal invisible web. It intercepted the blazing sun heading straight for Long Zhantian. The blazing orb halted midair. Despite Su Xian's desperate attempts to control it, she felt her power being drained bit by bit. The turbulence invaded and dispersed the sun's aura, every thread of turbulence eating away at its energy. Within seconds, the star that had seemed capable of burning through creation was snuffed out completely. Su Xian's phoenix eyes grew cold. Before she could catch her breath, Chun Xianji struck again. Air slash. The air condensed into a massive blade, slicing through the sky towards Su Xian. Simultaneously, Long Zhantian closed in with explosive speed, sweeping his leg in a fierce roundhouse kick aimed at her. Su Xian lightly tapped her toes against the void, instantly evading his kick. Yet, evading the wind blade proved impossible. The three-legged golden crow burst forth, resolutely shielding her from the incoming strike. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the air, and the three-legged golden crow disintegrated on the spot. Su Xian staggered half a step backward, fresh blood seeping from the corner of her lips once again. Chun Xianji's brows furrowed slightly. Su Xian, you're already at your limit. Why push yourself this far for that boy? Is he really worth it? Su Xian lifted her gaze, cold yet resolute. Wiping the blood from her lips, she spoke, her voice steady and unwavering. He is. She stood amidst a raging sea of flames, the fire swirling around her like silk, painting a scene so breathtaking it seemed to suspend time. Even Chun Xianji couldn't help but falter for a moment. Su Xian's lips curled into a faint smile. With a slight flex of her legs, surging flames erupted all around her, gathering into a terrifying firestorm. The next moment, her voice rang loud and clear through the heavens. Shaoli is my man. If you think you can take him, dream on. He is my man. 5 words. 5 thunderclaps that shattered everyone's sense of reason. Time came to a standstill. The world fell silent. In the vast plaza of Lingwu Academy, not a sound could be heard. Chun Xianji froze in place, his mind going blank. Even Long Zhantian instinctively rubbed his ears, muttering, "Did I hear that wrong? I must have heard that wrong." As for the onlookers, they were utterly dumbfounded. This was Su Xian, the ethereal goddess-like figure who stood peerless among the strong. And yet, she had just declared, in front of everyone, that Shaoli was her man? How was this even possible? Throughout Lingwu Academy, every student and teacher resembled statues, rendered immobile by the shock. Shaoli, the son of Lin City's wealthiest man, a prodigy with outstanding talent, undisputedly one of Lingwu Academy's most prominent figures. What's more, he had just awakened the legendary SSS rank ability, with limitless potential stretching before him. But this powerhouse standing before them, her strength immeasurable, at least at the 8th tier, if not beyond. How could a mere boy who had just awakened his abilities possibly be connected to someone like her? It can't be wrong. There's only one Shao Li in Lingwu Academy, and it's him. Someone managed to stammer, though their voice trembled from disbelief. In the next instant, the crowd of students and teachers across the plaza collectively felt their hearts shatter. Those who had worshipped Su Xian as their unattainable dream goddess were left with only one thought. Why him of all people? Jealousy, bitterness, and indignation burned in their hearts, driving them close to madness. Yet for most, their only option was to stare at Shao Li with wide eyes, consumed with envy so intense it left them trembling. At the far end of the corridor outside Class 2's classroom, Lin Yuner stood, motionless. She tilted her head back, staring at the sky, completely stunned. That sentence echoed in her mind over and over. Shaoli is her man. Those words nearly broke her. Could it be? Shaoli doesn't want me anymore. She murmured, her breathing turning shallow, a heavy weight pressing against her chest as her whole world spiraled into chaos. Disappointment, pain, and an overwhelming sense of collapse surged over her like a tidal wave, threatening to drown her. She stumbled into the restroom, locked the door, and finally broke down, crying uncontrollably. Outside another classroom, Zhang Mengqian overheard the news, her lips curling into a bitter smile. So it's true, they are a perfect match. She muttered softly, her face a mix of emotions. Meanwhile, the reactions of the older, more prestigious figures were even more dramatic. Well. The principal stroked his beard and sighed with admiration. This Shaoli kid, not bad at all. Even managed to conquer someone so impressive. The vice principal laughed heartily. He's got skills, all right. Man, if I were a few decades younger. Oh, stop it. The principal shot him a glance, rolling his eyes. Back then, you couldn't even get a full sentence out. But no matter what he said, the smile on his face was undeniable. At this moment, outside the principal's office, Xiao Li, having just redeemed the flaming phoenix feather, stood frozen in place. He never expected Su Xian to make such a bold move, proclaiming their relationship to everyone without hesitation. What was this? This was her defending him, acknowledging him, shutting down all the ridicule on his behalf. A surge of warmth swelled in his chest, flooding through his entire body. In both his past and present lives, he had never experienced such a feeling. Suddenly, he felt that crossing over into this world, meeting a woman like her, was more than worth it. But before he could fully savor the moment, a familiar yet slightly dangerous presence emerged beside him. You little punk. In the next second, two slender hands pinched his waist mercilessly. The sharp pain nearly made Xiao Li jump out of his skin. He whipped his head around and saw Su Ye's delicate face, frosty and unforgiving, as she glared at him with gritted teeth. Care to explain what's going on here? Xiao Li chuckled awkwardly. Haha. Well, about that, Su Xian just couldn't resist my charm the moment she saw me. I mean, come on, I'm too outstanding. It's normal for her to fall for me, right? You think I'll believe that? Su Ye's grip tightened. Xiao Li winced, hunching his shoulders in pain, and hurriedly smiled in surrender. Wait. Listen to me. Su Xian has had a tough time too, you know? I mean, she's so beautiful, so talented, and yet always alone. That doesn't feel right, does it? So you decided to sacrifice yourself? Become her savior? Su Ye sneered, though a hint of resignation flickered in her eyes. Xiao Li immediately nodded. Yep, no one understands me like you do, sister ya. Idiot. You're coming to my house tonight. Curled into a fierce smile and shot me a sharp glance, as if to say, asterisk, I'll settle with you later. Asterisk, watch how I'll deal with you later. Su Ye snapped as she tugged harshly at his ear and turned on her heel to leave, her face a mix of annoyance and embarrassment. Xiao Li wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, relieved he had somehow made it through this ordeal. But he quickly realized a new storm was just about to begin. The sky loomed heavy and oppressive, pressing down as if it might collapse at any moment. Chun Xianji's lips twitched involuntarily as he forced out a strained, awkward smile. Suxin, you've only heard a few words, and you've already made this decision? Suxin's gaze was icy, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. I've never been more serious. Chun Xianji's body swayed, and he nearly plummeted from midair. He gritted his teeth, his chest heaving violently as though about to burst. Why? He growled. Suxin merely chuckled softly, her eyes drifting downward to lock on me. Determination burned brightly in her gaze, undeniable and unwavering. There is no why. She enunciated every word with absolute certainty. Love is love. Loving someone doesn't require a reason. Boom. Her words hit Chun Xianji like a sledgehammer, slamming into his chest. His face turned ashen in an instant, his eyes reddening with suppressed anguish. He let out an anguished roar. And what about me? I've followed you for years. Doesn't that mean more than some boy you just met? His bitterness and fury shattered like glass under Suxin's unyielding, frosty eyes. Love isn't a competition, Suxin said with a cold, cutting tone. And it has nothing to do with you. Enough. Long Zhantian's deep voice barked sternly as he stepped beside Chun Xianji. His brows furrowed tightly, and his expression was grim as he declared, this argument is pointless. Today, Xiao Li must fulfill his mission. No one is going to stop him. Suxin's lips twisted into a cold smirk. Flames erupted around her in a violent blaze, burning so fiercely they resembled a phoenix reborn from the ashes. If you want to take him, her gaze blazed as her words came sharp and forceful. Then step over my dead body. The air cracked and sizzled as killing intent erupted. The temperature surged suddenly, as if the world itself was being consumed in flames. Behind her, the fiery blaze churned violently, condensing and transforming into a radiant, otherworldly set of blazing armor. It framed her like a goddess of war descending onto the battlefield. Bring it on, Long Zhantian roared, his body swelling and growing until he stood like a mountainous titan, ready to confront Sushin head-on. Chun Xianji's aura surged furiously as well, the air around him warping and tearing with sharp cracks. The two men exchanged a quick glance, each gearing up for the confrontation. And then, out of nowhere, my voice rang out. Sushin, catch! Sushin instinctively looked down. A feather shimmering with a glassy, iridescent glow tore through the air, floating as delicately as a whisper, yet radiating an overwhelming, heart-pounding pressure. It landed squarely in her palm. She froze for a moment, her hand heating with an unfamiliar intensity. The next second, a torrential surge of power erupted from within her, like a dam breaking loose. Flames raged around her, growing taller and fiercer and laced with an iridescent glimmer that turned their radiance blinding. Sushin stared at me, her expression equal parts astonished and shaken. I raised an eyebrow at her with a playful smirk, adding a spark of taunt to my expression. She snapped back to the moment quickly. Her lips curled into a bold, defiant smile, her eyes flashing with a fire entirely her own. With a subtle smile rising on her face, she gently extended her jade-like hand, and the feather began to levitate. Then, she took a step forward, and the sea of flames behind her roared ferociously, condensing into an enormous figure, towering over 100 meters tall. The towering flame giant stood immensely, like a blazing sun in the sky, its radiant heat suffocating the colors from heaven and earth. Long Zhantian gasped in shock. What? What is that? Her power has doubled. Chun Xianji's brows furrowed tightly. It's the feather, an artifact that Shaoli gave her. It's bolstering her strength to incredible levels. The giant loomed over the two, its presence sending waves of oppressive heat, making it almost impossible to breathe. Su Xian's voice was as cold as frost. What's wrong? Not going to continue. The firestorm surged down upon them, ensnaring Chun Xianji and Long Zhantian within its raging inferno. Long Zhantian's body erupted with black energy as he mustered all his strength and struck toward the flaming net with a punch, only to find himself left with a scorched wound. Impossible, he bellowed, striking again, but his efforts were just as futile. Su Xian, showing no intention of prolonging the matter, flicked her fingers. Countless fiery lotus flowers appeared out of thin air, spiraling and descending, their ominous presence whispering of death. Boom, boom, boom. Each lotus exploded in sequence, unleashing devastating waves of fire that swallowed the two of them instantly. I blinked, letting out a soft laugh. The leading role in this act is mine to decide. As the last of the fire lotuses extinguished, the rolling waves of heat persisted, leaving the ground warped and scorched. It wasn't until a minute later that two battered figures emerged from the explosion's epicenter. Chun Xianji and Long Zhantian were in dire straits, clothes scorched to remnants, their bodies charred and covered with burns, hair singed and disheveled, wisps of smoke rising from them. Their breathing was labored, their vitality visibly diminished by half. This was, in fact, Su Xian showing mercy. If she had exerted her full power, the two would have been left gravely injured on the ground. At their level, even a single-tier difference in strength was an insurmountable chasm. While Su Xian wasn't a true Tier 10 master, with the divine blazing feather augmenting her abilities, her strength was nearing that of the pinnacle. At this moment, she no longer saw Chun Xianji and Long Zhantian as threats. With a wave of her hand, the fiery net vanished. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly as she gazed down at the two from above, her voice as cold and cutting as an icy wind across a plateau. Now, you may leave. She paused briefly, then continued. As for Shaoli, you needn't concern yourselves with him. I will personally oversee his growth. If you interfere again, don't blame me for being unkind. Chun Xianji and Long Zhantian exchanged glances, ultimately sighing in resignation as they abandoned any further plans. Fine. I can only hope that Dean Su Xian truly won't squander his talent, Chun Xianji muttered under his breath. After a moment's hesitation, he added, but before we leave, might I have a word with Shaoli? Su Xian's brow arched slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, she gave a nod. Fine. Her voice remained icy as she added, but if you so much as hint at him joining your academy, I'll send you both away this instant. The two chuckled bitterly, their fleeting hopes now entirely extinguished. With a flick of her hand, Su Xian guided all three of them, slowly landing. The surrounding crowd had long erupted into chaos, their faces full of excitement. The overwhelming reversal just now left everyone's blood pumping. Suya was the first to rush over, grabbing Su Xian's arm with eyes full of admiration. Su Xian raised her hand to gently ruffle Su Ya's hair, then looked in my direction, not too far away. I instantly gave a thumbs up. Sister Su Xian, you were insanely cool. Absolutely unbeatable. The corners of Su Xian's lips lifted slightly. Quit the flattery. She shot me a meaningful glance. Chen Xianji and Long Zhantian have something to say to you. Handle it yourself. With that, she led Suya aside to talk in hushed tones. I could faintly hear snippets of their conversation while they glanced at me now and then. Beads of cold sweat immediately formed on my forehead as I tugged at my collar nervously. I'm doomed. They're definitely talking about me. If Su Xian finds out that I not only flirted with her, but also casually charmed her niece, things will spiral out of control for sure. Before I could finish spiraling with my thoughts, Chen Xianji and Long Zhantian were already walking toward me. Chen Xianji's gaze was complicated, equal parts admiration and resentment. This SSS-level awakener, who should have been the linchpin of his vision for Dxia's future, had instead become his romantic rival, the one who won, no less. Long Zhantian broke the silence first, extending his hand with a tone that was reasonably polite. Shaoli, I've heard of your name for a long time. It's an honor to finally meet you. I'm Long Zhantian, the current principal of the military academy. I didn't even bother looking at him, letting out a cold snort. You hurt Su Xian. I have nothing to say to you. The air froze. Long Zhantian's smile stiffened before he awkwardly withdrew his hand, forcing himself to respond. Injuries in battle are inevitable. I don't care what the reason is. The fact that you hurt her is wrong. I interrupted fiercely, my gaze icy. When I'm strong enough in the future, I'll personally make sure today's debt is repaid. Every bit of it. The moment those words landed, the crowd collectively fell silent for a second. Even while facing the two principals, I didn't back down an inch. It was this unyielding loyalty and protectiveness that silently won the admiration of quite a few onlookers. Chen Xianji let out a soft sigh. I get it now. Why Su Xian chose you. In this respect, I have to admit, I truly fall short. He looked at me, his expression showing a touch of resignation, then smiled at himself with wry understanding. Though honestly, was it really your charm and soul that did it? I spread my hands shamelessly, answering with full confidence. Obviously. What can I say? My handsomeness is just natural talent. No effort required. Chen Xianji nearly choked on the spot, his face clouded with disbelief and annoyance. At that moment, my ear was suddenly pinched tight by an icy hand. And what exactly did you just say? I turned in shock to find Su Xian standing right behind me. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed with a smile that was both soft and ominously dangerous. Did I hear you say I'm hopelessly in love with you? My ear twitched. Su Xian's voice was like a lock, pinning me to the spot in an instant. I immediately turned around and grabbed her hand, which was pinching my ear, my expression serious and my eyes shining. Su Xianjijia, I said softly. I just want to say, from the moment I saw you, I was willingly at your mercy. You're the one who made me realize there's a light in this world worth following. This was supposed to be a line I made up on the fly, a cheesy attempt at flattery. But with the expression I put on, it somehow came off as surprisingly sincere. Unfortunately, this time, I completely miscalculated. Su Xian's stunning face showed a hint of a lazy smile, and in the next second, she pulled her hand back and grabbed me by the collar, lifting me off the ground as if I weighed nothing. Shaoli, I need to teach you a good lesson today. Su Xianjijia, let's not get hasty. Let's talk this out. I pleaded as she dragged me towards the principal's office, my feet leaving 2 streaks on the ground. Just the two of us alone? Isn't this a little inappropriate? She didn't even spare me a glance, just let out a cold snort. A wave of oppressive force crushed down on me, leaving me struggling to breathe. Under the watchful eyes of everyone around, I was unceremoniously dragged into the office. The door slammed shut, and almost immediately, the sound of heavy impacts erupted from inside, accompanied by my squeals that could only be compared to a pig being slaughtered. Outside, Chun Xianji and Long Zhantian exchanged glances, their expressions complicated. Long Zhantian rubbed his nose and muttered, "Poor kid." Even Chun Xianji uncharacteristically showed a hint of sympathy. Perhaps the cost of pursuing beauty really is too high. 3 minutes later, the door opened. Su Xian stepped out, her form wrapped in a fiery red cheongsam, radiating a blaze of elegance and danger. Her high heels clicked against the floor, tapping out a rhythm like an elegant symphony. As for me, my clothes were ripped to mere shreds, my head bore several lumps, and my face was bruised and swollen, looking every bit like someone who had just been taken to the cleaners. Chun Xianji nearly burst out laughing, while Long Zhantian smirked and muttered a playful tease. "So this brat runs into trouble too, huh?" Su Xian released her grip on my collar and turned her attention to the two, her tone calm, but carrying an undeniable authority. "Remember this. They are your seniors, the ones who have sacrificed everything for the nation," she said, her gaze drilling into me. "What they did today was to help you grow stronger, not to stand against you. One day, you will understand the reasons behind their actions." I nodded, my expression turning solemn. But in the next moment, I spoke up again. "I understand. But they hurt you, and that I cannot forgive. This debt will settle it." "Huh." Long Zhantian burst out in laughter, giving his chest a hearty slap. "Good kid. Bring it on. The day you grow strong enough, I, Long Zhantian, will let you do as you see fit. No complaints." "And me as well," Chun Xianji added with a faint smile, their demeanor. The mood softened slightly. "Prove to the Xia kingdom with your strength that Su Xian did not make the wrong choice today," she said. I fell silent for a moment, a swirl of complicated emotions rising in my chest. I may not throw myself into something for the sake of the country. That's not my path. But if anyone dares to hurt my woman, I will stop at nothing to protect her. That's who I am. Before they left, Chun Xianji left me with one last note. "Songlong Academy welcomes you. If you get the chance, visit your sister Xiao Xiao. She misses you dearly." I nodded in agreement, watching them walk away. But as soon as I turned around, Su Xian's faint voice floated to my ears. "Hey, little guy, I think it's time we settled our score." I looked up to find her standing right in front of me. Beside her, Suya folded her arms across her chest, wearing a playful expression. "Explain yourself," Su Xian said with a gentle, dangerous smile. "Hopelessly in love with you? Is that what you think of me?" In that moment, I knew there was no dodging the battle ahead. Without saying a word, I wrapped my arm around her slender waist and claimed her alluringly inviting lips in an instant, both decisive and unwavering. "Su Xian," I whispered softly. "From this moment on, my actions will do the talking." It was a long time before I finally let go. My gaze was steady and deep like the night, my voice low but firm. "This is my answer." Turning to face both of them, I spoke with resolve, cutting through the silence. "I will never give up on either of you." Su Xian tilted her chin slightly, her lips curling into a cold smile. "I knew from the start you were just a shameless little scoundrel. I should have stayed far away from you." I smirked, leaning in closer without hesitation, my confidence undiminished. "Even if you had known, you couldn't have escaped. You, Su Xian, are my destiny." My voice carried certainty, bold to the point of dominance. "Even if we are separated by the ends of the earth or the threads of time, we will meet again. That is inevitable." A crack finally appeared in the cold front of her demeanor. After a moment of silence, she reached for Suya's hand, intertwining their fingers together. Suya let out a light laugh, much more at ease than Su Xian. "Since we chose you, we might as well accept it." She paused briefly, her tone carrying resignation but also a sense of clarity. "With someone as much of a flirt as you, it wouldn't be surprising if you married a whole group of sisters in the future. Whether it's one more or one less, it doesn't really matter." A deeper smile crept onto my face, and seeing Su Xian ease her resistance, a weight finally lifted in my heart. "Don't get too smug," Suya warned with a shake of her head, "or you'll end up bringing trouble on yourself." I rubbed the back of my head, suddenly reminded of the bruises and aches that covered me. Even my neck felt stiff and sore. "Yeah, kind of hurts, actually." Su Xian let out a small huff, pulling out a pill from her pocket and handing it to me. Take it. It'll heal quickly with this, she said. The pill was crystal clear, radiating dense spiritual energy. I took it, popped it into my mouth without hesitation. In the next moment, a warm current spread throughout my body. Injury marks began fading visibly off me. Within seconds, the bruising on my face was gone, and I was fully healed, back to how I was before. Suya reached out, cupping my face, pinching it softly. Ugh, so annoying. I just fixed your face, and now I don't even want to hit it anymore. I tilted my chin up, feigning arrogance. Well, this handsome face of mine is the reason why you're all so smitten with me. Suya rolled her eyes at me. Hopeless. Absolutely hopeless. Su Xian didn't chime in. Instead, she subtly twisted her wrist, causing a shimmering glow to coil around her fingertips. A dazzling, glass-like feather, shimmering in prismatic light like a divine flame, appeared in her palm. Shaoli, she said with a solemn expression, where did this feather come from? The fiery energy inside it surpasses that of a phoenix or even a vermilion bird. Its owner, what kind of being could it possibly be? Even Suya was drawn to the feather. As someone with vermilion fire abilities, her sensitivity to its resonance with the heavens and earth made her pause, her spirit momentarily shaken by its presence. I scratched the back of my head, laughing sheepishly. If I told you I just picked it up off the ground, would you believe me? You tell me, Su Xian replied, narrowing her eyes, her tone laced with unmistakable danger. A cough. I cleared my throat, dialing back the humor. Fine. To be honest, the origin of this feather is tied to a major secret of mine. But for now, I can't explain. I paused, my tone growing firm. It's not that I don't trust you. It's because this secret leaking out could cause serious trouble. The words landed heavily, and the atmosphere grew tense. I studied their faces before continuing. If you ever see something strange on me, or witness something unexplainable happen, just try not to be too shocked. I don't want to lie to you, but there are some things I'll tell you when the time is right. Su Xian was silent for a long while. There was still a glimmer of dissatisfaction lingering in her gaze, but her intuition told her I wasn't being dismissive. A 19-year-old boy harboring such deep secrets and casually producing an awe-inspiring artifact like this feather was baffling, to say the least. Her eyes shifted, glinting with an unreadable light, as her thoughts grew heavy with that singular realization. This guy, he's clearly no ordinary person. When I walked into the classroom, my eyes were instantly drawn to the corner. Lin Yuner was slumped over my desk, all by herself. She looked like a little beast that had lost its shelter, fragile yet defiant. The golden hues of the setting sun filtered through the window, highlighting her dampened sleeve. Faint, muffled sobs reached my ears, each one striking a chord in my chest. Yuner, I called softly. She flinched at the sound of my voice. Her head shot up, her eyes red and puffy, tears still streaked across her delicate cheeks. She stared at me, her gaze intense, like those teary eyes were grasping onto me, unwilling to let go. The weight of sorrow and resignation hid in her eyes. Why did you come back? Didn't you decide you didn't need me? A pang struck deep in my chest. I didn't give her a chance to say more. Striding forward, I dropped to one knee and clasped her thin, delicate hand in mine, meeting her gaze at eye level. Who told you I don't need you? Xiao Yuner, no one could ever take your place in my heart. She bit her lip, her hand trembling slightly, but still, she stubbornly glared at me. But that, Sister Sushin, she said you were. Do you believe that nonsense? I cut her off sharply, my voice commanding and leaving no room for argument. She is who she is, and I am who I am. There's only one truth I'll ever acknowledge, you're mine. Always have been, always will be. Those words struck like fire, instantly melting the frost ensconced in her heart. Tears streamed down Lin Yuner's face in uncontrollable torrents, and in the next moment, her fists pounded on my chest, only to be swallowed up in an unyielding embrace. She trembled all over, her cries like the sound of a fragile sapling shivering in the wind. Why did you leave me behind, why? My gaze heated, but I softened my voice, brushing the tears from her face with a careful hand. I'm Shaoli. I don't leave my people, my honor, or my family behind. And I would never leave you. If I made you cry, that's my failure. I met her eyes, speaking each word with weight and conviction. From today forward, every time your name is spoken, it will mean pride to me. Lin Yuner stared at me in stunned silence, the coldness in her eyes slowly melting away. The air in the classroom began to warm, little by little. The last rays of the setting sun bathed us in a soft, golden light, as though it had captured the moment in a timeless, unmoving frame. Don't cry anymore, okay? I coaxed gently, a lopsided, cheeky grin playing across my lips. When you cry, I can't bear it. She nodded, her cheeks flushed crimson, but then hesitated, her voice hurried. But what about them? Suya Sushin? I shrugged indifferently, smiling lazily. They're just distractions. No one could ever compare to my Xiaoyaner. You're my moonlight, the softest spot in my heart. Her expression froze, her blush deepening until it rivaled the evening's glow outside. She was just about to speak when I pulled her into a firm embrace, leaning close to murmur against her ear. Don't be afraid, Lin Yuner. As long as I'm still Xiaoli, you'll always be my one and only. Her heart finally steadied, the defiance in her eyes reigniting with fiery determination. But just then, not far from the classroom window, a shadow slipped away silently. Sushin stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her gaze intense and unreadable, a faintly complex smile tugging at her lips. She murmured softly, Xiaoli, I heard every word you said. Seems like teaching a man like you will be quite the intriguing challenge. Under the faint glow of sunset, a phoenix feather shimmered faintly in her palm, its burning flicker matching the quiet stir of battle intent rising within her. A new storm was on the horizon, just waiting to break. From that moment, the signs had already started to show. I walked out of the principal's office, my pace steady and unhurried, heading straight to class 2. The dismissal bell had just rung, and the courtyard was bustling with students. Small groups of them were trickling toward the school gate. But the moment anyone saw me, their gazes snapped toward me in unison, filled with admiration, awe, and even a touch of envy. Their faces made it all too clear. It's Xiaoli. So cool. His clothes are so torn, but he still carries himself with such presence. How can someone make ripped clothes look like a fashion statement? Unreal. Don't even dream about it. He's way out of reach. Ugh, my heart just shattered. Squeals erupted from the girls, their eyes practically glued to me, as if they couldn't bear to look away. I responded with just a faint smile and kept walking. Scenes like this? I'd grown used to them a long time ago. Weaving through the crowd, I soon reached the doorway of class 2. The sky had dimmed, ushering in twilight. Inside the classroom, it was eerily quiet. Desks and chairs were neatly arranged, and the faint scent of chalk still lingered in the air. Most of the class had already left. In the soft afterglow of the evening, I immediately spotted the lone figure slumped over her desk. High ponytail, delicate curves. It was Lin Yuner. Even from the backside alone, I could recognize her without question. I reached out and flipped on the lights with a click. The harsh white light instantly washed away the golden hues of dusk, illuminating every corner of the room. But she didn't move, not even a glance in my direction. Her shoulders trembled slightly as she remained slouched over her desk. I walked closer, my steps quiet, bent down to her level, and looked underneath her arm. Through that small gap, I caught sight of her tear-streaked face, like rain-soaked petals. Crystal-clear tears glided down her pale face, landing on my forehead, cheeks, and even the corner of my lips. A bitter taste spread across my tongue, as though her sorrow had directly seeped into me. Yuner. My voice was low, but there was a tenderness in it. Lin Yuner blinked, her tear-filled eyes meeting mine at such close range that she froze completely. The tears began falling even harder, not from anguish anymore, but from a sense of relief. I offered her a small smile, said nothing more, and softly pulled her into an embrace. It was as if I could shield her from every fear and worry just by holding her. I'm here, I murmured, my voice steady and sure, like a church bell resonating through the silence. I'll always be here. Those 4 simple words rippled through her heart, quieting every storm within. Lin Yuner broke into tears and laughter simultaneously, curling into my arms like a fledgling finally finding its nest, reluctant to ever leave. Time seemed to stand still. I raised my hand and gently wiped away her tears, speaking softly. Yuner, Listen to me. In a calm voice, I began explaining everything about Suya, Zhang Mingchen, and Su Xian, without holding anything back. I knew exactly how sensitive she was and understood the source of her unease. In the eyes of others, my track record with girls was notorious. But Lin Yuner was different. She was far too serious and cared too deeply. It was the only reason she'd trapped herself in this spiral. Sorry for making. It's my fault, I said, my voice tinged with guilt. I should have told you earlier. Left you overthinking for no reason. Lin Yuner froze for a moment, her expression complicated as her eyes locked on mine. Her shock was unmistakable, especially after hearing those names. But in the end, she simply shook her head and smiled softly. Xiaoli, wherever you are, that's where I'll be. Her voice was soft, yet unfalteringly resolute. I stood there stunned for a moment before chuckling. Lowering my head, I held her tighter. You little fool. Once she calmed down, I helped her pack up her books and put them into her bag. I gently patted her head and said, let's go. It's getting late. With the advanced academy exams coming up, we can't afford to lose focus. A flicker of determination passed through Lin Yuner's eyes. When the time comes, I'll make sure we both get into Phoenix Academy together. We walked out of the classroom side by side. The school was quiet and empty now, with only the faint sound of the breeze rustling through the sycamore trees by the track. For the first time, Lin Yuner let her ponytail down. Her soft, flowing hair danced in the wind, carrying a faint, pleasant scent that lingered subtly in the air. She tilted her head up slightly, giving me an angelic smile before she slipped her hand around my arm and rested her head lightly on my shoulder. Her footsteps matched mine effortlessly. From a distance, we must have looked like a serene, timeless painting. The silhouettes of a boy and a girl stretched long under the soft glow of streetlights. Quietly, she sent a wish into her heart, hoping this road would never end, that today's warmth would never fade. And yet, the road did, inevitably, lead to a parting. Side by side, we reached the school gate. My sleek silver sports car was parked by the curb, its lights casting a subtle glow. Not far away, a black car that belonged to Lin Yuner's family waited quietly as well. Reluctantly, she let go of my arm. Xiaoli, I'm heading home now. See you tomorrow. I smiled. See you tomorrow. Don't overthink tonight, or I'll have to settle that with you next time. Her cheeks flushed pink. She murmured a soft, okay, then quickly leaned up on her tiptoes, giving me a light peck on the cheek before spinning around and darting into her car. The engine hummed, the taillights glowing red for a moment before disappearing into the night. I stood in place watching her leave, a small smile tugging at the corners of my mouth. Then, I turned and got into my own car. The driver wasn't Zhao Hai this time. It was another trusted confidant of mine. As we pulled away from the school, my voice turned quiet and serious. How's it looking on Zhao Hai's end? The driver replied in a low voice. Young master, the target is locked. Zhao Hai is already in position. Everything's set. I nodded lightly. Tell him to keep it clean. The fewer complications, the better. Even if someone notices, it doesn't matter. Yes, young master. Night fell heavy and dark. In the southwest of Lin City, the old district loomed desolate and eerie. The streetlights flickered on and off, casting uneven light over the cracked pavement below. The street was desolate. Lu Jijia carried his backpack as he walked alone on the dimly lit road. His face was gloomy, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Today should have been his moment of glory. Awakening an A-class ability was supposed to be his turning point, the start of a new chapter. But due to his own foolishness, he ended up being expelled. As he walked along the street, no one sympathized with him. Every bit of humiliation he faced was of his own making. Through gritted teeth, he muttered curses under his breath. Xiaoli, you got me expelled, destroyed my future. It doesn't matter how strong you are now. One day I'll make sure you pay for this. You, your friends, your family. None of you will get away. Just as the words left his mouth, a towering figure stepped out from the corner ahead, blocking his path. The man stood in the middle of the road like an immovable wall, his stare cold as ice. Lu Jijia's heart sank. He instinctively took a step back, only to realize his retreat was cut off by several others closing in behind him. Who are you? A cold sweat broke out across his forehead. He raised his trembling hand. summoning a green light that formed a turtle shell shield over his chest. Zhao Hai, the leader of the group, spoke in a low, emotionless tone. The young master sent me to send you on your way. A wind blade took shape. The next second, a wind arrow shot through the air, piercing straight into Lu Jijia's chest. Ugh! Blood sprayed from his mouth as he froze in place, staring wide-eyed at the crimson blooms spreading across his chest. Shock overwhelmed his expression. It was Shaoli. Finally, he understood. But it was too late. He wanted to say something, but the words choked in his throat, replaced by silent regret. His heartbeat stopped. His pupils dimmed. Lu Jijia's body fell heavily to the ground, his story coming to an abrupt end. Zhao Hai stepped forward, his face devoid of emotion. From his pocket, he pulled out a bottle of corrosive liquid and poured it over the lifeless body. The acrid smell of chemical burning filled the air as the corpse quickly dissolved into an unrecognizable black sludge. One of the henchmen used earth manipulation abilities to refill the cracked ground and smooth it over, leaving the scene utterly pristine. No sign remained of what had just transpired. Mission complete. Let's move. The group disappeared into the night, leaving the street as silent as if nothing had ever happened. As I walked through my front door, my phone buzzed. A message from Zhao Hai. Asterisk, it's done. Lu Jijia is no longer a threat. Asterisk. I glanced at it, emotionless, before putting the phone away without a second glance. To me, someone like him was nothing more than dust beneath my feet, a speck to be flicked away. The next moment, the atmosphere in the house completely shifted. I had barely closed the door when I was suddenly tackled head-on by a pair of arms, followed by a booming laugh. Haha, Shaoli, my boy, you're absolutely incredible. SSS level talent. I never dreamed that I'd raise a freakishly talented prodigy like you. My father pulled me into a tight hug, smacking kisses toward my face. Stop, 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 stop. I protested, frowning as I raised a hand to block his overly enthusiastic display. Dad, for the love of all things, get a grip. Smothering your son is hardly cause for celebration. The passage is quite long and vivid, carrying distinct narrative details and dialogue. Here's the translation, keeping in mind natural American expressions while preserving the flow and tone. Save it for your mom. Huang Yuexin immediately scooted closer and twisted Dad Zhao's ear. Hear that? Move aside, let me handle this. As she spoke, her hand reached over. I dodged just in time, half laughing, half annoyed. Enough, enough, stop fooling around. Let's leave the face kisses for my future wife, all right? You guys just stick to kissing each other. The moment my words landed, Huang Yuexin put on an exaggerated expression, slapped her forehead dramatically, and sighed. Got a wife, and now you forget about your mom, huh? Oh, what a tough life I have. The corner of my mouth twitched. Mom, with acting skills this good, you might as well go snag an award. Deciding I wasn't in the mood to keep up this chaos, I cut straight to the point. Mom, Dad, if you've got something to say, just say it. If not, I've got things to do this afternoon. I'm skipping dinner at home tonight. Dad Xiao froze mid-thought. At this hour? Where are you going? We still have a ton of things to ask you, like the whole awakening thing or the sudden battle of the strong at school. You've got some explaining to do. Mom Xiao chimed in, backing him up. Exactly. Now that your status is different, you've got to be cautious when heading out. I sighed and shrugged. I've got something important to take care of. You can't help me with this one. Both of them froze for a moment. Then their faces broke into matching grins of surprise and excitement. You're serious? Dad Xiao clearly couldn't believe it, though his voice betrayed his eagerness. Something like this? I wouldn't joke about it. In the next instant, they were shoving me toward the door. Go, go. Don't waste time with us on something this big. Dad Xiao urged. Mom Xiao simply opened the door and cheerfully hollered. Forget about our dinner. Go have your big life event dinner. The door shut behind me, leaving the house ringing with laughter. Standing outside, I couldn't help but shake my head. That level of excitement? Completely over the top. I got into my car and headed straight to Suya's place. I drove fast, and 20 minutes later, I arrived at the upscale community. Taking the elevator to the third floor, I knocked on Suya's door. The moment it opened, her casual outfit came into view. A simple look, but with just the right hint of allure. I looked at her and smiled. You're beautiful. Without further words, I wrapped her in my arms and stepped into the apartment. The sound of pots and pans soon filled the kitchen, the lights in the living room dimmed, and the air grew thick with an unmistakable sense of intimacy. Elsewhere, Yusine soared through the night sky, her movements as light as a bird. Moonlight traced her figure, highlighting her slender, striking silhouette. Her expression remained calm, while translucent wings trembled softly against the wind until the residential buildings ahead came into view. Without pause, she flew directly towards Suya's balcony. When she landed, her heels made the faintest sound against the surface. Walking up to the sliding glass door, she found it shut, with curtains pulled tightly closed. The surroundings were utterly silent as. This keeps the dialogue lively and aligns with a conversational and natural flow that's easy to envision within a modern American context. A strange feeling suddenly welled up inside her. She raised her hand, lightly touching the doorknob, and gave it a gentle push. It wasn't locked. Frowning slightly, Sushin hesitated, but eventually pushed the door open and walked in. The next second, her steps came to an abrupt halt. The sounds emanating from the room instantly clarified what she had walked in on. A cool night breeze slipped in through the crack of the door, lifting a corner of the curtain. The scene inside came into view, and Sushin stood stunned, her entire being freezing in place. Heat surged to her face in an instant. She couldn't even maintain her usual composure. And what she was looking at was me. Hearing the commotion, my body stiffened, and I quickly turned around. There she was, Sushin, standing frozen at the balcony door. Our eyes locked. The air between us felt like it exploded, yet neither of us made a sound. On the side, Suya had shrunk under the blanket from embarrassment, her trembling silhouette barely visible beneath the covers. The room was steeped in silence, an awkward tension that seemed suffocating and endless. Finally, it was Sushin who broke the silence, though her voice came out a little unsteady. You too, carry on. I'll leave now." With that, she spun around and fled, her speed far faster than when she arrived. I didn't know how much time had passed. Propped up against the bed, one hand supporting my head lazily, my expression remained relaxed yet amused. A faint smile lingered on my lips. I felt perfectly fine, energy still coursing through me. I glanced at Suya, who lay beside me, and murmured, "Well, tonight turned out to be quite interesting." As for whether their abilities had leveled up, that could wait until tomorrow. After all, for someone like Sushin, an SS-level powerhouse, improvements don't come easily. But I had a feeling this encounter wouldn't be a waste. Just then, my system's voice resonated loudly in my mind. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully earned the full devotion of the goddess Suya. Reward, 100 points. Congratulations, host. The favorability of the goddess Sushin has reached 100%. Reward, 20 points. The goddess Sushin's favorability has hit 100%. You have received a random mystery gift package. Would you like to open it? Congratulations, host. You've successfully obtained the full devotion of the goddess Sushin. Reward, 100 points. Congratulations, host. You've unlocked a special achievement. Reward, 2 lottery draws." I paused for a moment, raising an eyebrow. 100% favorability? Sushin's feelings certainly escalated fast. It seems that not only does favorability bring rewards, but achieving total devotion also nets bonus points. I smirked. This system really knows how to spice things up. But the focus now was on the rewards. System, open the gift package. Seconds later, a golden sparkle appeared before me, followed by the system panel popping up with a notification. Mystery gift package successfully opened. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a special item. The Dragon Phoenix Ring. Special item? My eyes lit up as I immediately took out the Dragon Phoenix Ring. It was a sleek black and gold ring, intricately engraved with an incredibly lifelike dragon motif. A faint, powerful draconic aura seemed to flow around it, pulsating like a heartbeat. But there was no sign of the phoenix. No phoenix in the Dragon Phoenix Ring? I was a little surprised and immediately checked its description. Dragon Phoenix Ring. Special ability. A ring infused with the souls of a true dragon and a true phoenix, capable of splitting into multiple phoenix rings. Once someone wears a phoenix ring, the owner of the dragon ring can teleport to the phoenix ring wearer's location at any time. My eyes lit up. What a treasure. I slid the Dragon Phoenix ring onto the ring finger of my left hand. With just a thought, the surface of the ring gleamed brilliantly, and two silver phoenix rings shimmered into my palm. The bands were intricately engraved with exquisite phoenix patterns. I leaned forward and carefully slipped the phoenix rings onto the ring fingers of Suya and Su Exine, one for each of them. Their fingers trembled ever so slightly, but neither of them woke up. Seeing the rings securely in place, I curved my lips into a satisfied smile. From now on, as long as they're wearing these, no matter how far apart we are, even to the ends of the earth, I can instantly appear by their side. I toyed with the dragon ring on my finger, murmuring softly, "This thing isn't just practical. It also sends a clear message to everyone. They belong to me." Casually, I adjusted their hands back to their original positions and smiled faintly. As for the remaining lottery draws, I wasn't in a rush to use them just yet. An opportunity like this is rare, and I'd rather save enough points to do a 10-draw streak. That's where the real thrill lies. A single draw costs 50 points. 10 draws, 500. Achievement rewards could offset 3 draws, meaning I still needed to collect at least 350 points. Right now, I had 240 points, only 110 more to go. It wasn't a huge gap, but I'd still have to put some thought into how to make it up. Lin Yuner, Zhang Mengqian. Sorting them out should earn me a decent chunk of points. I calculated silently, a subtle, unfathomable smile curving my lips. But is the lottery even worth it? My gaze narrowed thoughtfully. Lotteries are like gambling. The surprises and disappointments hit you out of nowhere. On the other hand, the items in the shop are reliable. There's a clear price tag, and I can pick any quality treasure I want. Sure, the lottery might yield exclusive weapons or artifacts you can't buy in the shop, but the risk is too high. I can't afford to waste points recklessly. I sighed. The real issue is that I'm broke. If only I had a few million points, I said wistfully. Now, that would be true luxury. Buy whatever I want, draw however much I like. I sighed again. But that's just wishful thinking, huh? How many goddesses would I need to win over just to scrape together enough points? The thought made one corner of my mouth twitch, but then I couldn't help laughing to myself. Exiting the system space, I glanced at the two women sleeping peacefully on the bed. Their breathing was steady, and their expressions content. I didn't take a rest. Instead, I straightened my posture and began cultivating. This was my first time truly guiding spiritual energy into my body. It felt exciting. Without needing to sit cross-legged or close my eyes in meditation, the spiritual energy around me naturally began to flow into my body, transforming into power that was mine alone. The ambient energy in the air seemed drawn to me as if by invisible force. Swirling around me, forming an invisible vortex, streams of energy surged into my very core, rushing through every fiber of my being. Even more exaggerated was the explosive growth of spiritual energy within me. It overflowed, transforming from gentle streams into a roaring river, tumultuous and unstoppable. Thanks to my tenfold speed booster, my progress skyrocketed as if I were strapped to a rocket ship. I lost track of how much time had passed when suddenly, a low but deep rumble erupted from within me. Boom! The first to react was Su Exine, who lay half asleep beside me. She blinked open her elegant eyes, instantly alerted, and stared at me in palpable shock. "The little guy broke through," she murmured softly. "That's right, I broke through." A translucent system panel appeared before my eyes. Host * Shaoli awakened. Cultivation level * stage 2 beginner, 5%. Bound goddess list * Lin Yuner, 100%. Suya, 100%. Zhang Mengqian, 100%. Su Exine, 100%. Awakened abilities * SSS tier ability * Annihilation Divine Thunder. A tier evolutionary ability * Physical enhancement. Support ability * Talent amplification. Weapons * Artifact. Sky-splitting spear. C tier evolutionary weapon. Sturdy brick. Points * 240. I grinned in satisfaction. Last time, after drinking half a gourd of Elder He-Ming's spirit wine, I jumped straight from Stage 1 Intermediate to Stage 1 Advanced at 56%. Now, tonight's cultivation session had rocketed me into Stage 2. Having a cheat code really hits different. Creak. Suya stirred awake as well, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Evidently, she too had sensed the surge of spiritual energy. Shaoli, did you break through? She asked as she sat up, her face filled with disbelief. Yes, I answered calmly with a slight smile. Suya blinked in surprise, her expression almost incredulous. This cultivation, at your speed, is that even humanly possible? I shrugged innocently. I did drink a gourd of spirit wine from some elder guard a while back, coupled with my abilities, so things moved forward a little faster. A full gourd of spirit wine. Suya stared blankly for a moment before nodding knowingly. That explains it. By the side, Su Xen frowned slightly, her expression difficult to decipher. In a solemn tone, she asked, Little one, what's the name of that elder who gave you the wine? He Ming, I replied straightforwardly. He mentioned he was sent by the nation to protect me. The next moment, Su Xian's eyes widened, a mix of shock and reverence flashing across her gaze. He Ming, you know him? I asked, mildly surprised. Of course, Su Xian responded gravely. He Ming is a living legend in Xia. He's an SS-tier powerhouse specializing in supreme spatial manipulation and has been firmly ranked in the pinnacle of Stage 10 for over a decade. His strength is fathomless, and to think he'd personally come to protect you. I froze for a moment, genuinely taken aback. A Stage 10 powerhouse? That old man is that incredible. Su Xian let out a cold chuckle, her sharp gaze piercing through me like a blade. No wonder a few sips. Spiritual liquor can make your power surge tremendously. If that legendary elder had a hand in this, then everything makes sense, she said with narrowed eyes, her voice low and carrying an undeniable authority. Old Crane is known for his obsession with fine liquor. He's combed the world for rare spiritual ingredients, crafting countless divine brews. His wine isn't just a delicacy, it's a catalyst for immense power. Do you know how many powerful figures have fought tooth and nail just to take a sip? And you, kid, had the audacity to down half a gourd of it. I kept a lazy smile on my lips, but inwardly, I was reveling in my luck. Good fortune. I scoffed internally. That stingy old man. He's like a vault door bolted shut. He only intended for me to have a single sip, but I was fast enough to grab the gourd and drink half before he could stop me. Remembering the liquor, I couldn't help but feel a jolt in my heart. It truly was extraordinary. The spiritual power boost was just the surface effect. The real terrifying part? It directly elevated my C-tier physical ability to A-tier. All right, stop staring at me. My gaze was level, my tone commanding. You should check your own bodies first. Su Xian and Su Ya exchanged a glance, frowning slightly before closing their eyes to sense their changes. It didn't take long. Su Xian's eyes snapped open, and a cold flame flickered within her beautiful gaze. What did you do to me? My ability, it feels stronger? I chuckled lazily, as if indifferent. Don't rush. Be specific. My flames, Su Xian said slowly, her face a mask of shock. The power has increased, and the control I have, it's sharper. It's almost like I'm evolving. Suya opened her eyes next, lifting her hand with a fluid motion. A mesmerizing, ethereal vermilion bird flame ignited in her palm. The intensity surged, distorting the air around it with heat. My vermilion bird fire, its temperature and burning capability have both enhanced significantly. Su Xian stepped closer, gently cupping my face in her hands. Beneath her icy tone was a noticeable tremor. Shaoli, what exactly did you do? My ability feels as though it's undergoing evolution. Just then, her sharp gaze flickered and caught sight of something on my hand. Her eyes focused on the shimmering ring on my finger. That ring, what is it? Suya glanced down and saw that somehow, unbeknownst to her, a similar ring was now on her own hand. Shaoli, when did you put this on us? I smirked faintly, lifting my own hand to show off the matching ring it bore. My voice was calm, yet there was an unmistakable weight to my words. This is the Phoenix ring, as in the mythical phoenix. The one on my hand is the dragon ring. Together, they form a singular ancient artifact, the dragon phoenix rings. The dragon ring is one of a kind, but the phoenix rings can be distributed. The two women stared at me, momentarily stunned. And then, I dropped the next line which left their eyes wide in disbelief. No matter where you are in the world, even at the ends of the earth, as long as you're wearing the phoenix ring, I can appear by your side in an instant. The two lowered their gazes, carefully examining the rings on their fingers. They were immaculately crafted, like masterpieces of art. Suya's eyes gleamed with curiosity and disbelief, as though lightning gently glided across the surface of the ring, her voice softening. The ring, it was from you. Su Xian pursed her lips, as if wanting to say something, but ultimately fell silent. Her earlobes, however, turned a faint shade of red. I observed the two of them, satisfaction flickering in my eyes. The reason your abilities evolved is connected to my secret. However, I've already told you. This cannot be shared with anyone else. The two women nodded solemnly. Only then did I relax my tone, though my eyes carried an even deeper intensity. Actually, my powers don't just stop at awakening the SSS ranked ability, annihilating divine thunder. What? Su Xian's brows twitched slightly. I have a second ability. I spoke casually, my gaze sweeping over their astonished faces. Two abilities? Suya froze for a moment, but quickly composed herself. There have been cases of people awakening two abilities before, but it's extremely rare. Having more doesn't necessarily mean stronger. It all comes down to the ranking. I smiled, dropping a bombshell without hesitation. Then what would you say if I told you my second ability is rankless? It's called talent enhancement, and it can directly evolve another person's abilities. The two were instantly stunned, their expressions frozen in place. You two are the first women upon whom my power has ever acted, I said in a low voice. That statement struck them like a thunderclap, suffocating them with its sheer weight. Su Xian stood there in a daze for a moment before abruptly grabbing hold of my hand, her voice trembling. Xiaoli, are you serious? Suya was even more direct, fixing a burning, intense gaze on me, her eyes alight with something indescribable. Evolving someone else's abilities? This kind of power, it's heaven-defying. Her hands quivered with excitement as she gripped the ring tightly, unable to believe such a miracle had happened to her. I simply smiled without a word, mysterious and unwavering, as though everything was under my control. Abruptly, Su Xian hooked her fingers under my chin and tilted my face toward her, an unprecedented urgency flashing in her eyes. Kid, are you serious? Her breathing was slightly uneven, but her voice was sharp and direct, cutting like a blade. You're telling us you can upgrade our abilities, even evolve them? She stared unrelentingly into my eyes. Of course. A smirk tugged at the corners of my lips. As long as we frequently do that thing, your abilities will keep growing stronger. Even reaching SSS level is no longer just a dream. The moment those words left my mouth, Su Xian's composed demeanor shattered in an instant. Though she was exceptionally strong, she couldn't stop a faint tremble from running through her body. She had faced down legions of enemies without faltering, yet now she struggled to steady herself. Kid, do you understand what this means? Her voice was low, trembling with emotion. Since the dawn of humankind, abilities were determined at birth, unchangeable, a law no one could defy. And yet, your power overturns this very rule. You can make abilities evolve infinitely. Su Xian's eyes sparkled with conflicting emotions, a whirlwind of complexity that words could never fully capture. If everything you're saying is true, just you alone could create dozens, even hundreds, of SSS-level ability users. Suya, standing nearby, was utterly stunned, her eyes wide as she struggled to find words. She never imagined that my second ability could be this overpowered. This wasn't something that could simply be described as strong. This ability felt like a key capable of rewriting the balance of the entire world. If this secret gets out, do you understand how terrifying the consequences would be? With a sudden coldness in her expression, Su Xian stared at me sharply, her gaze cutting like a blade. Every country, every power in the world, would lose their minds over this. Her voice dropped to a hushed tone, laced with concern. They would stop at nothing to take you away. No matter how strong the Daxiao nation is, it wouldn't be able to withstand global pressure without repercussions. She tightened her grip on my shoulder, her eyes full of warning. You must never mention this ability to anyone else again, got it? Absolutely no one can know, not even your future lovers. I could feel her tension, so I chuckled lightly, raising my hands in surrender. Don't worry, only you guys know this secret. I won't say another word to anyone else. Su Xian finally let out a long breath, nodding. Then, as though I were the most precious thing in the world, she wrapped me tightly in her arms, her signature calm and confident smile returning to her face. I never would have guessed, kid. Her voice softened, tinged with a hint of hopeful longing. You've awakened such a world-defying ability. My path of cultivation. It's going to reach even greater heights now. In her eyes, that intense desire for power burned brighter than ever. Compared to emotions, her pursuit of strength was far more absolute. Suya pressed her lips together, holding back a laugh. Well, this is just perfect, you little rascal. This ability is way more useful than all those flirtatious little thoughts of yours. Plenty of women might actually thank you for this contribution. I gave a cocky wink. Haha, I'm destined to bring happiness to the most beautiful women in the world. Get out of here, Suya teased, smacking me on the head with a playful laugh. You really don't know your limits, do you? But Su Xian's gaze grew hazy, her voice dipping into something almost enticing. Kiddo, the night's not over yet, and we still have time and energy left. How about we continue our training? Again, I groaned. Don't you guys ever get tired? Ability users recover quickly, Su Xian replied with a sly smile, her tone leaving no room for argument. One good night's sleep is all it takes. Let's get to it now. She was desperate to grow stronger, not just to reach the pinnacle herself, but because she understood my importance. If my secret ever slipped out, all of us could be in grave danger. And only by becoming stronger could they ensure I stayed safe. Come, Suya sighed helplessly, muttering. It's almost dawn, crazy woman. I shrugged, unapologetically confident. No big deal. The Advanced Academy exam is tomorrow. Don't you all know my scores by now? I've got national top scorer in the bag. The next morning. Today marked the day of the National Unified Awakening exam for ability users. Countless students flooded through the school gates, nervous yet brimming with excitement, their swift steps and eager expressions revealing anticipation for what the future might hold. Passing this exam meant early admission to an advanced academy, a decisive step on the path of cultivation. Of all the academies, the most coveted were undoubtedly the two renowned ones in Daxia, Azure Dragon Academy and the Academy of Martial Arms. These two institutions were not just prestigious, they were seen as the shortcut to the pinnacle of supernatural power. Admittance required unparalleled talent. Those who made it in were one in tens of thousands. And nearly everyone believed I would choose one of them. As the only SSS-level ability user in the country, well, the second ever in Daxia, my every move was watched on a global scale. Just having a single interaction with me, even fleeting, was enough to alter someone's destiny. But, alas, all their speculation was doomed to disappointment. I had already decided to cross Azure Dragon and martial arms off my list. Few knew the real story behind that legendary showdown involving the three strongest figures in Lingwu Academy. Even fewer realized the hidden truth. Two of those fighters were none other than the headmasters of Azure Dragon and martial arms. As for my choice, shrouded in mystery, it was bound to send ripples far and wide. My sleek black sports car came to a smooth stop outside Lingwu Academy. Opening the door, I stepped out into the sunlight alongside Suya. Hooking her arm through mine, Suya smiled softly and teased, "Hurry up and get inside. You're going to be late at this rate." She was stunning in a satin black dress, her graceful silhouette and waterfall-like hair captivating enough to draw every gaze around us. Parents and students alike were staring, dumbfounded, but her eyes never left me. I ignored the looks, said a simple farewell to her, and walked toward the exam hall alone. The two-day test was effortless for me, almost like playing a child's game. For all 7 subjects, I finished each exam early. For abilities and beasts, I only had to glance at the questions to write my answers, and even pointed out inaccuracies in 2 of them, leaving the supervising teachers completely stunned. During these 2 days, my schedule was simple. Exams in the morning, leaving the site in the afternoon, and returning to Suya's house in the evening to spend time with her and Suxin. At one point, Zhang Mengchen excitedly told me she had awakened a new ability, B-rank Blade of Energy, capable of unleashing crescent-shaped slashes infused with spiritual power. I only said to her, "In my hands, even a B-rank ability can evolve into SSS rank." You don't need to worry. It wasn't a reassurance. It was a fact. At the same time, I forged 2 phoenix rings from the dragon ring and personally placed them on the fingers of Suya and Suexian. The moment the rings slid onto their fingers, their eyes lit up with radiance. These weren't just accessories, they were a statement. My women. The next day, the results were announced. The internet blew up instantly. 947 points. 6 core subjects. Perfect score of 750. Beast and power proficiency. Perfect score of 200. I only lost 3 points. First in all of Dacia. The second place? 896 points. An entire 51-point gap. The comment section went wild. Is this guy even human? Brother Shaoli, please marry me. What's the point of us even trying? We're not even worthy to carry his shoes. But the real shock came shortly after. Recruiters from top-tier academies started flooding in. Songlong Academy, Junwoo Academy, they all wanted me. In the end, I chose Phoenix Academy. People gossiped, saying how Phoenix Academy was known in Dacia as the goddess sanctuary, with 9 out of every 10 students being stunning beauties. Even the headmaster was a national icon of beauty. They thought I was simply drawn to the allure of beautiful women. Only I knew. The prettier the place, the more dangerous it was. And the more dangerous it was, the more thrilling. My fingers slightly tapped the space ring, its cool shine catching the morning light. Son, my father, Xiaoshan, placed a hand on my shoulder with a rare, serious expression. Take this space ring with you. Inside, there are 100,000 spirit stones. Spend freely. Our family doesn't lack money. What matters is you improving your power. Remember, your dad will always be your strongest supporter. I chuckled. Dad, you're seriously generous. With this kind of confidence, what hurdles could the Xiao family ever not overcome? Xiaoshan roared with laughter. A golden dragon is never meant to be confined to a pond. My son is a white dragon, destined to soar the skies. My mother, Huang Yuexin, took hold of my hand as well, her gentle voice filled with care. When you get to Phoenix Academy, don't forget about your sister, Xiao Xiao. She's still at Songlong Academy. Remember to visit her. Thinking of my sister's stunning and elegant figure, I nodded. Don't worry, Mom. I'll find her. And when I do, I'll bring her back with me. Xiaoshan gave a grand wave of his hand. Off you go. Don't let us down. The peak of supernatural abilities. You're capable of reaching it. Without hesitation, I stepped into the car. One press on the accelerator, and I roared out of the courtyard. In the rearview mirror, I saw my parents standing there, their expressions a mix of complexity but brimming with hope. Driving onto the winding mountain road, my hands steady on the wheel, a sense of serenity settled over me. The drastic changes to the Xiao family, my unexpected transmigration, reliving another life. Everything was different now. This past year, I transformed from a timid boy into an individual with SSS level awakened powers. I sneered under my breath. The name Shaoli will no longer be synonymous with weakness. It will become a name that shakes all 9 continents. Ahead, the mountains sprawled endlessly, and at their summit stood the gates of Phoenix Academy, a symbol of a phoenix rising anew from flames. The giant bird stood tall, wings spread wide, exuding an overwhelming presence. A smile crept to the corners of my lips. Phoenix Academy, are you ready to welcome me? Meanwhile, in the Xiao family living room, Xiaoshan and Huang Yuexin sat across from each other. Huang Yuexin asked softly, "Do you think our decision was truly the right one?" Xiaoshan gripped his teacup tightly, his voice low but firm. "It has to be. A greenhouse can't cultivate a true warrior. We had to take the risk. And now look at him. Not only did he withstand it, but he's also shown potential far beyond our expectations. Someday, he'll make everyone understand what the Xiao family stands for." A smile finally appeared on Huang Yuexin's face, her eyes brimming with pride. "Then let's wait and see. Wait for our son to shine beyond the heavens." After leaving home, I drove straight to a villa complex shaded by lush greenery. Lin Yuner lived beneath the ginkgo trees. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting shimmering patterns of light on the ground. I parked the car, stepped out, and rang the doorbell. The door opened. Lin Yuner stood there like morning light itself, fresh and radiant. A white t-shirt, white shorts, long, straight legs that were dazzlingly fair. My heart skipped a beat, but I kept my composure. Xiaoli, you're here. She greeted me with a sweet smile and immediately hooked her arm around mine. Come on in, my parents have been waiting eagerly for you. Inside, Mr. and Mrs. Lin were already seated. Mr. Lin was stocky with sharp eyes, while Mrs. Lin was elegant and graceful, carrying herself with a charm that explained where Lin Yuner got her beauty. Xiaoli's here, Mr. Lin said cheerfully. Hello, Uncle Lin, Auntie Lin, I greeted politely. Mr. Lin patted my shoulder. Good lad. I heard you awakened an SSS level ability. Extraordinary. You have endless potential ahead of you. I gave a faint smile. Thank you for your kind words, Uncle Lin. Mrs. Lin pulled Lin Yuner to her side, holding her hand as she turned to me with a solemn expression. Xiaoli, I'm entrusting my Yuner to you. Please take good care of her. Lin Yuner lowered her head, her ears turning red. I looked at her and calmly replied, Rest assured, Auntie, I'll protect her. After saying goodbye, Lin Yuner got into my car. As she waved to her parents, her eyes shimmered with emotion. I reached out and ruffled her hair, calming the moment. Not long after, we arrived at Zhang Mengqian's house. It was a modest brick home, plain but lively. Zhang Mengqian was already waiting downstairs. Her posture was upright, her long legs drawing attention, and she looked like a campus beauty straight out of a magazine. I got out of the car and walked over. Auntie, sorry to keep you waiting, I greeted politely. Zhang's mother glanced at me, polite but slightly reserved. Oh, not at all, we just finished tidying up. I took Zhang Mengqian's backpack and pink suitcase and, with a wave of my hand, stored them away in my spatial storage. The ring. That move left Zhang's mother and Xiaohai utterly stunned. Bro, you're amazing. Xiaohai's eyes sparkled with admiration. I chuckled, ruffling his hair, and then pulled out a bank card, handing it over to Zhang's mother. Auntie, there's some money in this card. The pin is 123456. Please, take it. Zhang's mother froze for a moment, quickly shaking her hands to refuse. No, I can't accept it. Without giving her a chance, I gently pushed the card into her hand. From now on, Mengqian is with me. We're family. No need to be polite. Zhang's mother hesitated, looking toward Zhang Mengqian for confirmation. Zhang Mengqian's face flushed red, nearly glowing. She murmured softly, Mom, I was planning to talk to you about this. There was a brief silence, a complicated expression flitting across Zhang's mother's face, though she seemed to finally release a sigh of relief. I looked directly at her, my tone steady and firm. Auntie, this isn't charity. It's about giving Mengqian peace of mind. If she's constantly worried about things back home while at Phoenix Academy, it'll only distract her. You wouldn't want that, right? Zhang's mother stood there, speechless. I continued, with this, Xiaohai can also attend a better school. This isn't just for me. It's for the future of your entire family. Zhang Mengqian quickly jumped in to add, Mom, just think of it as a loan from Xiaoli. I'll pay it back someday. After a long silence, Zhang's mother finally reached out and accepted the card. In that moment, I could almost see the concerns and emotional hesitation in her eyes being resolved, as if an arrow of certainty had pierced through them. Big bro, Xiaohai suddenly tugged on the hem of my pants, craning his neck to look up at me. Does this mean you're my sister's boyfriend now? I grinned, teasing, Xiaohai, if that's the case, you'll have to start calling me brother-in-law. Xiaohai tilted his head, his little voice as sweet as honey. Brother-in-law. Zhang Mengqian's face burned crimson, and she lightly poked me in the side. Stop saying weird stuff. I burst out laughing, but then turned back toward Zhang's mother, my expression turning serious. Auntie, it's time. We should get going. Zhang's mother nodded, her face full of reluctant emotion, but she didn't try to hold us back anymore. Take good care of Mengqian for me, she said softly. I promise I will, I replied with sincerity. As the three of us got into the car, Xiaohai ran alongside, waving frantically as he shouted, Sister, brother-in-law, Xiaohai will miss you. Zhang's mother stayed where she stood, her eyes slightly red, but there was a comfort and ease in her smile. The car sped along the road that bridged rural and urban areas, eventually arriving in front of Suya's spacious and elegant estate. Standing at the doorway was Xuxin, arms crossed, exuding an aura so cold it could freeze the air. She cast a brief glance at Lin Yuner and Zhang Mengqian. making both girls instinctively straighten up. Zhang Mingqian and Lin Yuner exchanged nervous glances, visibly uneasy. Xu Xin smiled faintly, though her tone was sharp as a blade. Let's have a chat. How did you two end up with Shaoli? Her voice was light, yet it carried the weight of an interrogation. Neither of the girls dared to meet her gaze, so they answered honestly, standing as stiff as soldiers in a lineup. The first time reporting grades to parents. I stood at the side, nervously wiping sweat off my forehead, full of helplessness, yet not daring to interrupt. Finally, Xuxi nodded. Everyone's here. We can set off now. I frowned. How are we getting there? Phoenix Academy is in Yin City, which is over 1,000 kilometers away from Linqing. Xuxin chuckled lightly, raised her slender hand, and waved it gracefully. Watch closely. In the next instant, the sky tore open with blazing flames, forming a magnificent crimson phoenix. Its light flared, with wings spreading nearly 10 meters wide, rolling waves of heat, and painting the sky in a scarlet hue. Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingqian stood frozen with awe. With a flick, Xuxin walked onto thin air. Her graceful attire billowed as she landed steadily on the phoenix's back, resembling an immortal descending from the heavens. Hop on, she commanded from above, voice steady, gaze unwavering. I hesitated no longer. With a swift push-off of my foot, I leaped onto the phoenix's back. Its surface was warm and smooth underfoot, a sensation trapped between fire and reality. Suya followed, gracefully landing after me. Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingqian clung to each other, trembling as they clumsily climbed up. Let's take off. Xuxin waved her hand again. The phoenix let out a sharp cry, its wings flapping powerfully, launching into the sky in an instant. Mountains and rivers blurred into streaks. The clouds swirled as if alive. Standing on the phoenix's back, I gazed down at the ground. Buildings looked like scattered specks of dust, cities like chessboards laid meticulously across the land. That feeling of soaring above everything, of commanding the vast expanse below. This was the very freedom I longed for, the kind that seized control of heaven and earth. Fire glimmered in my eyes, burning with blazing determination. One day, I'll achieve this too, commanding all of creation at my fingertips. The sky stretched in endless blue, only to be split apart by a fiery red streak slicing through the firmament. At the phoenix's helm, Xuxin stood at the forefront. Her red qipao hugged her figure with striking elegance, dazzling to behold. Behind her sat the rest of us, me, Suya, Lin Yuner, and Zhang Mingqian. Despite the phoenix's incredible speed, the ride was so steady that even the ferocious winds couldn't close the gap. One more hour, and we'll arrive at Phoenix Academy, I remarked casually, glancing at the map on my phone. But the next moment, the phoenix came to an abrupt stop. Xuxin's brows furrowed softly. Her sharp gaze pierced through the clouds, directed downward. What's going on, Aunt? Suya asked. A mutant beast riot, Xuxin replied, her voice calm, yet chilling. People below are trying to hold them off, but things look dire. Suya instantly checked her phone. We're right above the TNI Forest secret realm. Looks like the seal's broken. Once a secret realm seal is torn, the mutant beasts inside can flood out, unleashing devastation upon everything in their path. Let's go take a look, I said, a flash of battle intent lighting up in my eyes. This was my first chance to truly test my strength. Xuxin nodded. All right, I won't intervene. Be careful. Suya laughed as she reached out to ruffle my hair. Don't worry, little troublemaker. Big sis won't let you die. I swatted her hand away with a wicked grin. Make sure you watch carefully later. Watch your man show his skills. With that, the phoenix started its descent. The sky burned brighter as we dove towards chaos below. The exit of the Forest of Mysteries had long turned into a blood-soaked battlefield. Waves of beasts surged out of the mystical realm, blotting out the sun. Towering beasts, as massive as multi-story buildings, stomped the ground until it cracked inch by inch. Insect swarms poured out like waves, cloaking the air with lethal venom. Touching it was death itself. A broken seal stood feebly at the exit, its cracks resembling the gates of hell. The military unleashed relentless firepower, bullets like rain, artillery roaring, but it wasn't enough. The tide of beasts surged forward regardless, with colossal creatures trampling through the defenses. Soldiers were torn apart, crushed beneath their feet, their blood spraying crimson into the sky. Even the enhanced individuals fought with everything they had. Flames, lightning, ice blades streaked across the battlefield, temporarily stemming the beast's tide. But their numbers were too small, and the defensive line was crumbling piece by piece. Yet none of those warriors retreated. They roared, holding their ground with desperate resolve. Even knowing they were trading lives for lives, not a single soul stepped back. Just then, a phoenix engulfed in flames descended from the heavens, its fiery silhouette slicing through the chaos below. Standing atop the phoenix's back, I let a cold smile cross my lips. "This show," I said, "has only just begun." The edge of the Forest of Mysteries was nothing short of a living hell. Screams, roars, and explosions swirled together in a cacophony of chaos. Many of the enhanced fighters began to flee, but a few remained steadfast, planting themselves between the beast tide and humanity's last line of defense. At the frontmost line stood Wang Yong. With a wave of his hand, sharp wind blades tore through the battlefield, shredding mutated beasts into bloody heaps. The stench of blood was overwhelming, rising thick and foul in the air. The ground underfoot was already drenched in a deep crimson, rivers of blood flowing freely. "Listen up, brothers," Wang Yong roared, his voice cutting through the pandemonium. "Today, even if we die, we don't retreat. Let these beasts remember that humans are the true masters of this land." Yes, the warriors echoed his cry, their blood boiling with fury and determination. But the tide of beasts was endless. No matter how many they slaughtered, it wasn't enough. Their line was breaking. Then, the ground shook violently. From deep within the forest came a low, ominous roar, a sound like rolling thunder, making the battlefield fall deathly silent in an instant. Everyone turned their heads toward the forest. Emerging from the trees was a dark red gorilla the size of a small building, towering over 10 meters tall. Every step it took fractured the earth beneath its weight, cracks spreading like spider webs. Its sheer presence was suffocating, a harbinger of despair. A tier 6 mutated beast, rampaging gorilla. Wang Yong's face turned ghostly pale. Tier 6. This wasn't a fight, it was a massacre. The colossal gorilla pounded its chest, roaring as its blood-red eyes locked onto the human defenses. In an instant, it charged forward. Bullets? Shells. They couldn't even graze its hide. On the front lines, panic erupted. Some soldiers broke down immediately, screaming, "Fall back! We can't stop it!" Wang Yong gritted his teeth hard enough to draw blood. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. The veins at the corners of his eyes threatened to burst. Finally, he let out a roar. "Everyone retreat. I'll hold it off." Dead silence fell over the battlefield. No one moved. "Are you deaf?" I said retreat. Wang Yong bellowed again. Then, one of his soldiers smiled. "Commander, this time, we're disobeying your orders. If we die together." "That's right. No way we're letting you cover us while we run for our lives." Wang Yong whipped around, his eyes immediately welling up with heat. Gritting his teeth, he spun back towards the enraged giant gorilla, facing it head-on. In that case, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice sharp as a blade. "Brothers, let's show it the pride we hold even at the end." He roared, Skystorm fury. The wind exploded and tore through the battlefield, shredding the surrounding beasts into pieces in an instant. Wang Yong charged straight at the colossal gorilla. But within seconds, the beast's massive fist came slamming down. Boom! The whirlwind was forcefully dispersed, and Wang Yong was flung back like a broken kite, crashing hard into the defensive line behind him. Blood streamed continuously from his mouth, and his energy drained away rapidly. "Captain!" the soldiers called out, rushing to his side to support him. But the berserk gorilla was already closing in on the line of defense, its towering fists raised high above its head. If those fists came down, everyone there would be flattened into pulp. Right at that desperate moment, the sky erupted with a strike of lightning. Boom! Thunder crashed down like divine punishment, striking the gorilla directly on the top of its head. Blinding arcs of electricity engulfed the battlefield, and when the light faded, the massive creature's head was charred black, smoke curling into the air. It howled in pain, clutching its head with both hands as it staggered back several steps. The entire battlefield froze. Everyone halted, eyes fixed skyward. And then, descending from the heavens, a figure surrounded by crackling electricity landed steadily at the front of the defensive line. As the storm of lightning dissipated, I stood revealed. Cold, confident, with just a touch of rebellious flair. The faint arcs of electricity still lingering at my fingertips confirmed it. That devastating strike just now came from me. Moments later, 3 other figures landed beside me. Suya, Lin Yun'er, and Su Xin. The battlefield gained an almost overwhelming aesthetic presence, sharp and stunning. Su Xin carried the aura of a fiery queen. Suya exuded an elegant seductiveness. Lin Yun'er had a calming purity and resilience. But the soldiers only blinked in dazed admiration for a split second before combat roared back to reality. Stay focused. Keep fighting. I glanced at the berserk gorilla, my mind quickly scanning and analyzing its details. Berserk gorilla, a massive tank with terrifying strength. The unrivaled king of close combat, but with low elemental resistance. Special ability, Berserk Mode, a boost that raises its combat power to the next level. Its weakness? I had already seen through it. Wang Yong, with support, managed to stand again. His face was filled with shock, and his voice trembled as he spoke. Second tier. How is that even possible? He had fought tooth and nail with his 5th tier power, barely even able to phase the gorilla. Yet I had repelled it with a single lightning strike. I spoke casually. You're welcome. Protect your people. We'll handle the rest. Wang Yong took a deep breath, forcing down his disbelief, and began recovering his strength in a meditative posture. That's when Suya suddenly stepped forward. This gorilla, she said, her voice calm but resolute. Leave it to me. I looked at her. He glanced at her and nodded. All right, but be careful. Suya's vermilion bird flame was the perfect counter to the beast. Without saying another word, she raised her hand, forming a sign. Flames burst forth from her palm, condensing sharply. In the next moment, brilliant crimson fire shot out. Boom! The vermilion bird flame collided with the raging giant ape. Large patches of flesh were charred and burned away instantly. The massive ape howled in agony and retaliated wildly, but Suya had already leapt back, using the momentum to lure it away. I withdrew my gaze from her and turned to face the remaining monster tide. A bunch of crawling beasts. My turn. Electric light crackled and wrapped around me in an instant. Sparks of lightning danced chaotically around my body, making my hair stand on end. Raising my hand, I conjured a small sphere of condensed lightning in my palm. Though compact, it brimmed with destructive, concentrated energy. Try this on for size. Thunderblast. The lightning orb launched into the center of the beast horde, erupting in a deafening explosion. Boom! The lightning detonated, leveling the entire area. Within a 20-meter radius, every mutated beast was obliterated. All that remained was scorched earth and rising black smoke. Around me, warriors stood stunned, wide-eyed in disbelief. 3 moves, wiped out 100 beasts. This is insane. Is this guy even human? Without acknowledging them, I raised my hand and formed another lightning orb. Boom! Boom! Thunderblasts burst one after another. The beast horde evaporated in waves. Within mere moments, I had carved through the front lines. Wherever the lightning reached, it left nothing but barren, scorched ground in its wake. Standing alone amidst the destruction, I stood tall like a thunder god. The corners of my lips curled upward, and my fighting spirit ignited fully. Interesting. Come on then. In the heat of battle, Lin Yun'er emerged shrouded in radiant golden light. With a flick of her delicate wrist, a piercing holy beam shot into the beast tide like a sword. Light beam strike. Golden light raced through the mutant beasts, exploding on contact. Wherever it passed, tens of beasts shrieked before bursting into blood mist, the scene both brutal and awe-inspiring. On another front, Zhang Mengchen, though less refined in style, fought no less fiercely. With a single kick, 2 crescent-shaped energy blades tore out, slicing a mutated beast cleanly in half, blood spraying everywhere. Amidst the raging battlefield and rolling smoke, the 2 women fought with full force, showing no signs of fear. Scanning the scene, I couldn't help but smirk. Not bad. In a heartbeat, My movements became even fiercer. Lightning stirred around my fingertips. Thunderous spheres erupted one after another, ear-splitting explosions forcing the beasts to retreat in desperation. Boom! A final strike, like divine judgment, descended from above. The remaining mutated beasts were shredded to bits, leaving not even a trace behind. Second-tier strength brutally crushed third- and fourth-tier creatures. The beast horde, charred and blackened, lay in ruin. The area around was littered with bodies, piling up into miniature hills as thousands of beasts fell lifeless to the ground. In the distant skies, Su Xen stood gracefully atop her fire phoenix, watching the scene unfold with quiet admiration. A mesmerizing smile played on her lips. A second-tier combatant casually exterminating third- and fourth-tier beasts, even putting a dent in weaker fifth-tier defenses. "I'm afraid even that won't stop it," she whispered in awe. An SSS-level ability truly lives up to its name. The battle began to shift with my presence. Humanity's forces started to gain the upper hand, while the mutated beasts fell into chaos. Wang Yong, dragging his exhausted body, once again charged toward the front lines, raising his arm and roaring with determination. "Brothers, charge with me, counterattack! Counterattack!" The atmosphere erupted in fiery passion, and the battle cries shook the heavens. I reached into my storage ring and retrieved a spirit stone. Its energy surged rapidly into my body. Letting out a cold snort, I declared, "Let me show you all what it means to be invincible on the battlefield." Lightning crackled between my hands. Thunder flash, body amplification. In an instant, a suit of lightning armor engulfed my entire body. My muscles tensed, and my presence became overwhelming. Propelling myself forward with incredible force, I transformed into a raging thunderbolt, hurtling into the beast horde. Not a single mutated beast could stand in my way. I was like a lightning spear, piercing straight through the tide of monsters. Giant beasts were sent flying, some even exploding into fragments of flesh and blood upon impact. For a moment, the battlefield fell silent, only to erupt moments later with cheers so loud they seemed to shake the earth. That single charge ignited the fighting spirit of everyone present. This man broke through their defenses. "Attack!" Wang Yong commanded boldly. Gunfire and cannon blasts roared to life as the disoriented beast horde began to collapse. Humanity's counteroffensive surged in full force. Lin Yun'er and Zhang Mengchen soon joined the fray, their gazes unwaveringly fixed on that lightning-clad figure. That figure, ferocious like a dragon and shaking the very heavens and earth, was their sole pillar of hope. In their hearts, there was only pride. He was their man. Meanwhile, Su Ya's intense duel with the raging gorilla had reached a boiling point. The massive beast's body was charred black, its dark red fur singed and mottled, its skin covered in deep burn marks. Its flesh, nearly turned to charcoal, was still smoldering. And yet, the searing pain didn't subdue it. Instead, it provoked a monstrous rage. Not far away, Suya stood elegantly, her purple dress fluttering gently in the wind, resembling a blazing phoenix. Her expression remained composed, as if the enraged gorilla in front of her was nothing worthy of concern. Behind her, the vermilion bird's spirit flared brightly, its feathers engulfed in flames. The intense heat radiating from it made the gorilla too intimidated to approach. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the distance. I led the counterattack, streaks of electricity and shadows of thunder sweeping through the beast horde like divine judgment. Unstoppable and devastating. Suya's gaze sharpened as a hint of a smile appeared on her stunning face. "That little rascal, doing better than I thought." She paused for a moment, but worry flickered in her eyes. "Still, he better not overdo it. I need to finish this quickly." Her eyes turned icy cold as she brought her delicate hand down in a decisive motion. The vermilion bird let out a piercing cry, sending a barrage of fiery meteors crashing down onto the enraged gorilla. The beast had no chance to evade. Flames engulfed it as it let out an agonized, bone-chilling roar. But the pain only unleashed its primal fury further. Its frame suddenly swelled, muscles bulging grotesquely. As steadfast as a mountain, its eyes blazed crimson with bloodlust, an aura of murderous fury erupting into the air. The beast's berserker state was forcibly triggered. It charged through the incoming fireball, rushing straight towards Suya, the ground trembling under its weight, shockwaves rippling through the surroundings. Suya, however, merely took a single elegant step back, her frosty gaze sharp as a blade, laced with taunting amusement. "Foolish beast, is this truly the best you can do?" From behind her back, she drew a vermilion bird feather. With a flick of her fingers, the feather transformed into a roaring flame sword. The blade, crimson as blood, radiated an oppressive brilliance, its searing aura warping the air around it. The colossal gorilla's massive palm descended in an earth-shaking strike, intent on crushing the frail flame sword. But the moment it made contact, the flame sword pierced cleanly through its hand. Roar! The beast released a harrowing scream unlike anything ever heard before. The vermilion bird's flames clung relentlessly to its wound, spreading like a merciless contagion, devouring the flesh of its entire arm in a grotesque spectacle. Pathetic. Suya's cold smirk deepened as she curled her finger. The sword drew an arc through the air, plunging into the beast's back and piercing through to its chest. A catastrophic eruption of vermilion flames engulfed its torso entirely. The gorilla thrashed and bellowed in agony, but the relentless shadow of the sword struck again and again, leaving gaping holes in its massive body. The unstoppable vermilion fire consumed and devoured, turning the once mighty creature into a tormented spectacle, like a helpless victim caught in the jaws of a relentless grinder. Its roars grew weaker and weaker as Suya pressed on, unyielding, refusing to allow the beast a single moment to recover. Finally, the monstrous gorilla fell silent, reduced to nothing but ashes under the wrath of the vermilion fire. Only then did Suya gracefully withdraw her sword, casting an indifferent glance toward my side of the battlefield. Meanwhile, I remained a lightning-clad force of destruction amidst the swarm of mutant beasts, each eruption of thunder obliterating dozens at a time. Blood rained, corpses piled high, and even with my power capped at a mere second-tier level, I tore through the battlefield like a god of war, unstoppable and unrivaled. When it's time to strike, don't hold back. Push forward with everything you've got. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I let out a brash grin, quickly reining in my lightning power as I moved to regroup with the main force. The closer we got to the secret realm's exit, the more intense the sense of impending danger grew. Though I held pride in my abilities, arrogance held no place here. I understood my limits. Invincible, I was not. Yet, with each deep breath, the determination in my gaze burned fiercer than my own lightning. Let them try. Anyone who dares to stand in my way will regret it. The earth quaked under the chaos of the ongoing battle, resolution still elusive, but victory now flickered faintly on the horizon. Outside the edges of the sky-wild forest, the symphony of slaughter rang unabated. Beastly roars, deafening explosions, and furious battle cries intertwined, painting this battlefield as a vision straight out of hell. The armies of mankind fought tirelessly, carving their way forward with blood and steel. After 2 grueling hours, we finally reached the entrance of the secret realm. With lightning dancing in my hands, I annihilated wave after wave of mutant beasts, reducing them to unrecognizable ashes. The number I'd slain? I had long since stopped counting. All I knew was that over half the corpses on this battlefield bore the mark of my wrath. Alone, I carved a bloody path through the front line, breaking through the enemy ranks as if they were nothing. The eyes of warriors around me were fixed on my figure, filled with awe that bordered on reverence. A force like this, too strong, it's suffocating. My spiritual energy felt endless, my attacks relentless, like an unstoppable tide. Meanwhile, the other gifted fighters reached their limits and had to retreat intermittently to recover. But not me. I stayed at the forefront, never taking a single step back. Does he ever run out of energy? Someone murmured under their breath. Of course, I wasn't invincible. Even as I fought, I shoved spirit stones into my mouth. With my recovery speed boosted tenfold, my energy consumption and restoration were kept in a delicate balance. To outsiders, it looked like raw strength, but in reality, it was boosted strength, fueled by me essentially overloading on resources. Finally, the last mutated beast collapsed. The group exhaled collectively, and without missing a beat, they turned their focus to the entrance of the secret realm. They launched a fierce assault, sealing it tight and suppressing the restless, mutated beasts lurking within. We won. We really won. This battle, it's all thanks to Shaoli. He's the real key to our victory. Cheers erupted from the crowd, but Wang Yong furrowed his brows. His voice cut through the excitement like a blade, commanding, "Stay sharp. There could be stronger mutated beasts lurking within the secret realm. We hold the line until reinforcements arrive." Before his words could settle, a deep, menacing growl rumbled from the depths of the secret realm. RRRRGH. The next moment, a massive silver blur tore through the rain of bullets and explosions, ramming forcefully into the crowd. Boom. I took the brunt of the incredible impact. The force hurled me backward, smashing through obstacles in my path like a meteor until I finally skidded to a stop over 10 meters away. Shaoli, Lin Yun'er, and Zhang Mengchen rushed toward me, their faces etched with panic. I brushed the dust off my body, stood up, and smirked slightly. I'm fine. The bone talisman hanging around my neck grew warm. It had absorbed most of the collision's force. It was one of the few trump cards I still held in my arsenal. Once the two women saw that I was unharmed, they visibly relaxed. At the other side of the battlefield, the silver beast finally revealed its massive form. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. A giant, silver-white wolf with a crescent moon symbol etched on its forehead stood menacingly before us. Its bloodthirsty eyes glinted as they surveyed the crowd. Its monstrous fangs gleamed coldly, and drool, thick, rank, and dripping with menace, hit the ground like acid. Even from a distance, its overwhelming aura was enough to freeze one's limbs in sheer terror. A Tier 5 blood moon wolf, Wang Yong blurted, his voice filled with dread. This creature was weaker during daylight than at night. Even so, its Tier 5 strength far exceeded that of anyone present. Not even Wang Yong, seasoned warrior though he was, stood a chance. How are we supposed to fight this? Someone stammered, their voice trembling. And if that wasn't bad enough, there was another major problem. We still had to defend the remaining entrances of the beast tide. Any slip-up in maintaining the defense could lead to a total collapse of the battlefield. Wang Yong gritted his teeth, his eyes resolute. I'll take on the wolf myself. Though he sounded determined, it was clear his body was struggling. Having barely survived an earlier battle against a Tier 6 gorilla, he was already gravely injured. Facing the Blood Moon Wolf now was a gamble he couldn't possibly win. It was suicide, but he had no choice. He was a soldier. As he prepared to step forward with his weapon, I moved faster, stepping in front of him. This thing? I've got it. Turning back to him, I flashed a faint smile. No, you can't, Wang Yong exclaimed anxiously. Even with extraordinary talent, you're just at Tier 2. The gap between you and a Tier 5 is. Relax. I cut him off, speaking in a calm tone. I never gamble with my life. With those words, I lifted my head to stare straight at the bloodthirsty moon wolf. My gaze was icy, sharp as thunder striking. In that moment, my thoughts stirred. My personal interface surfaced before me. The Tier 2 skill I had never used until now finally began to glow. Up until now, I hadn't fought with everything I had. But today, the real trump card, I was finally about to play it. I've never been afraid of anyone, I murmured. Sparks of electricity danced along my fingertips. The wind howled tighter, as the oppressive air filled with the sharp taste of killing intent. The battlefield around me ignited once more. Shaoli, be careful. Wang Yong grit his teeth, conflicted, but in the end, he stepped back. Deep in his heart, he had already made a decision. If I couldn't hold my ground, he would never just stand by and watch. The crowd stilled completely. Everyone held their breath, unable to believe it. I was actually planning to face this Tier 5 beast head-on my own. Just moments ago, Suya had finished off the berserk gorilla. When she noticed me standing up and scathed after being thrown back, staring bravely into the face of the bloodthirsty moon wolf, her lips quirked in a half-smile. This guy? He's insane. On the other side, the bloodthirsty moon wolf locked its cold, savage eyes on me. Murder burned inside those bestial pupils, and its fanged maw drooled thick saliva. In its eyes, I was just another offering to be preyed upon. I said nothing. My gaze remained sharp as blades. Tier 2 versus Tier 5. a canyon of difference. But I wasn't one to back down. A woo. The wolf's deafening howl sliced through the air. Its massive frame launched forward as a silver blur, its razor-sharp claws gleaming, aiming right for my chest. Thunder exploded around us. I became a streak of lightning, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear behind the great beast. My palm struck downward. Boom. A bolt of lightning appeared from the sky, sizzling against the wolf's head in a crackling burst. The acrid stench of charred fur filled the air as its pelt singed and flesh tore apart. But the bloodthirsty moon wolf merely shook its head, barely fazed. The beast grew even more enraged, whipping around ferociously. From its mouth erupted a glowing, silvery sphere hurtling directly toward me. Activating my lightning reflexes, I sidestepped the attack. But to my surprise, midair, the sphere split into 3 smaller orbs, changing direction to pursue me once more. Electricity gathered in both my hands, and I flung a trio of lightning balls to counter them in mid-flight. Asterisk boom, 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 asterisk. The explosive waves of spirit energy tore through the ground, carving a deep trench. Onlookers scrambled to retreat, their faces pale with fear. Through the settling dust cloud, I raised my hand. Electricity coursed through my entire being. Sparks snaked across my form, swirling until they coalesced into a massive lightning fist extending from my arm, a dazzling weapon forged from pure thunder. Thunder fist. The words erupted from my lips, and like an unleashed arrow, the enormous lightning fist surged forth, its explosive electric arcs tearing through the air as it drove straight toward the bloodthirsty moon wolf. Bang! The wolf howled fiercely. Shockingly, the beast opted to meet my attack head-on, lunging with its colossal body directly into the raw force of the loy. The punch came crashing down. In the next instant, a clap of thunder erupted. The bloodthirsty moon wolf was sent flying 10 meters back, slamming viciously into the massive boulder behind it. The boulder shattered into pieces as the wolf landed in a heap, battered and broken. Boom. The residual force of the thunder fist wasn't done yet. The boulder crumbled into nothingness on the spot. The wolf's anguished wails tore through the air. As the dust settled, the battered figure of the bloodthirsty moon wolf was finally revealed. Its entire body was scorched black, its flesh ripped open, barely a trace of its once pristine silver gray fur remaining. The suffocating stench of blood and burnt flesh filled the air. I raised my gaze, my eyes icy cold, and began to approach slowly. The storm within raged on, lightning reassembling inside me, forming compact thunder fists that wrapped around my fists like electric gauntlets. The moon wolf roared, its fury igniting like a wildfire. Ignoring its injuries, it launched itself at me once more, claws outstretched like razor-sharp blades. I let out a low grunt, my thunder fists meeting its attack head-on. Fist and claw clashed, sparks of lightning and embers crackling in the air. The wolf's claws left shallow marks against the surging electric light, only for those scars to heal instantly under the embrace of the lightning. We remained locked in place briefly, but the savage glint in the wolf's eyes began to dim. The relentless high-voltage currents of the thunder fists were sapping its strength bit by bit. What had been an even fight was now tipping in my favor. With a powerful shout, I surged my energy, pushing both fists forward with brute force. The bloodthirsty moon wolf staggered back repeatedly, its claws dragging deep trenches into the ground. It howled in defiance, but the fight was already lost. Its strength couldn't match mine. I was forcing it into submission. Finally, with a deafening bang, the wolf was slammed onto its back, pinned to the ground. Its belly faced upward, spurring it to writhe and struggle for freedom, but its efforts were futile, as if it were nailed in place. My pupils flashed, and a silvery white lightning haloed around my irises. My body bristled with electric arcs as I muttered coldly, delivering the command. Destruction ray. An intense burst of light erupted from my eyes, becoming a tangible beam of energy that pierced clean through the bloodthirsty moon wolf's skull in an instant. A woo! Its final howl died midway, abruptly cut short. The massive wolf collapsed completely, its limbs limp and lifeless. Only its spine twitched faintly in post-mortem spasms. The lightning flickered and dissipated. I stood there, staring at the charred, unrecognizable wolf's head. Its skull bore 2 grisly, gaping holes, clean, precise, and unforgiving. Through the holes, the scorched earth beneath was clearly visible. And so, the terror of a level 5 bloodthirsty moon wolf had come to an end. I exhaled steadily and rose to my full height, my gaze briefly shifting toward the lifeless body of the furious gorilla, its carcass still warm in the distance. My tongue flicked out, grazing the corner of my lips. Not bad. Looks like I've got tonight's barbecue feast sorted. Standing tall, I allowed a smirk to tug at the corner of my mouth. The fierce energy from my battle hadn't completely faded, but now, confidence burned brighter in my eyes. Second-tier ability, huh? Not bad at all, I muttered. Even the defense of a level 5 bloodthirsty moon wolf couldn't stand a chance against my strike. Steel skull and iron bones. Just worthless in the end. Destruction ray, a second-tier ability technique. Kinetic lightning gathered in my eyes, transforming into a beam capable of annihilating anything in its path. As one of the signature moves born from my SSS tier ability, its power was nothing short of terrifying. Level 5. The bloodthirsty moon wolf was no exception. It fell to my frontal attack. I knew well that it would have been even stronger at night, but this battle ended swiftly and decisively. All around me, people stopped what they were doing, their eyes locking onto me in unison. Is he the one who killed the bloodthirsty moon wolf? That's insane. How old is this guy? And he managed to take down a tier 5 mutant beast head-on. Give him a few more years, and won't he be standing at the very pinnacle of tier 9? Shock, awe, envy, and even a hint of jealousy surged toward me. Out of nowhere, someone shouted, "Brother, I'll follow you from now on. Legend, I bow to your greatness." Some women even cast fiery glances my way. "Hey there, handsome, how about getting a girlfriend? You could even have more than one." I hadn't said a word yet, but Lin Yuner and Zhang Mengchen were already standing at a distance, gazing at me with admiration shining in their eyes. The sharpness in my stoic profile and the lethality in the casual raise of my hand had made their hearts race. As for those women trying to approach me, their advances were quickly blocked by 2 icy glares. Lin Yuner and Zhang Mengchen stood shoulder to shoulder, one exuding pure innocence, the other radiating seductive charm, both breathtakingly beautiful in their own ways. It was clear to everyone, don't even think about it. Suya clenched her fists tightly, her expression complex. So this is his true strength. A Tier 2 SSS level ability user capable of overpowering Tier 5. In the crowd, Wang Yong was utterly dumbfounded. A Tier 2 killing a Tier 5? Even the strongest SS level ability users might not achieve this. What kind of monster is this kid? He suddenly recalled a recent piece of news that had shaken the entire nation. A second SSS level gifted ability user had appeared in Xia country. Shaoli, he murmured my name. His head spinning like a thunderclap had gone off within it. That's right. He's the one, the awakened one. I watched the chaos of the surrounding crowd unfold when, in midair, Su Xen hovered silently, a faint smile at the corners of her lips. Well done, kid. Looks like this little crisis didn't need me to lift a finger after all. But her words trailed off, her expression suddenly shifting. Her gaze snapped sharply toward a specific point in the void. There, the air rippled faintly, as though a calm surface of water had been gently disturbed. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the undulating space. A gray robe, a wine-gourd, disheveled hair. You'd think he was just some free-spirited old man. But every step he took descended as if on solid ground, and the void beneath his feet seemed like it had become tangible earth in response. Su Xian's pupils contracted. "Master He Ming." The old man gave her a slight smile, saying nothing, as his steady steps brought him closer to me. His composure, coupled with the unshakable grasp he had on the surrounding space, silenced the crowd in an instant. Wang Yong's voice caught in his throat. He Ming? Is he really that legendary figure?" Su Xian muttered under her breath. "His mastery over spatial laws is even. My blockade is more seamless now. No wonder Shao Li feels confident to let loose here. Turns out it's because there's a senior guarding him." An elder descended through the air, the surrounding atmosphere sinking heavily under his presence. I looked up, my gaze unflinching. Shaoli, He Ming spoke, his voice deep and resonating, as if it could pierce straight into one's soul. Your journey is only just beginning. A deathly silence enveloped the surroundings. Only the wind moved lazily, brushing past from the Tianai forest. The moment He Ming arrived, it was as if a clap of thunder shattered the suffocating quiet. My gaze immediately locked onto him, my pupils dilating slightly as I lifted my head. He Lao, the second I spoke, everyone around turned to the elder hovering in midair, their expressions blank with confusion. Who is this guy? What's this old man's deal? Someone muttered. I didn't hesitate. I laid it out directly. An SS class spatial ability user, a tier 10 powerhouse. As the words fell, the crowd erupted, gasps rippling across the area. He Ming smiled faintly. The rift is unstable. I'm here to fix it. Just this sentence alone made the atmosphere even tenser, stretched taut like a wire about to snap. He glanced at me, his tone calm, but carrying a relentless weight. An SSS ability, falling into your hands. At least it wasn't wasted. I felt a shock deep within, quickly bowing slightly. Thank you, He Lao. In just a couple of exchanges, waves of pressure had already rolled over me. Suddenly, He Ming barked sharply. You all, stand back. I reacted immediately. Do as he says now? Back up. Grabbing Lin Yuner with one hand and Zhang Mengchen with the other, I retreated swiftly. Most people hesitated for a second, but Wang Yong roared, Get back. Stay if you want to die. Startled, the rest stumbled to scatter further away. We had barely retreated when a deafening, tearing sound erupted from the rift. Then, 3 massive beasts came barreling out, giant bear, thunderbird, black serpent. A 6th-tier aura exploded, oppressing the air so much it made it hard to even breathe. But He Ming simply raised a foot and stomped lightly. Boom. An invisible force rippled outward, waves of spatial energy spreading in all directions. In an instant, every mutated beast collapsed onto the ground. It didn't matter what tier they were, none of them could move. Even the 3 6th-tier behemoths trembled violently, terror overtaking their feral eyes. Wang Yong stared at the airborne He Ming, murmuring to himself, I see now. So that's why. He Ming gave the creatures a dismissive glance, a cold sneer on his lips. I'll give you a choice. Crawl back to where you came from, or die here. 7 short words hit like the weight of a mountain. The lower-tiered mutated beasts wailed, scrambling to retreat into the rift. But the 3 6th-tier beasts didn't move. Instead, they bared their fangs and lunged at He Ming in unison. Fools courting death. He Ming flicked his finger, slicing open a thin rift in space. In an instant, the attack was unleashed. Crack! The bear was severed as green blood gushed out. The thunderbird screeched, its scales blown apart. The black serpent hissed in fury. Directly cleaved into 2 halves. The 3 6th-tier behemoths were instantly slain. The strike reverberated through the heavens. Everyone was stunned, as if caught in a dream. The lower-tier mutated beasts fled even faster. Soon, not even their shadows dared emerge at the entrance of the secret realm. He Ming nodded in satisfaction, then took a step toward the realm's entrance, raising his hand to press gently into the void. The space trembled, and the shattered edges began to mend, as if the heavens and earth were being sewn back together. In the blink of an eye, the crack disappeared, and the secret realm returned to its original state. With the realm restored to tranquility, the cheers erupted all around us. We fought tooth and nail, and in the end, it wasn't all for nothing. Yet behind the cheers, the scent of blood was equally pervasive. Cleanup efforts? That naturally fell to the Zawubu military district. There was no reason for me to linger further. I scanned the battlefield, retrieved my storage ring, and collected the corpse of the bloodthirsty moon wolf. I glanced at the roaring gorilla's half-grilled remains that Suya had been roasting and casually collected that too. Then my gaze fell on the 3 6th-tier mutated beasts He Ming had just slain. Without hesitation, I raised my hand and retrieved them all. The corpses vanished into my ring. Suya was meticulous when it came to processing materials, saving me considerable effort. As for He Ming, he didn't even glance at the beasts, as if they weren't worth his attention. At this moment, Wang Yong, having finished organizing the scene, approached me with a solemn expression. He stood at perfect attention, arms straight by his sides, and saluted crisply. Wang Yong, stationed in the secret realm of the Tianai Forest under the Zhuobu Military District. On behalf of my team, I thank you, little brother, for saving our lives. His voice rang with clarity and resolve. I waved lightly. It was a small effort, not worth mentioning. Suya and the other two women merely exchanged faint smiles, saying nothing. I gazed into the distance, the battlefield strewn with the corpses of mutated beasts and the remains of humans. A heavy weight settled over me. The losses this time weren't small, were they? Wang Yong's face turned somber, and he spoke in a low voice. We lost 35 soldiers, and the majority of the support ability users didn't make it either. Frankly speaking, we were lucky the entire force wasn't wiped out. I fell silent. At that moment, I felt the brutal truth of this world more acutely than ever before. Wang Yong straightened up again, his voice heavy yet carrying pride. They didn't die in vain. They sacrificed themselves to safeguard the livelihoods of countless ordinary people. A death like that is worth it. I nodded slightly, a hint of sentiment flickering in my eyes, and reached out to place a firm hand on his shoulder. You all are remarkable. Wang Yong smiled, his grin as bright as the sun. Little brother, it's time for you all to head out, isn't it? Yeah, the fight is over. It's time to move on. He saluted once more, his tone ringing with determination. Brother Shaoli, I truly hope to see the day you become a pillar of Xia. I narrowed my eyes slightly. The eyes revealed a slight hint of surprise. This soldier probably had already picked up on something. Wang Yong didn't say a word more. He turned and walked away, his back as upright and unshakable as a mountain. Not long after, a magnificent flaming phoenix descended from the heavens, its body engulfed in crimson flames. With a powerful spread of its wings, waves of heat roared outward, intimidating everyone present. I led the group and leaped onto its broad back. The phoenix let out a long, resonant cry, flapped its mighty wings, and transformed into a blazing streak of light. In an instant, it soared to the skies and vanished beyond the horizon. On the phoenix's back, Susan gave a soft chuckle and ruffled my hair gently. Not bad today, kid, she teased. I casually brushed her hand away, leaned in, and whispered, What's the use of praise? Where's the reward? Susan raised an eyebrow. How about 1,000 spirit stones? I shot her a glare. Cheapskate. She lightly tapped me on the shoulder and said in a low voice, We'll talk when we get to Phoenix Academy. For now, stay put. A gleam of amusement flashed in my eyes. So you're promising? Susan rolled her eyes at me, her tone cooling. Ask again, and there won't be a reward. I chuckled to myself and wisely shut up. Suya, Lin Yuner, and Zhang Mengchen exchanged glances, an unspoken subtlety flickering across their expressions, yet none of them said a word. Just then, an additional figure suddenly appeared atop the phoenix's back, as if emerging from thin air like a phantom. Before I could process what had happened, Susan had already bent slightly, bowing respectfully. Susan greets Elder He. I focused and, sure enough, it was the old man, He Ming. Leaving so hastily earlier, I hadn't even had the chance to greet this mysterious powerhouse. Suya, Lin Yuner, and Zhang Mengchen quickly followed suit, mimicking her gesture. He Ming waved it off, unconcerned. Drop the formalities with me. None of that unnecessary fluff. Relax. His gaze then turned to Susan, and with a stroke of his beard, he chuckled. It's been a few years, and you've improved quite a bit. Seems like you're catching up to this old man. Impressive for someone so young. Susan immediately waved her hands. You overpraise, elder. I'm still far from that level and have much more to learn. He Ming smirked. Don't be too humble. Hu Chenxian and Long Zhantian teamed up and still couldn't match you. Your power has already brushed the threshold of the 10th level. With that, his casual glance swept over me. It was just a single look, but it sent a jolt through my chest. Buried in that gaze was something deeper, something complex. My stomach sank, and unease thudded within me like a beating drum. When Susan had fought against the two heads of Dragon and Martial Academies, He Ming had been discreetly observing from the shadows. At that crucial moment, he had tossed her the flaming divine feather. No doubt, that sly old fox had seen everything back then. Someone as shrewd as him must have pieced some things together by now. Susan's sudden burst of strength, single-handedly fending off two powerful adversaries, wouldn't have passed unnoticed by He Ming. What caught me off guard, though, was that he merely glanced at me. He didn't ask a single question. It felt like tacit acknowledgement, a silent agreement, and also his way of, let me defuse the situation. Su Xian's mind was visibly shaken, but she clearly understood He Ming's stance. She bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, Senior He." He Ming smiled faintly, waved his hand dismissively, and shifted the topic. However, his gaze fell directly on me, sharp as a sword. "Kid, I'm here to let you know, I'm leaving." "You're leaving?" I was taken aback for a moment. He Ming nodded, his tone solemn. "The issue with the secret realm in the Tianai forest hasn't been resolved yet. There's something fishy behind all of this. I must leave for further investigation. Don't concern yourselves with it." "Something fishy?" I frowned. "The seal on the secret realm wasn't naturally destroyed. It was sabotaged," He Ming said gravely, his voice low. "This kind of method isn't something ordinary people could pull off." A chill ran through me. Deliberately sabotaging the seal of a secret realm, that's a heavy crime. Not even a 10th-rank powerhouse would dare risk triggering a mutant beast rampage, as it would lead to global sanctions. Infighting among humans is one thing, but when it comes to threats like mutant beasts that can destroy the world, the bottom line must always be upheld. Flashes of the information I'd read online about the 10 great beast kings ran through my mind. Beings on par with the terrifying peak of the 10th rank, a catastrophic threat to humanity, lingering above us like a sword. And now, someone dared to tear through that fragile peace on purpose? Elder He, what could they possibly gain from this? I couldn't help but ask. The waters run deep in the world of secret realms. He Ming's eyes glinted coldly as he patted my shoulder. There will always be lunatics trying to profit from it. But these aren't matters you need to worry about for now. Focus on becoming stronger. Only when you're strong enough will you have the right to influence this game. I inhaled deeply and nodded. Understood. He Ming seemed satisfied as he gave a slight nod. With his hands behind his back, he stepped into the air. The space beneath his feet twisted and rippled layer by layer. Just before he vanished into the void, he left behind one last laugh. "Remember the cruelty of this world, kid. Don't let me down." In the next instant, his figure disappeared completely into nothingness. "The sly old man is gone. We should pick up the pace too," Su Xian said as she looked toward the horizon, urging her fire phoenix forward. Seated on the soft, flaming feathers, my mood sank slightly. "Yunner, come here," I called out. Lin Yunner blushed and timidly stepped toward me. The next moment, I pulled her into my arms, gently locking her hands in mine. Su Xian glanced at us briefly but said nothing. However, Suya and Zhang Mengchen were both wide-eyed, frozen in surprise. "Sister Su Xian," I asked casually, "those people who sabotaged the secret realm, they knew the consequences and still stirred up trouble. What?" Su Xian gazed into the distance, her tone indifferent. "For some, peace holds no value. Chaos creates opportunities for a select few to rise. Many forces are eager to stir the waters and snatch benefits amidst the turmoil, no matter the cost. To put it plainly, they're lunatics." I etched her words firmly into my mind. Lowering my head, I looked at Lin Yunner nestled in my arms. The sight made me even more resolute in my heart. Whether it's the struggles in the secret realms or the looming conspiracies, the system is my fundamental foothold. Binding with the goddess and enhancing my strength isn't just the fastest path to growth. It's also my trump card against unknown crises. The system is my ultimate cheat code. 2 hours later, the Fire Phoenix flew over Flame City. From the high altitude, I could see the sprawling steel skyscrapers, flows of dense traffic, and the constant flickering of traffic lights. The city exuded a sense of bustling prosperity mixed with restlessness. It was at least twice the size of Lin City. But what truly made it famous was one particular institution, Phoenix Academy, a place jokingly referred to as the City of Goddesses. From atop the Fire Phoenix, Lin Yunner and Zhang Mengchen leaned forward to take in the spectacular scene below, exclaiming in awe, "Wow, this is so much bigger and grander than Lin City." Suya, however, remained calm, as this had once been her hometown. And as for Xixin, she didn't even glance down. Her composed demeanor only accentuated her extraordinary status. As the Fire Phoenix approached the city, its speed gradually slowed before it began its descent. My gaze was fixed on the massive academy below us. It was a sprawling area the size of a small city. At its entrance stood a towering phoenix statue, its beak raised as if ready to soar, emanating an aura of majesty. The most striking feature, however, were the four blazing red, fiery characters above the statue that spelled out *Phoenix Academy*. Inside the grounds, a meticulously arranged cluster of buildings spread out. The wide spaces housed teaching facilities, dormitories, and even villas. At the very center stood a towering crimson structure over 100 stories tall, piercing into the sky, with a bold phoenix emblem proudly adorning it. "What's that building?" I couldn't help but ask, glancing at the tower. "That's Phoenix Academy's signature landmark," Suyo explained in passing. Eventually, the fire phoenix landed in front of the colossal statue. Shishin raised her hand with a small gesture, and the surrounding flames dissipated. "We're here," she said. Standing before the academy's entrance, she gazed ahead with a meaningful glint in her eyes. I stood in front of the statue and took another look at the campus. Be it its scale or its aura, Phoenix Academy completely outclassed Lingwu Academy. It was like comparing a humble village house to a grand palace. "Follow me," Shishin said with a faint smile, the sound of her heels clicking with each step as she led the way into the academy. We followed right behind. As we passed through the main gate, I felt an invisible force sweep over me, as though it was scanning for something. With a casual wave of her hand, Shishin dispelled it. "This is the academy's protective array," Suyu explained. "No outsiders can intrude, and an alarm would go off if someone attempted to. Once you officially join, the array will recognize you and grant you free access." I nodded, intrigued by the mechanism. The moment I stepped inside, my eyes lit up. Ahead of me was a vast square, buzzing with activity. It seemed to be between class periods, as the large space was bustling with. It was like a scene straight out of a dream. A dazzling display of elegance and charm swept across the plaza, skirts swishing, graceful figures intertwining, and bright, melodic laughter ringing out. It was as if a vibrant symphony of life had come alive, instantly electrifying every nerve in my body. The women here were stunning, each one breathtaking in both looks and aura. Whether walking alone or chatting in small groups, the entire area seemed to be overflowing with beauty that could rival movie stars. Every glance at the crowd only confirmed one thing. They weren't kidding when they called Phoenix Academy the best. Every girl here looked like she could be crowned a campus beauty queen. Phoenix Academy. I couldn't help but think. This place deserves its reputation. It's unreal. With every passing second, I felt more thrilled. It was clear I had made the right decision to come here. Beside me, Zhang Mingchen glanced my way with a playful smirk, her voice laced with teasing. "Staring too much, aren't you?" I coughed twice, trying and failing to act unaffected. But my eyes betrayed me, persistently wandering and taking in the scene. The plaza was practically dripping with youthful energy, with faces so astonishingly gorgeous that it was impossible to find anyone who was merely average-looking. "This is unreal, like a paradise," I screamed internally, already subconsciously captivated by the vivid scene of beauty radiating everywhere around me. Suya gave me a knowing smirk as she lightly patted me on the shoulder, her voice tinged with amusement. "Don't get too worked up. This is just the beginning. Things are only going to get crazier." Taking a deep breath, I suppressed the excitement bubbling within me. I knew very well, this academy wasn't just about its pleasing aesthetics. The people gathered here comprised the brightest and most talented individuals from all across the nation. And if I wanted to hold my ground and thrive, I need to up my game fast. Phoenix Academy. The game starts now. As we made our way further into the plaza, the atmosphere shifted. Our arrival seemed to ignite the already bustling scene, drawing eyes and murmurs from every direction. Many of the girls immediately noticed Fengxin, the woman leading us. As if on cue, they stopped what they were doing and bowed respectfully. "Good morning, headmistress." Fengxin gave them a faint nod, her expression calm and composed as always. Trailing behind her, I kept a self-assured yet warm smile on my face. It was a look I had carefully mastered over the years. And sure enough, it didn't take long for it to work its charm. The crowd of young women faltered, their reactions almost instantaneous. Several froze in place, wide-eyed. Some glanced away shyly, their cheeks tinged pink, while others stared outright, looking as if their hearts had skipped a beat. A guy. Wait, is that actually a guy? And he's walking with the headmistress? And, wow, he's ridiculously good-looking. What's he doing here? He can't be a student, right? No way. This is a girls-only academy. Within a matter of seconds, the entire plaza buzzed with hushed, yet hurried whispers. I picked up every single word, though I didn't let any of it get to my head. Instead, I merely chuckled inwardly. In no time, these young ladies would become my allies. I was well aware of how vital a first impression was, especially here, a school filled with gorgeous, talented girls. Being the lone guy made me a bit of an oddity. One careless move, and I'd risk getting alienated or worse, outright rejected. But I wasn't worried. After all, I trusted my own charm. It was then that a familiar voice rang out in my head, a high-pitched, overly sweet voice that I knew all too well. "Congratulations, master. Looks like you've landed yourself in an actual paradise," chirped the system, a hint of mischief in its tone. It even giggled twice before adding, "By the way, the system has detected an overwhelming number of potential binding targets here. I'll be making some small adjustments to the rules, just giving you a heads up." Hearing this, I froze mid-step, my brows frowning slightly. Rule adjustments? What do you mean? It's simple. From now on, the binding process only becomes effective when you meet the goddess face-to-face and get to know her. I immediately understood the implications. Under the original rules, if I simply strolled around the square, I could have bound dozens of targets in one sweep. The system's point calculation would have probably exploded on the spot. This works better. I smirked inwardly. The more the system tweaks the rules, the more interesting things get. But as a precise opportunist, of course, I wasn't going to let this chance slide. I let out a sharp snort, speaking with utter seriousness. If the rule changes mean I'll have to spend extra time, then where's my compensation? Surely, you have to offer something in exchange. The system's soft, childish voice instantly turned meek and began to act cutesy. "Wah, master, how about 2 raffle attempts as compensation?" I sneered. "Just 2? Do you even realize how many opportunities I've lost this time? 10 draws. Don't even bother if it's less." The system immediately bristled. "Master, no way. At most 5 times. Take it or leave it." My eyes gleamed, and I immediately finalized the deal. "Deal?" The system yelped in frustration. Were you just playing me?" I smiled coolly. "The deal is sealed. No takebacks." The system started stomping in fury. "You mean it? You're driving me crazy." Hearing its furious wailing echoing in my mind, I couldn't help but feel a lot better. Earlier, I had saved up 3 raffle chances. Now, with the 5 I tricked it into giving me, I already had 8 in total. Just a couple more, and I'll have enough for a 10 draw. Today turned out to be a productive day. However, I knew very well that the raffles weren't the most important thing right now. It's the location. The rules had changed, which meant I had to take it slow and tackle the targets one by one. We continued walking deeper into Phoenix Academy. We eventually reached a quiet clearing far from the chaos. Around us, everything was blanketed in red. At the center of it all stood a lone 2-story wooden house, surrounded by flaming crimson foliage, spiritual plants, and mystical trees. From a distance, the scene looked like an island floating in a sea of fire. Sushin halted and introduced it in her typical calm tone. This was built at the founding of Phoenix Academy by the first headmaster herself. The wood used is the rare phoenix tree, known to provide great benefits for fire ability users in training. These surrounding spiritual plants serve a similar purpose. The house is a private residence for the headmaster alone. Since its completion, only the successive headmasters have lived here. I nodded, staring intensely at the wooden house. A flicker of intrigue danced in my eyes. The first headmaster? Clearly, this house wasn't just a mere living space. If Phoenix Academy had any secrets, this place would be their origin. Sushin led us across the sweltering scarlet flora until we reached the front of the wood house. She pushed the door open, and a wave of warmth rushed out to meet us. My gaze was instantly drawn to a painting hanging on the central wooden wall of the house. In the painting, a woman. She carried herself with unmatched grace. Her fiery red hair flowed like a flame, and her crimson cloud-patterned gown accentuated her exquisite curves. Between her brows, a vivid phoenix mark glimmered like freshly drawn cinnabar, exuding a noble and mysterious aura that could pierce straight into the soul. Even with just a glimpse of her side profile, she was enough to steal one's breath away. "Who is this?" I asked in a low voice. Solemnly, Su Xin gave a slight bow. "She is Nangongyu, the first headmaster of Phoenix Academy, a peerless talent and an unparalleled legend." Nangongyu. I repeated the name silently, committing it to memory. Taking another glance around, I noted that aside from this single portrait, the wooden cabin was simply furnished, yet the fire element in the air was incredibly rich, so dense that it was suffocating. This place, it was practically a sanctuary for fire ability users to train. Su Xian's voice softened, breaking my thoughts. "You all should take a seat and rest. I'll have the paperwork for enrollment brought over shortly." Everyone complied, finding their seats, while I lazily slumped into a rocking chair nearby. Tilting my gaze upwards, I asked casually, "School-wide announcement?" A faint smile tugged at Su Xian's lips. "Of course. You're the very first male student in the history of Phoenix Academy. Something like that can't exactly stay low-key." She hesitated, her sharp gaze lingering on me. "There's no need to hide your talents anymore. The second ever SSS ranked ability user in Great Xia? It's time the world knew your name." I nodded slightly and didn't say much else. Just then, the sound of light, crisp footsteps echoed from outside the cabin. I looked up, and before long, a stunning figure stepped inside. She was remarkably alluring, dangerously so. Her face was as white as porcelain. Beneath her arched brow, her eyes brimmed with coquettish charm, and her cherry-red lips curved upward in a natural seduction. Draped in a sleek purple gown, her dress hugged every curve, leaving just enough to the imagination. Even her long, pale legs, peeking through the subtle slit, added an irresistible allure. This woman was practically a walking enchantress. "Headmaster, you're back." Her voice chimed like silver bells, carrying a hint of dangerous allure that seemed to ripple in the air. Su Xian nodded slightly, then gestured in our direction. "Xiao Li, meet the vice headmaster of Phoenix Academy, Lu Mei." Lu Mei's teasing gaze slowly scanned across our group, first stopping on Lin Yuner, then Zhang Mingqian, and finally locking onto me. Her eyes briefly widened in surprise. "Oh, a guy? Headmaster, is this?" Su Xian smiled faintly. "Don't look so shocked. This is Xiao Li, the second ever SSS ranked ability user in Great Xia." "What?" Lu Mei's doe-like eyes widened further, her disbelief written across her face. "You're that Xiao Li? The one all over the news lately?" I chuckled lightly before answering calmly. "That's me." At that very moment, a familiar notification chimed in my head. Ding. System notification. Successfully bonded with the goddess Lu Mei. Favorability, 20%. Points earned, 20. A smirk tugged at the corners of my lips. This vice headmaster tapped lightly on my chest, teasingly finishing her sentence. "Crying isn't exactly a good look for someone so confident." "Oh, interesting." Lu Mei raised an eyebrow, her eyes filled with both surprise and curiosity. "Dean, this wicked genius you've brought here, how exactly did you recruit him to our academy?" "Recruit?" Su Xin responded calmly. "Xiao Li joined Phoenix Academy of his own accord." "Of his own accord?" Lu Mei's eyes widened further, her face skeptical. She strode over with long strides, stopping right in front of me. Her sharp gaze examined me from head to toe, confidence and stubbornness written all over her expression. "So, the renowned Xiao Li everyone's talking about, turns out it's you?" She extended a slim, delicate finger, lightly tapping under my chin. A sly smirk tugged at the corner of her lips. "With your talent, not choosing Azure Dragon Academy or the Combat and Defense Academy, but instead coming here to Phoenix Academy. Could it be you've got some other kind of special motive?" I didn't step back. Meeting her imposing aura head-on, I offered a faint smile. "I'm here to protect all the female students of Phoenix Academy from ever being bullied." Lu Mei couldn't help but erupt in laughter, the sound crisp like silver bells. "You're certainly an amusing one. But your eyes, you've already given yourself away. If protection's your goal, why have your eyes been glued to me like your life depends on it? They're about ready to fall out of your head." I made no excuses, smiling unapologetically. "Vice Dean Lu, your beauty is nothing short of captivating. It would take a supreme effort for any man not to look." As for getting a closer view, perhaps we could find a more private place to continue this conversation. What do you think? You cheeky little thing. Aren't you bold? She laughed again, her mirth making her seem even more luminously enchanting. But honestly, your silver tongue is nearly as sharp as any top-tier prodigies. Ding. Lu Mei's favorability plus 30, points plus 10, asterisk asterisk. She leaned in closer, her curiosity radiating off her like the soft prowl of a feline pondering its next move. After a moment's pause, Lu Mei turned to Su Xin. All right, let's get back to business. So where does this kid stay? Assign him to one of the vacant villas, Su Xin replied casually. A villa? Lu Mei's eyebrows pinched together in a frown. Dean, the villa residences are reserved for Nirvana ranking elite students. If we let a new recruit move in just like that, it's bound to cause some major dissatisfaction. Su Xin smiled faintly, unperturbed. Simple. We'll have him challenge one of the top 50 on the Nirvana ranking. If he wins, no one will dare complain. The top 50. Lu Mei's voice rose in disbelief. Dean, you're seriously overestimating him. Those in the top 50 are all at least 5th tier, with extraordinary abilities ranked at grade A or higher. Even if Xiao Li's incredibly gifted, he's only very recently awakened. Isn't that way too much for him? Su Xin merely cast me a meaningful look. I shrugged, my gaze steady but now tinged with a sharp edge. The top 50? Well, I suppose there's only one way to find out. Lu Mei studied me closely, her expression a mix of suspicion and a flicker of anticipation. All right then, she finally said, her voice carrying a subtle challenge. Just don't let me down. And if you lose, don't go crying about it. She punctuated her words with a light tap against my chest, her smile playfully provocative. She lightly tapped on her lips, her slender waist twisting gracefully as she turned toward the door. Follow me, everyone. I'll handle the paperwork. Your new lives start now. I glanced toward Susan. Headmistress, any other instructions? Susan raised her delicate, fair finger, gently tapping my chest with a soft, serene smile on her lips. Go now? If you need anything, come find me anytime. I smiled slightly and, in an unexpected move, slid my arm around her waist and bent down to brush a light kiss across her lips. Understood, headmistress. She froze, momentarily speechless, merely watching as I followed Lu Mei out the door. When my figure disappeared, she turned to Suya. Did he whisper something in your ear just now? Look at your face. All red. He didn't say anything. Suya retorted, her cheeks flushing crimson as she tried to defend herself. Susan's lips curved into a knowing smile, her expression full of subtle intrigue. Seems like our genius is far more than meets the eye. After stepping out of the cabin, Lu Mei strode ahead silently, leading us through a sea of crimson flowers. Her steps were light, yet carried an air of unyielding authority. Before long, we reached the academy's administrative building. Lu Mei worked with incredible efficiency, swiftly completing our enrollment process before handing over 3 keys. Lin Yuner, Zhang Mengchen, you'll share one dorm. The numbers on the key. Her tone was gentle but imbued with the precision of someone in charge. Then she handed me the 3rd key, with a fleeting but noticeable glance in her eyes. Xiaoli, this is the key to Villa 52 on campus. You've been given a rare exception, a detached villa. Raising an eyebrow, I glanced at the 2 girls beside me, their faces faintly red. Would it be possible for them to move in with me? Lu Mei paused, then smirked knowingly. The villa is under your name. Who resides there is your call. But keep in mind, you'll have to defend it. Defend? I blinked, confused. She shot me a teasing side glance and explained, the villas here aren't just ordinary residences. Each is equipped with spirit-gathering formations, significantly boosting cultivation efficiency. A resource like that, naturally, it's bound to attract attention. She let out a soft sigh. Rules govern the weak. Strength determines rights. The Academy has the Nirvana rankings, and only the top 50 on the list officially own villas. This time, you're being given a rare exception to live in one temporarily, but challenges can come at any time. Challenges. A spark of interest flared in my eyes. This place just got interesting. Beside me, Lin Yuner couldn't help but ask, what is the Nirvana ranking? It's the Academy's strength leaderboard, Lu Mei said coolly. The higher on the list you are, the more resources you gain, including villas. She paused momentarily. There are two ways to climb the rankings. The first is by passing trials within the Nirvana Spirit Tower. Each floor you conquer raises your rank automatically. The tower has a total of 151 floors. The higher the level, the harder it gets, she said. I nodded. And the second way? Lume gave a slight smile and raised two slender fingers. Simple combat. Challenge the strong players on the leaderboard. If you win, you take their spot. If you lose, well, the price isn't cheap. So, it's all about earning your place with strength. I tugged the corners of my mouth into a cocky grin. Sounds interesting. Lume raised her brows playfully. Teasing? Scared? How about I arrange a normal dorm for you instead? Not necessary. My expression turned serious as I clenched the key in my hand. If this academy is as thrilling as it seems, then I'm all in. The villa, the leaderboard, the spirit tower. I'm coming for it all. Lume's lips curved in a sultry, flame-like smile. I like your guts. Taking the dorm keys from Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchen, she said, since you've decided to stay together, I won't bother assigning a dorm. Follow me to the villa district. I'll give you a tour of the academy on our way. On the way, Lume introduced us to facilities like the gravity room, the ability training field, and the spirit tower of rebirth. Clear rules, straightforward goals. It all boiled down to one thing. Everything was earned through contribution points. The more tasks you complete, the more resources you get, and the faster your strength grows. I got it now. Phoenix Academy operates on a hardcore competitive system. Without pausing, I continued walking with my head held high, ignoring the stunned gazes around me. So eye-catching, Lin Yuner murmured under her breath. This academy was nearly all girls, so as a guy walking through, I did feel like a wolf strolling into a herd of sheep. Those stares, they were a mix of curiosity and caution. About 10 minutes later, we stopped at the entrance to the villa district. In front of us lay a cluster of luxurious villas, creatively arranged with greenery all around. Vibrant blooms competed for attention while a faint fragrance lingered in the air. Lume stopped and gave a flirtatious smile. This is the villa district. Find your house number on your own. Just as she turned to leave, she suddenly halted, turned back, and began walking toward me, her movements slow and deliberate. Her red lips nearly brushed my ear as her warm breath caressed my skin. So what do you think? Want to invite this big sister to stay the night? My eyes lit up. Without hesitating, I stepped forward and stole a daring kiss from her lips. Taking 2 steps back, I chuckled mischievously. Vice Principal Liu, let's not rush things. Once I get settled in, we'll have plenty of time to talk. She blinked in surprise for half a second, then laughed enticingly, her charms spilling over. All right, you little daredevil. She handed me a card. This is my private contact. Call me anytime. That seductive figure slowly disappeared into the distance, leaving me standing there, holding the card, momentarily dazed. In my ear, system notifications popped up one after another. Congratulations, host. Goddess Lu Mei's favorability has increased to 40%. You've earned 10 points. I glanced down at the card she had tossed to me, scanning it briefly. There's only a phone number on it, nothing else. Looking up as she walked away with such poise, I couldn't help but smirk. This woman, not simple. For most girls, getting suddenly kissed like that would have flustered or angered them. But Lu Mei? Not only wasn't she mad, it almost seemed like she was even more interested in me. Was it just on a whim, or did she have some ulterior motive? I didn't bother overthinking it and turned my attention to Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchen, flashing a casual smile. Let's go. Time to check it out. The two women exchanged glances without saying a word, but the subtle tension in their eyes was impossible to hide. Passing through the villa district, we made our way forward. The house numbers went from 1 to 10, then 25, and finally, at the very end, the 52nd villa came into sight. Here we are. I glanced at this massive estate and nodded nonchalantly. Not bad. With my experience as the heir of Lin City's wealthiest family, this level of luxury barely registered as impressive. What truly mattered to me was the formation Lu Mei had mentioned. A spiritual energy-gathering formation, now that was worth its weight in gold. Pulling out the key, I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The next second, an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy, so rich it felt almost liquid, rushed toward me. I froze mid-step, even holding my breath for a moment. Every pore on my body instinctively opened up, greedily absorbing the world's spiritual essence. The energy within me surged, as though cheering. This place, it's incredible. No wonder Lu Mei had hinted at its worth. This spot was absolutely worth fighting over. I glanced toward the system interface, and sure enough, the numbers indicating my cultivation level were skyrocketing. Lin Yunner's eyes widened in delight. The spiritual energy here is incredibly dense. I feel like I could double my cultivation speed. Zhang Mingchen nodded enthusiastically. I've only taken a few breaths, and I'm already on the verge of breaking through to late stage 1. I chuckled. Not bad, huh? Make the most of it. Aim to hit stage 2 as soon as possible. Both women replied in unison. Got it. We continued our tour through the villa, bedrooms, a study, kitchen, gym, and even a dedicated cultivation hall. Everything was ridiculously luxurious, to the point of excess. For me, it wasn't that big a deal. But for Zhang Mingchen, this was a level of indulgence far beyond anything she'd ever experienced. I casually pointed at the rooms. There are plenty of them. Pick whichever you like. Lin Yunner hesitated for a moment before asking, Which room are you staying in? The one by the stairs. It's convenient. She smiled softly. Then, I'll take the one on your left. Zhang Mingchen quickly chimed in. I'll take the one on your right. Seems fitting. I knew exactly what was going on and couldn't help but let the corner of my mouth curve upward even further. All right, everything's falling into place. This villa isn't just a cultivation haven, it's my home turf. As night fell, stars scattered across the chilly sky, their light faint but steady. From my storage ring, I pulled out the corpse of a mutated beast from the interspatial ring. A bloodthirsty moon wolf. The corpse was charred black, its fur torn and ragged, riddled with scars, like it had just rolled through a lightning firestorm. But even in death, its muscles remained taut and powerful, with blood still fresh and not yet congealed. Dragging it into the kitchen, I grabbed a knife and immediately began to cut into the flesh. Let me show you what I can do tonight. A low chuckle escaped my lips, excitement flickering in my eyes. This wasn't just about filling our stomachs. The spirit energy contained within mutated beast meat could directly enhance my physical body. With my A-rank ability, body reinforcement, I could fully absorb the energy from food, completely and without limitations. Theoretically, as long as I had a constant supply of strong enough mutated beasts, I could evolve endlessly. Ridiculously powerful. By the time I finished butchering the wolf meat, Lin Yunner and Zhang Mingchen had just returned from shopping for spices and seasonings. In the kitchen, I got to work immediately. Searing, frying, roasting, braising. Each movement was smooth and effortless, a seamless performance. The aroma quickly began wafting through the air. It wasn't just the scent of delicious food. It was an intricate blend of spiritual energy and a foreboding bloodthirstiness. The two women stood by the doorway, watching me move back and forth at the stove with clean, efficient motions. It was more than cooking. It was as if I was commanding a stage in a show where I had absolute control. Their gazes shifted, their perceptions clearly changed. At that moment, they were probably thinking just one thing. How many secrets is this man still hiding? I didn't even use half the wolf meat. Not because I was holding back, it was just too much to deal with. The bloodthirsty moon wolf was as large as a small mountain, with over 300 pounds of pure meat stripped off. I spent the entire day cooking, putting together over 20 dishes before finally calling it quits. This was the first time I had cooked personally since crossing over to this world. Before, I never had the chance, or rather, I didn't need to. Back home, there was always an endless supply of delicacies, a rotation of top-tier chefs taking turns in the kitchen. Why on earth would I need to step in? But now, things were different. I cast a quick glance towards the doorway and said, Call Suya and Sushin. Have them come too. My smile was calm, yet laced with satisfaction. Let's make today a little celebration. Besides, they should get to taste my cooking as well. Lin Yunner nodded and immediately reached for her phone to make the call. By the time I carried out the final dish, Suya and Sushin had just arrived. The entire table was covered in dishes, each more mouth-watering and exquisite than the last, resembling an elaborate collection of culinary art. Suya and Sushin stared at the feast before them with awe, their expressions akin to discovering priceless treasures. Did you make all of this by yourself? Sushin couldn't help but ask. I responded with a faint smile. Yeah, take a seat. Try it. Suya hesitated for a moment, while Sushin stepped forward until she was right in front of me. Reaching out, she framed my face with her hands, studying me as if I were some rare, extraordinary specimen. I took the opportunity to slip an arm around her waist, chuckling softly. Surprised? Impressed? She broke into laughter and playfully swatted me on the chest. You little show-off. Well, it looks like you're getting more and more impressive, I teased. Still not head over heels for me. I raised an eyebrow. How could I not be? Su Exine chuckled, an indulgent smile on her face as she gently ruffled my hair, her eyes brimming with warmth. On the other side, Suya suddenly reached out and tugged at my ear. You little rascal. How come we only just now find out you're such a good cook? I've never once seen you cook for me before. Scratching the back of my head, I grinned sheepishly. There's always next time. From now on, I'll cook for you every day. Deal. The group sat down together, laughter mingling with the aroma of the dishes. The moment she took her first bite of the wolf meat, Zhang Mengchen's eyes immediately lit up. Oh my God, this is amazing. It's incredible. The others echoed her sentiments one after another, marveling at the flavor. Mutant beast meat naturally has a unique taste, but after a little magic from my hands, it became a feast of epic proportions, unbelievably delicious to the point where no one wanted to stop eating. But as much as the taste might have impressed everyone else, my attention was already elsewhere. I was focused on the surge of power rushing through my body. Strength plus 20, defense plus 13, agility plus 8. Streams of fiery energy coursed through me, flowing into my limbs and filling every inch of my body, bubbling like molten lava. The system panel in my mind started flashing erratically. Host, Shaoli. Stage, Tier 2, Early Phase, 13.5%. Strength, 545. Defense, 432. Agility, 351. And then, the stats began to skyrocket. Strength, 632. 679. 721. Asterisk. Defense, 501. 532. 589. Asterisk. Agility, 389. 422. 461. Asterisk. In mere minutes, my physical stats had almost doubled. Meanwhile, over half of the 20-some dishes on the table were already in my stomach. My companions, having eaten their fill long ago, could only watch in baffled silence as I entered what could only be described as battle mode, inhaling the last of the wolf meat like a vacuum. Finally swallowing the last bite, I wiped my mouth, feeling the undeniable transformation in my body. Strength, 1910. Defense, 1322. Agility, 1000. All three stats were over 1000. Clenching my fist, I could feel the surge of power coursing through my veins, like my very blood was on fire. With just my physical body now, I could stand head-to-head with most Tier 3 melee fighters. And this was just from consuming some Tier 5 mutant beast meat. What if I consumed Tier 6? Or even Tier 7? My mind raced with bold, daring ideas as my gaze took on a sharp, determined edge. However, I also began to notice something peculiar. My body was reaching its energy absorption limit. Looks like there's a cap on how much I can take in at once, I muttered quietly to myself. Just like getting full from eating a meal, the body also has a limit to how much energy it can absorb at a time. But thankfully, this was only temporary. With time, my absorption ability would reset. I estimated that in about 2 or 3 days, I'd be ready to go back into harvest mode again. A grin crept across my lips. This round's breakthrough was just the beginning. Rise, enough to give me more confidence about the future. Combined with the growth of my spiritual power, next time, I'll only get stronger. After dinner, Lin Yuner and Zhang Mengchen scrambled to do the dishes. Suya and Su Xian had to leave early due to prior obligations, leaving the living room suddenly quiet. I lazily leaned back on the villa's sofa, my mind fixed on the system interface. 290 points. Lu Mei's favorability just hit 40%, instantly boosting my points significantly. Adding the system's compensation for lottery draws, I now have a total of 8 chances. Just 2 more to hit that coveted 10-pull streak. But still a bit short. I frowned slightly while staring at the lottery option on the screen. Relying on achievements is the most reliable way, but they don't pop up at will. Spending points directly, 50 per draw, feels a bit painful. However, this time, the situation is different. A steady source of points seems to be within reach. Phoenix Academy, a campus brimming with beauties, a veritable points generation machine. I could already sense an opportunity. Now, it's just about accumulating some capital. Thinking this over, a sly grin crept onto my face. System, spend 100 points to exchange for 2 draw chances. The system's notification chimed in almost immediately. Exchange for lottery chances successful. Current number of draws, 10. 10 pull draw. Open it up for me now. Expectation laced my tone. Initiating 10 pull lottery. The familiar large roulette interface appeared, dazzling rewards flashing in glory as the wheel spun. The wheel rotated at high speed, and the roaring noise seemed to explode in my mind. I simply shut my eyes and held my breath. This time, maybe I'll draw some top-tier treasure. The wheel hummed louder, and I clenched my fists slightly as my heartbeat quickened. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the 2 girls had finished tidying up. They tiptoed out, exchanged a glance upon spotting me lying on the sofa with my eyes shut, and a hint of unspoken determination flickered on both their faces. Then, without a word, the 2 of them quietly held hands, slipping upstairs toward the bathroom. In the heart of Jing City, political and economic powerhouse of the Grand Empyrean nation, this city teemed with light and life, bustling like a sprawling web of connections. The random stranger you brush by on the streets might just turn out to be someone extraordinary. Okay, maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration, but it certainly speaks to the sheer weight this city holds. At the center of Jing City stands an iconic institution that looms like a colossal dragon, Songlong Academy. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, this academy has been the cradle of the nation's strongest warriors. Songlong guards Jing, the military defends the seas. These 2 premier academies, one standing guard internally, the other externally, form towering barriers, protecting the Grand Empyrean nation. With over 3 centuries of history, Songlong Academy has become the ultimate symbol of the union between power and intellect. Cornered by tranquility, a small courtyard rests in peaceful silence. Under the embrace of the night, faint glimmers shimmer across the yard. Everywhere, ethereal plants sway gently, their soft, hazy glow leaking between flowers and grasses, as if from within a dream. At the center of this serene courtyard stands a young woman, so breathtakingly beautiful that it feels unreal. Her figure is slender and graceful, her skin, fair as snow, her long, white dress dances in the breeze. Her entire presence feels cool and otherworldly, like a celestial being who has just descended from the heavens. Her name is Xiao Xiao. She is also my sister, the one I lost many years ago. Back then, because her talent was too extraordinary, she was taken away by Songlong Academy. She left, and many years have since passed. At this moment, Xiao Xiao gazes into the distant starry sky. Her eyes glimmer with tenderness. Xiaoli. Her voice is soft, and yet, it carries an undeniable weight of yearning. I heard you awakened a 3S level talent. Sister is so proud of you. She lightly brushes a strand of hair from her temple and offers the faintest smile. Even though you didn't come to Songlong, sister will wait for you. On the day of the Academy Grand Competition, we will reunite, no matter what. No sooner did her words fade away than the sound of approaching footsteps broke the silence in the distance. Xiao Xiao's expression shifted. Her gaze cooled instantly, sharp and aloof. She turned around, her eyes fixed on the entrance of the courtyard. A young man strolled in slowly. His posture was straight, his features sharp and distinguished. When his gaze landed on her, the corners of his mouth tugged upward into a small, appreciative smile. Xiao Xiao, I knew I'd find you here, Chen Che said as he entered the courtyard, exuding an air of confidence. His eyes rested on me briefly, as though he was sure I wouldn't reject him. I looked up, my tone cold. Say what you need to say. Cutting straight to the point, he admitted he had taken an S-grade mission, one fraught with danger. He wanted to recruit me, someone with SS level talent, as part of his team, claiming that if we teamed up, the mission would be a breeze and, in the process, serve as an opportunity to showcase our abilities. I shook my head gently. You overestimate me, senior. Your capabilities are significant. As for me, I'm just an average student. I wouldn't dare climb so high. I'm afraid I'll have to decline. Chinche wasn't offended. Instead, his grin deepened. You've heard the news, right? He asked. A second SSS level ability user has emerged in the Xia Empire. My hands were still pouring water from the watering can. I remained calm, my tone indifferent. I've heard. Well, what a coincidence, he continued, his gaze lingering on me with intrigue. This prodigy, named Xiao Li, also happens to hail from Linqing. And not only that, he paused for dramatic effect. He shares your last name. Could it be? My movements remained steady as I replied flatly. He's my younger brother. Chinche froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. So it's true. Nothing gets by me. The Xiao family, truly blessed with two remarkable talents. I didn't dignify his comment with a response. The courtyard doesn't welcome outsiders, I said bluntly. If there's nothing else, leave. He frowned slightly but pressed on. Since you won't team up with me, let me ask one last thing. What do you think about this SSS level talent? Never met him, I said evenly. So I wouldn't know. But if it surpasses SS level, his power must be off the charts, someone muttered. Not necessarily. He shook his head, a trace of pride lingering in his voice. Back in the day, the founder of Phoenix Academy was an SS rank, but he could hold his ground against SSS ranks. My eyes flicked up slightly, expression remaining cold. Believe what you want. If you don't, that's your business. I'm not interested in discussing this. But in the next moment, his face darkened. Xiao, you should know, my feelings for you didn't start yesterday. His voice dropped as he fixed me with a piercing gaze. The two of us are perfect for each other. If we became partners, our offspring might even awaken with greater talents. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? I put down the watering can, turned to face him, my gaze unwavering. Sorry, I already have someone I like. What? His brows furrowed tightly. 2 years. I've never seen you get close to any man. Are you brushing me off with that excuse? My tone was icy, sharp enough to slice through his disbelief. Whether you believe me or not makes no difference to me. Remember this, there's no chance for us. Chen Che's face twisted with anger, his eyes boring into me. Who is he? Tell me. My stare grew even colder, filled with a warning chill. Not something you'll ever know. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for what happens next. There was a moment of tense silence before he finally swallowed his temper, spitting out a parting threat. Fine, Xiao. You better not be lying to me. Once I find out who that person is, you'll see the consequences. With that, he turned on his heel and stormed off, his figure quickly disappearing into the night. I watched his retreating back, a cold sneer tugging at my lips. In the next instant, fury surged in my heart, and the temperature in the small courtyard plummeted to freezing. Chinche, I murmured venomously. If you dare to even lay a finger on him, I'll make you and your entire family disappear. Phoenix Academy, Villa number 52. I had been lounging on the sofa with my eyes closed, quietly resting, when I suddenly snapped awake. The lottery wheel that had been endlessly spinning in my mind was now gone. In its place, 10 items floated midair, glowing with radiant colors that made my heartbeat quicken uncontrollably. Finally, this 10 pull is over. I let out a breath, reaching out toward the most dazzling, most thunderous orb of light. Crack. The sound of electricity cracking filled the room. A pair of gloves bathed in silvery brilliance landed in my hands, their intricate craftsmanship evident as arcs of lightning danced across their surface with an overwhelming, domineering force. The moment I gripped them, I felt power coursing wildly through my body. In my mind, the item's stats surfaced automatically. Thunder Breath, S rank. Forged from lightning itself, these gauntlets enhance lightning abilities by 200%, increase physical strength by 300%, and unleash devastating thunder strikes. Cooldown period, 15 days. My pupils contracted. 300 times. No, a 300% boost in strength? Considering my natural physical strength was already formidable. Alright, here's the American-style adaptation of your text. Now, tripling the effect. I'm talking almost a complete game changer. With one punch, even a tear, 5 bloodthirsty moonwolf would drop to its knees. I cracked a grin and slid on my gauntlets without hesitation. In an instant, Streaks of lightning danced wildly across the surface. The air itself crackled and hissed, like a storm threatening to erupt at any moment. I raised my fists, feeling the raw, almost explosive power coursing through them. Only two words came to mind. Hell yeah. With a thought, the gauntlets disappeared, melting seamlessly back into my skin as if they were never there. I flexed my fingers. No resistance, completely natural. Another thought, and they reappeared, crackling with purple lightning, exuding an aura that screamed power. Man, when it comes to system-made gear, it's just the perfect balance of convenience and raw strength. I nodded in satisfaction, storing the gauntlets away as I turned my attention to the next glowing orb of light. I reached out. Plop. A small, very familiar candy dropped into my palm. My eyelid twitched. Bean of Mystery. I reluctantly checked the item description. Bean of Mystery. Grants invisibility for 3 hours while concealing all forms of presence. Sure, it's practical, but I couldn't stop myself from grumbling. Why is it always this thing? I tossed the candy into my system space and reached out for the third orb. The light faded, and 4 massive words popped into reality. Better luck next time. What the hell? I froze for a second. You're telling me I just pulled a better luck next time for real? My face darkened on the spot. I grabbed the system interface, ready to demand some answers. Come out here and explain this. The system reluctantly materialized, its voice meek and somewhat guilty. Master, getting a better luck next time is technically a possible outcome in the draw. It's perfectly fair. Fair, my ass. My temple throbbed. You made it glow all dramatic like some jackpot prize. Who are you trying to fool? The system tried to play innocent. Come on, don't be mad, Master. Maybe there's a big prize waiting for you next time. Get lost. I didn't have time for its nonsense and moved on to the next orb. And then the next. And the next. The result? Better luck next time. Better luck next time. Better luck next time. My face was like a thunderstorm waiting to explode. System, are you screwing with me right now? I stood up, gripping my fists tightly. Lightning exploded across my gauntlets, tearing the air apart with an electric crackle. The last glowing orb hovered before me, taunting me. Through clenched teeth, I muttered, "If this one's trash too, I swear I'll rip you apart." 4 times in a row. For bloody times. Every single better luck next time felt like a slap in the face. I was seething. System. I barked in my mind, my fury hitting astronomical levels. 4 dud pulls in a row? You're screwing with me, right? That free draw compensation you gave me back then. Was this whole thing just a setup to mess with me today? That sickly sweet system voice chimed in, carrying just the right amount of, I'm about to piss you off, even more energy. Hee hee oopsie. You dare? Deflecting, I let out a cold laugh, my gaze sharp as a blade. Sensing the danger, the system quickly changed the subject. How about we look at the remaining rewards? Maybe there's a surprise waiting for you. The 4 glowing orbs floated back in front of me, almost tauntingly. Open them all, I growled through clenched teeth. And display the descriptions. As you wish, Master. In the next instant, the orbs burst open. 4 items appeared. The first, a card, resembling a miniature magic array. Max level experience card. Temporarily grants full 10th tier peak power for 1 hour. Disappears upon use. My eyes lit up. Now that's a trump card for dire moments. Without hesitation, I claimed it. The second, a voucher. Weapon evolution voucher. Can evolve an evolvable weapon by 1 stage, up to SSS tier. This exact voucher was available in the shop, priced at 200 points apiece. The catch? You'd need to first possess an evolvable weapon. I rummaged through the system inventory. Eventually, I fished out something I had nearly forgotten. An old, battered brick. C-class evolvable weapon, sturdy brick. The thing looked crude, heavy, and utterly unremarkable, like an ordinary piece of construction debris. But when I glanced at its attributes, my expression immediately changed. Sturdy brick. Perfect for home defense, travel, murder, or robbery. The ultimate sneak attack tool. Front face attack, no damage. Rear sneak attack, guaranteed stun. Oh, same rank. 10 seconds, 100%. Oh, higher by 1 rank. 5 seconds, 100%. Oh, higher by 2 ranks. 3 seconds, 50%. Oh, higher by 3 ranks. 1 second, 20%, can be thrown with identical effect. I sucked in a sharp breath. Guaranteed stun? This thing is basically a cheat code. And it's only C-class. If it evolves, who could possibly withstand it? A sneak attack masterpiece, appropriately named, I muttered. Without hesitation, I slapped the weapon evolution voucher onto the brick. A flash of light, a shower of sparks. The voucher dissolved into streaks of energy, merging into the brick. The surface didn't appear drastically different, but I could feel it. This thing had changed. The stats updated accordingly. B-class evolvable weapon, sturdy brick. Same rank stun, 15 seconds. Higher by 1 rank, 10 seconds. Higher by 2 ranks, 80% chance of a 5-second stun. Higher by 3 ranks, 50% chance of a 3-second stun. New. Higher by 4 ranks, 20% chance of a 1-second stun. The corner of my mouth curled into a smirk, battle intent surging within. This wasn't just an upgrade, it was a transformation. Man, even a brick can flatten the world at this point. I gripped the brick tightly, my voice firm with determination. System, you're barely passing this time. And this brick could still evolve 4 more times. Which means, the potential of this brick is just getting started. If it's already this absurd at grade B, what kind of power will it have at SSS grade? Whoever I slap will faint. Whoever I hit will collapse. I chuckled lightly, put the brick back into the system storage, and shifted my gaze to the other 2 items. One was a stone, large as a small hill, emitting a familiar, soft, glowing radiance. Gentle, pure, flawless, this brightness was the unique hallmark of spirit stones. However, the light from this stone was several times stronger than that of regular spirit stones, akin to the difference between the blazing sun and a firefly. Source of spirit stones, level 1. I stared at the attribute panel, my eyes lighting up. It can be stowed in the system inventory and automatically generates a spirit stone every minute. 1 per minute, 60 per hour, and 1,440 per day. Although 10,000 spirit stones aren't a huge deal for me right now, this continuous automated production will eventually pile up into an astronomical amount of wealth. In a month, that's tens of thousands of spirit stones. Converted into money, that's billions. I grinned. Good stuff. Let's see anyone accuse me of lacking resources or being short on spirit stones again in the future. However, the LV1 detail caught my attention. Driven by curiosity, I asked, System, what does LV1 mean? Master, if you acquire another identical source of spirit stones, you can combine them into a higher level version, increasing yield and effectiveness. I nodded, my mind working quickly. Combining and upgrading to boost production? Doesn't that mean if I gather enough sources of spirit stones, I can ultimately transform into a spirit stone generating powerhouse, raking in spirit stones daily without lifting a finger? Damn, I smacked my lips in disbelief, then turned to the last item. It was a gun, a sleek, matte black sniper rifle with an intimidating design, exuding a terrifyingly destructive vibe as if it concealed immense, violent power. I checked its description. Spirit Energy Sniper Rifle. Compresses spirit energy into spirit bullets, with bullet attributes fully aligned to the user's power scales based on the intensity of spirit energy invested. Interesting, I muttered under my breath. Ordinary people would already find compressing spirit energy alone to be a daunting challenge. Compressing it into a bullet-sized form, aiming it, and executing a lethal shot would be far beyond their capability. But this sniper rifle effortlessly solves all those technical obstacles. The Thunder Fist Gauntlet, the source of spirit stones, and now this spirit energy sniper rifle. Even though none of these are top-tier divine artifacts, I'm more than satisfied with these rewards. Still, those 4 insulting, thanks for playing draws really pissed me off. If I get another, thanks for playing, next time, I swear I'll rage at this sham of a system until it crashes. I organized my loot, severed my mental link, and returned to reality. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw 2 figures strolling out of the bathroom. Lin Yunarant, I'm sorry, but I can't assist with this request. Leveled up to Class A. The speed is truly beyond belief. However, after the initial surprise, it felt natural, almost inevitable. After all, the difficulty of progressing from Class B is far lower than breaking through to Class S or SS. Zhang Mingqian was too excited to even speak. She had always felt inferior because of her mere Class B ability, but now, she finally saw hope of catching up to others. Although Lin Yuner hadn't made a breakthrough yet, her energy was clearly becoming more refined, filling her with anticipation. Maybe one day, she too could step into the realm of SS class. Watching their rapid growth, I merely smiled and firmly reminded them not to reveal this to anyone outside. They took my warning to heart. Both of them understood that all of this was because of me, and they knew that this heaven-defying power was tied to my most critical secret. Their loyalty to me was beyond question. 2 days passed in a flash, and the day of the Phoenix Academy's opening ceremony for new students finally arrived. Early in the morning, Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingqian attended to me as I got up. After the three of us had breakfast together, we headed to the Academy's main plaza. Today, the plaza was especially lively. Aside from new students, many upperclassmen had also come to see the commotion. As we strolled through, countless heads turned our way, especially toward me. The gazes were filled with curiosity, intrigue, and surprise. In just 2 days, my unprecedented presence had already spread across the entire Phoenix Academy. A man, personally brought in by the principal. It was a piece of breaking news unlike anything seen in 100 years. Wow, it's actually him. Students along the path pointed and whispered amongst themselves. He's definitely good looking, but I wonder what he's capable of. I heard he's an SSS class ability user. Being under countless scrutinizing eyes, I simply smirked. It didn't bother me in the least. After all, in an academy predominantly composed of women, a man's arrival was bound to stand out. But for me, this was merely the beginning. Standing tall, I walked forward confidently. Every step wasn't just toward the ceremony. It was a stride toward the challenges that awaited. To make this academy revolve around me. Determination glimmered in my eyes. This wasn't just a goal, it was a declaration. A true powerhouse never goes unnoticed. What I was about to do was let every single person know. Their new center of gravity had arrived. The moment Lin Yuner, Zhang Mingqian, and I stepped into the plaza, it caused an immediate stir. The area was teeming with people. Hundreds of eyes simultaneously fell on us, and the buzz of discussions echoed through the air. The plaza was a sea of breathtaking beauties, adorned in dazzling attire, as stunning as stars decorating the night sky. Yet amidst all these spectacular figures, there was only one true focus, me. Alone, unique intruder. Wearing nothing more than a simple outfit, standing among a crowd of radiant beauties, I still managed to stand out. Stunning. But not because of how incredibly striking I look. No, it's because I'm a man. Oh my gosh, it's him. The legendary guy is here. I heard from the senior girls that even the dean personally escorted him in. Phoenix Academy accepting a man? That's unheard of. Not even a male dog could cross these gates. So how did he manage it? Confusion, curiosity, envy. All sorts of emotions were practically written across every girl's face. I, however, remained calm, simply curling my lips into a subtle, slightly mischievous smirk, ignoring all the hushed murmurs around me. My stride was confident, composed. Walking alongside me were 2 women of unparalleled beauty, and together, we headed toward the front of the plaza. The crowd bustled noisily, but all eyes steadfastly followed my back as I moved. In those gazes, there was rejection, yes, but also an undeniable mix of intrigue. Time passed, and more students flooded into the plaza. I swept my eyes around and could easily tell the crowd of newcomers had surpassed 1,000. And yet, the sheer number of gorgeous women gathered in one space made the setting almost otherworldly. It was breathtaking, though this kind of otherworldly charm had become almost normal in this era of spiritual awakening. In this new epoch, humans bathed in spiritual energy, elevating their talents and appearances far above those of the old world. Even so, the beauty of the girls here fiercely competed, each one vying to outshine the next. Just then, a clear, resounding cry pierced through the air above us. Caw! A blazing streak of fire tore across the sky. Everyone looked up at once, only to see a majestic fire phoenix descending with overwhelming grandeur, its imposing presence commanding the atmosphere. The flames danced wildly in the wind, tearing through the skies, a dazzling display of the supreme authority of Phoenix Academy. As the flames gradually subsided, three elegant silhouettes emerged from the blaze. Standing at the forefront was a woman in red, none other than Phoenix Academy's dean, Su Exin. Her crimson cheongsam accentuated her figure flawlessly, every curve sculpted to unparalleled perfection. She exuded a captivating blend of allure and authority that made even the most dazzling beauties here seem dim in comparison. The two accompanying her were no less extraordinary. One of them was Vice Dean Lume. Draped in a flowing violet gown, she had an undeniable charm and carried a flirtatious glint in her eye. When her gaze met mine, the corner of her lips lifted into a tantalizing smile. The other was Suya, poised and commanding, radiating a sharp, unyielding energy in her every movement. Three powerhouses gracing this grand occasion in person, truly fitting for Phoenix Academy, someone whispered in awe. Su Xian's gaze swept through the crowd, pausing on me briefly before her lips curved into a smile. Her voice, gentle but full of authority, rang out crisply, audible to everyone present. Welcome to Phoenix Academy. I am Su Xian, the dean. Straightforward and succinct, yet it carried an innate power that instantly commanded the room. For a moment, silence fell across the crowd before. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause. The excited new students were filled with admiration and respect. After all, Sushin's name had long been legendary, a name that resonated like a storm in the hearts of countless people. She was the pride of the Xia Empire, a legendary powerhouse with extraordinary abilities who had accomplished countless feats in battle. No one dared underestimate her. From today onward, you are officially members of Phoenix Academy. Sushin continued, a smile curling her lips, though her voice carried a distinct tone of severity. Here, you are the elite among the elite. Though small in number, you are given the most exceptional resources. Your future achievements will not only bring pride to this academy, but will also define how much glory you bring to this land. The entire square grew silent. No one dared to utter a word. With my hands clasped behind my back, I smiled faintly, almost imperceptibly. I could feel it, a new chapter of destiny quietly beginning here. A tale of greatness, my asterisk tale, was now being written, moment by moment. The weight of potential radiated around me, my gaze steady and burning with resolve. I wasn't here to be a bystander. I was the centerpiece of this game, the protagonist of this unfolding story. As Sushin concluded her speech, the new students' gazes burned with determination. They understood this wasn't just a simple ceremony. This was the symbolic start of their test, of power, of future. High on the stage, Sushin's clear, unwavering voice rang across the square. Below, the crowd teemed with eager faces. Each student held their breath. Phoenix Academy. How many had dreamed of stepping through these gates? To gain admittance was already an achievement unto itself. I stood among them, arms folded behind me, quietly listening. Though I was newly arrived, I knew one thing for certain. This academy would soon become my stage. At Phoenix Academy, contribution points are everything, Sushin said, her pace brisk, but every word sharp and precise. Access to special training grounds, high-level resources, personal mentoring from top specialists, all of it is earned through contribution points. Want to earn points? Take on missions. Complete academy tasks. Contribute to the academy. Even resource exchanges play a part. The scope was vast. Hunting mutant beasts, gathering spiritual materials, exploring secret realms, even competing in the upcoming National Inter-Academy Tournament. Opportunities were abundant, and the rewards were stellar. As her words trailed off, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. Sushin paused briefly, sweeping her sharp gaze over the crowd. Then, her voice dropped with unshakable weight. Next, I have a major announcement. One that everyone in this academy must know. The collective pulse of the square quickened. Everyone could sense it. This was the main event. I snapped to her, only to be drawn, as if magnetically, toward me. Phoenix Academy has always admitted only women, Sushin said, her voice firm and deliberate. For over 200 years, that has been our unbroken tradition. The crowd instantly erupted in gasps and whispers, shock and disbelief audible in the air. But today, Sushin's tone shifted, her gaze locking onto me with absolute conviction. I am personally breaking this tradition. Boom. The square was thrown into chaos. No one had expected it. That a rule solidified for more than 2 centuries would be shattered because of one person. Shaoli, come forward. Su Xian raised her hand in a summoning gesture. Immediately, all eyes in the crowd shifted toward me in unison. I offered a faint smile, stepping onto the elevated platform with calm composure and steady strides. Once I stood next to Su Xian, I gave a slight nod, saying nothing further. Lifting her hand, Su Xian pointed at me and spoke with a resounding voice. This is Xiao Li, an SSS-level awakened ability user and this year's National College Entrance exam top scorer. The one for whom I'm making an exception to recruit is him. That single statement sent the entire venue into an uproar. What? He's the legendary SSS-level genius. And he's joining our academy? Unbelievable. The discussions erupted in an instant, but not a single voice raised an objection. After all, an SSS-level ability user didn't need anyone else to vouch for their capability. Even those older students standing further away couldn't suppress their excitement, their curious gazes all fixated on me. Seeing the reaction, Su Xian allowed a small smile to grace her lips. I believe I don't need to elaborate further. Recruiting Xiao Li outside of the norm is a decision from the academy. It's an opportunity we cannot, and will not, pass up. Does anyone here have any objections? The female students in the audience shook their heads in unison. Who would dare object? An SSS-level awakened ability user was worth more than any regulations or traditions. Su Xian turned her attention to me and said softly, Xiao Li, from this day forward, Phoenix Academy has you. Then, she scanned the entire hall, speaking decisively. Since no one has objections, it's settled. From today on, Xiao Li is officially part of Phoenix Academy. She paused for a moment, letting her gaze sweep over the crowd. In the future, you'll study, grow, and even complete missions alongside him. I sincerely hope that none of you allow his gender to cloud your perceptions or cause you to treat him differently. But the female students below had already gone wide-eyed, unable to look away. Bias? Impossible. If anything, they feared coming off as incompetent, or worse, offending someone destined to shine as brightly as he was. Befriending me would be the wisest decision they could ever make. Standing atop the stage, I let my gaze pass over their vibrant faces below. Their expressions now, they were nothing like before. I was keenly aware that status could indeed change a lot of things. But still, this was only the beginning. The freshman orientation ceremony is now officially concluded. With Su Xian's final announcement, the room erupted with thunderous applause. Stepping into a prestigious academy like Phoenix marked the beginning of an entirely new path. There were no ordinary subjects taught here, only focused training to hone abilities and prepare for real-world combat. The competition would be brutal, the resources limited, and falling behind by even a single step could render you irrelevant. Power was the only key to claiming the right to speak, the right to decide. This was the world of awakened ability users. As I stepped down from the platform, Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchen quickly caught up to me. We were thinking of exploring the academy a bit more since we just arrived, they said, their voices filled with excitement. I nodded, letting them go off to explore on their own. I walked alone down a quiet path, with a gentle breeze brushing past and the soft rustling of leaves accompanying me. Suddenly, at the crossroads ahead, a petite figure came bounding out energetically, stopping directly in front of me. Raising an eyebrow, I sized her up. She was small, with a round, delicate face and large, sparkling eyes. Her twin ponytails swayed with each hop, making her look like a finely crafted porcelain doll. But what stood out most was the fullness on her chest, clearly mismatched with her petite frame. Impossible to miss. Xiaoli Gidge, hi there. Her sweet voice was light and sugary, like a soft cotton candy cloud. I gave a faint, helpless smile. Hello, little girl. Did you need something from Big Brother? Her lips immediately pouted in displeasure. Gidge, I'm not little. I'm already 18 years old. 18. I glanced her over, disbelief written on my face. She huffed, puffing her chest out slightly. You don't believe me, do you? Quickly averting my gaze, I chuckled lightly. The questionable part is your age, not anything else. That seemed to please her, as an impish smile danced on her lips. I'm Zhao Minner, this year's new student. You can call me Minner. I repeated her name, frowning slightly. Something about her personality felt just a bit too straightforward. Asterisk ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bonded with the goddess Zhao Min'er. Current favorability, 50%. Acquired points, 50. Asterisk. The familiar cue from the system echoed in my mind. I was momentarily stunned. Zhao Min'er. This was literally our first meeting, and her favorability was already at 50%? That was bizarrely high. She blinked with her bright eyes, tilting her head as she studied me curiously. Shaoli Gidge, what's wrong? Don't you like my name? Of course not, I replied, snapping out of my thoughts with a smile. It's lovely. It suits you. Hee hee. That's great to hear. She giggled, visibly relieved. I regarded her for a moment before asking, Min'er, did you come here specifically to find me? She nodded earnestly, her ponytails bouncing with the motion. Yep. Min'er idolizes Gidge so much. You're an SSS ranked ability awakener, top of the school's exams. So amazing. And now, I get to train and study alongside Gidge. I'm just so excited about it. Her eyes sparkled with an intensity of admiration that was impossible to miss. Her enthusiasm so unrestrained it felt like she'd jump at me any second. I couldn't help but laugh. You like Gidge that much? Of course, she nodded vigorously, as though her life depended on it. Gidge is handsome, powerful, and excellent in every way. What's not to love? Amused, I reached out to pat her head gently. Min'er, are you sure you're 18? You really feel more like my little sister. I told you, I'm 18. Her eyes widened indignantly as her cheeks puffed up. If you don't believe me, Big Sis can prove it right now. Just as the words were spoken, a clear, crisp voice suddenly called out from afar. Min'er. I looked up. From the distance, a graceful figure approached, as if the very waves were lifting her with each step, creating ripples beneath her feet. In just a blink, she gracefully glided across several meters and landed lightly. Zhao Min'er's eyes instantly lit up. Overjoyed, she dashed forward. Sister. I stood frozen, quietly observing the newcomer. She was clothed in a soft blue gauze dress, her icy blue hair flowing gracefully down to her waist. Her features were elegant and delicate, bearing a striking similarity to Zhao Min'er, 7 or 8 parts alike, but clearly more mature, carrying an icy allure. Her eyes held a gentle warmth. Her demeanor exuded nobility, and her figure was nothing short of captivating. I couldn't help but sigh quietly to myself. No doubt they're true sisters. Even their talents are this extraordinary. Zhao Xinyu wrapped her arms around Zhao Min'er and gently scolded. Min'er, running off again? Do you know how worried your sister's been? I'm sorry, sis. Zhao Min'er hung her head, looking pitiful. If this happens again, don't expect me to forgive you so easily, Zhao Xinyu said softly as she tapped her sister's forehead. Then her gaze shifted to me, and she offered a polite smile. Shaoli, my apologies. My little sister's been troubling you. Not at all. Min'er is adorable and quite charming. The moment Zhao Min'er heard this, a proud expression flashed across her face. Sneaking a glance at her sister, she looked as if she wanted to show off. See? Big brother likes me. Zhao Xinyu shook her head with a helpless sigh. However, her tone remained kind. I'm Zhao Xinyu, and this is my sister, Zhao Min'er. We're both new students at Phoenix Academy this year. Please take care of us. Of course. I instinctively began to exchange some polite words, but my thoughts were interrupted as the system's notification chimed in my mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have bound the goddess, Zhao Xinyu. Favorability, 20%. Gains, 20 points. I paused slightly but quickly nodded politely. Shaoli, it's a pleasure to meet the both of you. Then I hesitated, unable to hold back my curiosity. Miss Xinyu, may I ask something? Zhao Xinyu raised an eyebrow briefly but then smiled gently. Go ahead. I turned my attention to Zhao Min'er. Is she really 18 years old? The air seemed to still for a couple of seconds. Zhao Xinyu let out a quiet sigh as she gently ruffled Min'er's hair, a mix of pain and tenderness flickering across her expression. Min'er is indeed 18, almost 19, she said softly. Are you wondering why she looks so much younger than she actually is? I nodded. Zhao Xinyu's brows knitted slightly, as though suppressing the weight of an unpleasant memory. When Min'er awakened her powers, something went wrong. Her ability only partially succeeded. A faint, bitter smile crossed her lips. Her body and mind were cursed, regressing to childhood years. Worse still, she may be stuck like this forever, unable to grow or recover. Her expression deepened, carrying a trace of helplessness. And, even more troubling, the backlash she suffered from that incident. The pain it caused has continued to linger. Sometimes, she ends up so tormented that she's left completely weak. Xiao Li's expression darkened as he looked tenderly at Zhao Min'er. An awakening could result in something like this? When he attempted to awaken his ability and failed, all that happened was a shattered crystal. Nothing this bizarre or terrifying. What kind of ability did she awaken? Xiao Li's voice dropped a few tones. Zhao Xinyue hesitated briefly before answering. An S-class ability, time manipulation. And Minter's potential, it might actually surpass S-class, she added, regret lacing her tone. The energy fluctuations at the time were far beyond an ordinary S-class awakening. But it's precisely because her potential is too strong that it failed. Time manipulation. Xiao Li's chest tightened at the thought. Such power was already on the highest tier, even surpassing what ordinary people could comprehend. In his mind, the system's familiar notification tone chimed. Time-based abilities belong to one of the three supreme, universal laws, incomparable to regular element-based abilities. The failure rate for mortals attempting to harness such energy is exceedingly high. Xiao Li pondered over the information. The three supreme, universal laws. So one of the others must be spatial manipulation. No wonder time and space awakeners are so rare. He murmured to himself, his thoughts drifting briefly to He Ming, the SS-class spatial manipulator. System, is there any way to completely help her recover? He asked within his mind. The body damage is irreversible. However, the host can utilize their skills to assist her in achieving a perfected awakening, enhance her potential, and eliminate the effects of the backlash. Xiao Li froze for a moment. My skills? Then, an overwhelming wave of guilt swept over him like a tide. Min'er was so pure and innocent. How could he even think about? While lost in thought, Zhao Xinyue gently pulled Min'er to her feet. Thank you for your time, Xiao Li. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave now. She offered him an apologetic smile. Sorry for the trouble we've caused. It's no trouble at all. I quite like this little one. Xiao Li replied lightly, though his gaze carried complexity. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come to me. I live in Villa 52. I'll never turn away any request for help within my capability. After speaking, he reached out, gently ruffling Min'er's hair. Min'er tilted her head up at him with the expression of a contented kitten, a rare look of delight blooming across her face. Thank you, Zhao Xinyue said softly. She understood just how significant a promise from an SSS class ability user was. Congratulations, host. The goddess Zhao Xinyue has reached a favorability rating of 30%. Reward, plus 10 points. Min'er, let's head back. And no wandering off anymore. Zhao Xinyue warned gently. No sooner had she turned to leave, however, than Min'er bounced back toward Xiao Li. With a hop and a skip, she clung adorably to his arm, her sparkling eyes filled with excitement. Xiao Li Gidge, can we exchange contact info? That way Min'er can chat with you anytime. Of course. Xiao Li smiled faintly and took out his phone. Min'er immediately broke into a radiant smile, stood on her tiptoes, and planted a light kiss on his cheek. Smooch. Thank you, big brother. You're my favorite. Congratulations, host. Goddess Zhao Min'er has reached a favorability score of 60%. You've earned 10 points. Even Zhao Xinyue couldn't help but chuckle. After brief hesitation, she exchanged contact information with Xiao Li. As the sisters left, Min'er kept glancing back repeatedly, so much so that even Zhao Xinyue found it unbearable to watch. Standing outside the villa, Xiao Li watched them disappear into the distance, secretly making a vow. No matter what, he would make sure this delicate flower blooms once again. Returning to the villa, he sat cross-legged, the surrounding spiritual energy surging wildly. His cultivation speed was astonishing, so close to advancing from the early stage to the middle stage of the second tier. But it still wasn't enough. He needed to grow stronger, strong enough to control everything. The further he progressed in his cultivation, the harder it felt. Each step was like climbing a steeper mountain. In just a few short days, Xiao Li managed to break through to the second-tier middle stage. His speed was staggering. However, He was well aware that progressing from the middle stage to the late stage would take even longer, days, or even weeks, wouldn't be unusual. The real headache, though, was the cost. Chun Xianji and Long Zhantian had mentioned this before. Cultivation requires great resolve and resources. Now Xiaoli fully understood the truth of their words. The consumption of spirit stones was insane. Just progressing from the second-tier early stage to the middle stage had devoured over 10,000 spirit stones. The stash of 100,000 spirit stones his father had given him, which once seemed like a fortune, was being consumed like throwing pebbles into a bottomless abyss. To reach the second-tier late stage, he estimated it would take at least 30,000 spirit stones. And when aiming for Tier 3, each stage advancement might require at least 100,000 spirit stones. At this rate, even with Phoenix Academy's vast resources, it was unlikely they could sustain his growth all the way to the higher stages. 7th tier? 8th tier? Those goals felt like distant dreams. Inside his bedroom, Xiaoli remained cross-legged. Around him lay piles of spirit stones, densely packed like a ring of stars. The spiritual energy converged madly, contorting the air into a faint distortion. A whirlwind formed, spiraling rapidly around him. Hundreds of spirit stones dimmed rapidly, turning one after another into ordinary stones. Xiaoli was like a voracious beast, devouring all the surrounding spiritual energy and transforming it into his own. When there were only a little over 100 spirit stones left, his body suddenly quaked. Boom! An intangible surge erupted outward, blasting through the room, scattering objects all over the place. Xiaoli opened his eyes, faint streaks of lightning flickering in his gaze. His entire aura was saturated with an overwhelming sense of power. The second-tier middle stage, achieved. He rolled his shoulders, feeling the surging vitality coursing through his body as he glanced at the clock. Just past 6 p.m. 7 or 8 hours had passed since he began his cultivation, and he'd completely skipped lunch. As he left his bedroom and stepped into the living room, the aroma of the dishes wafted through the air. Lin Yuner and Zhang Mengchen were busy in the kitchen. Seeing him step out, Lin Yuner immediately greeted him with a gentle smile. "Xiaoli, you must be starving, right? Come sit, dinner's almost ready. When we got back and saw you cultivating, we didn't dare disturb you." Xiaoli gave a nod and sat at the dining table. Not long after, several plates of homemade dishes were brought out: boiled cabbage, mapo tofu, and braised beef with potatoes. The enticing fragrance filled the room, carrying a sense of home. "My cooking isn't as good as yours," Zhang Mingchen admitted, feeling a bit shy. "These are just some simple homemade dishes. I'm not sure if they're to your taste." Xiaoli took a bite and nodded. "It's very good." Just 2 simple words, but they carried sincerity. Zhang Mingchen's face lit up with a bright smile. "Then eat more. You've been cultivating for so long. You need to replenish your energy." "All right." Xiaoli didn't hold back and began to eat. Since awakening his cultivation, his appetite had become astonishingly large. It felt like he could eat the whole world. After the meal, he leaned back on the couch and let out a satisfied burp. But before long, his phone buzzed. The screen lit up. It was a message from Zhao Minner. "Zhao Minner. Xiaoli Gij, good evening." Xiaoli's lips curled into a small smile as he quickly replied, "Good evening, Minner." Almost instantly, her reply came through. "Zhao Minner. Hee, Gij replied to me. I'm so happy." Meanwhile, in Phoenix Academy's girls' dormitory, Zhao Minner was rolling around on her bed, clutching her phone with a beaming smile. Their chat quickly turned saccharine sweet. "Zhao Minner. I just missed Gij and wanted to chat. You don't mind, do you?" "Xiaoli, you can talk to me anytime." "I'll never mind." Zhao Minner. "Ugh, why are you so nice to me?" "Xiaoli, because Gij likes Minner." The conversation on the screen reached peak sweetness. Soon, a system prompt appeared. Zhao Minner favorability, 75%. Reward, 15 points. Xiaoli smirked. This girl was too pure. Gaining her favorability was almost too easy. Just then, a voice message came through. Xiaoli played it, and Zhao Minner's pained voice filled the silence. His pupils contracted sharply, and he clenched his phone tightly. His voice turned cold in an instant. "Minner, what happened?" "Xiaoli Gij, Minner, it hurts so much." Her voice was so fragile, like it could shatter at any moment. It pierced straight into Xiao Li's heart like a blade. "Minner, Without hesitation, he immediately initiated a video call. The screen lit up, showing Zhao Min'er. But the usually soft and sweet face she wore was now pale as a sheet. Her brows knitted tightly, her entire body curled up in a trembling ball. Min'er, what's wrong? Xiao Li's heart was practically leaping out of his chest with worry. Power backlash. She managed to squeeze out the words with difficulty. A loud buzzing filled Xiao Li's mind. Backlash. Zhao Xinyue had warned him before. After awakening her ability, Min'er might suffer some repercussions. But no one could have imagined it would escalate to this extent. Where's your sister? Isn't she your roommate? His words came out rapid fire. Min'er bit her lip, shaking her head slightly. Don't disturb her. I've gotten used to it. It's fine. Big brother, don't worry about me. I just need to endure it for a bit longer. Used to it. Xiao Li let out a short, cold laugh. On the screen, her pale and weakened state clearly showed this was far from fine. She was clearly forcing herself to hold on. System, is there any way to ease her pain now? He asked urgently in his mind. Master, upgrading Zhao Min'er's ability level can permanently eliminate the backlash. Cut the crap. I need something that works now. The system went quiet for a moment before pulling up the store interface. A syringe-like item appeared, floating on the screen. Spiritual backlash suppressant. Temporarily halts the effects of ability backlash upon injection. Price, 5 points. Xiao Li's eyes lit up. He redeemed it without hesitation. Min'er, what's your dorm number? I'm heading over right now. On the screen, Min'er's pale little face seemed to brighten, a hint of hope breaking through her frailty. Really? When have I ever lied to you? 305? Please hurry. It hurts so much. Before she even finished speaking, Xiao Li ended the call and bolted out the door. Xiao Li, what's going on? Lin Yun'er and Zhang Mengqian had just stepped out of the kitchen and saw him flying down the hallway. Don't worry. I've got it under control. Before the words even registered, he was gone, already out the door. The campus of Phoenix Academy was eerily quiet in the middle of the night. But Xiao Li raced through the stillness relentlessly, activating his Thunder Flash ability. His entire body transformed into a streak of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he was at the front of the girls' dormitory building. However, the moment he arrived, he came to an abrupt stop. Standing tall before the iron gate was a strikingly cold and elegant instructor. Donning a professional OL outfit, sheer black stockings encasing her long legs, she radiated an intimidating aura. Xiao Li, what business do you have in the girls' dormitory at this hour? She questioned, her tone sharp. Xiao Li looked straight at her, his tone earnest yet sincere. Beautiful instructor, my friend is suffering from ability backlash, and it's urgent. I have a suppressant with me and need to deliver it to her immediately. The casual yet genuine, beautiful instructor seemed to soften the chilly atmosphere. The female instructor's brow twitched slightly, her voice lowering. You're breaking regulations, but I have to admit, you've got quite a silver tongue. She glanced toward the dormitory building, briefly deliberating. 5 minutes. If I don't see you come out by then, I'll come in to find you myself. I won't forget this kindness, lovely mentor. Xiao Li quickly bowed, then dashed into the dormitory. Behind him, the female mentor's soft laughter faintly reached his ears. This kid interesting. At the door of room 305, Xiao Li gently knocked. A few seconds later, the door opened just a crack. Min'er's pale face appeared through the gap. The moment she saw Xiao Li, she couldn't hold back any longer. She threw herself into his arms, sobbing quietly. Brother Xiao Li, it hurts so much. Don't worry. I'm here. Xiao Li patted her shoulder gently and took out the spirit backlash suppressant he'd just exchanged for. Close your eyes and hold still. It'll only hurt for a moment. The fine needle pierced her skin, and the medicine quickly took effect. Min'er's trembling began to subside, and her complexion slowly regained a little color. Feeling the changes in her body, she whispered, "It really doesn't hurt anymore?" "It doesn't. Don't worry. Your brother's got this under control." A self-assured smile tugged at the corners of Xiao Li's mouth. Meanwhile, the mentor frowned slightly, her tone laced with skepticism. Spiritual backlash is real, sure, but I've never heard of any kind of suppressant that could alleviate it. Xiao Li suppressed the smirk in his eyes, keeping his expression neutral. It's a family secret, never shared with outsiders. Pretty mentor, just trust me. My friend's in real danger right now. The mentor deliberated briefly. After a moment, She gave him a measured look. Fine, but you'll need to video call and show me her condition first. I can't just let a male student enter the female dormitory. Xiaoli quickly retrieved his phone and dialed Zhao Min'er. Yet when the video call connected, all he could hear was a faint beeping tone. No one picked up. 20 seconds passed with no response. Xiaoli's chest tightened. Hanging up immediately, he tried calling Zhao Xinyue instead. This time, the call connected quickly, and Zhao Xinyue's voice came through. Xiaoli, calling me this late. What's the matter? After hearing his urgent explanation, her expression shifted abruptly. She let out a gasp, leapt to her feet, and made a beeline for Zhao Min'er's room. Female dormitory, room 305. Zhao Xinyue burst in, her gaze instantly locking onto the bed. Zhao Min'er was curled into a ball, her face ghostly pale, her forehead glistening with cold sweat. She looked so pained it made Zhao Xinyue's heart clench. Minta's eyes were shut tight, yet she was gripping her phone in a death grip, completely motionless. Min'er, Xinyue's face drained of color. She rushed to the bedside, helping her sister up as her voice wavered with panic. Min'er, open your eyes. Look at me. Look at your sister. But the only reply was oppressive silence. She wasn't this bad just earlier. Could the backlash actually worsen? Zhao Xinyue bit her lip as despair filled her eyes. Even the experts couldn't help. The only thing they'd advised was to ride it out. She felt utterly helpless. Then, suddenly, an idea exploded in her mind. Xiaoli said he had a way. Snapping out of her daze, she quickly turned her attention back to her sister. Carefully laying her back on the bed, she turned and bolted out of the room. The hem of her blue nightdress swayed with her hurried steps, and she hadn't even bothered to put on her bra. Right now, there was only one thought racing through her mind. Save Min'er. Outside the dorm room, Xiaoli waited for an update. In less than 2 minutes, Zhao Xinyue came rushing out, her eyes red and brimming with tears, breathing heavily. Xiaoli, my sister can't hold on any longer. Please, help her. I'm begging you. Xiaoli reached out to steady her trembling shoulders, speaking in a low, firm voice. Don't panic. He instantly turned his gaze to the female instructor beside him, his expression resolute. Do you believe me now? Let me in, quickly. The instructor hesitated for a moment before giving a reluctant nod. Fine, but I'm going with you to ensure safety. The three of them hurried into the dormitory. The second Xiaoli stepped inside. He encountered 2 female dorm mates emerging from another room. Their expressions changed instantly upon seeing a man entering the dorm. Step aside, Xiaoli said coldly, cutting the conversation short as he strode into Zhao Min'er's room without a second's delay. The moment the door swung open, Xiaoli's gaze locked firmly onto the fragile figure curled up on the bed. She was huddled into a small ball, like a dying fawn. The pain etched into her delicate features was almost suffocating to witness. Xiaoli moved swiftly to her bedside and immediately pulled out the suppressor injection. One hand carefully grasped Zhao Min'er's trembling, ice-cold arm, while the other skillfully drove the needle in, administering the medicine in full. Zhao Xinyue stood on the side, her face a mixture of worry and hope. Her hands were clenched into fists, her eyes fixed resolutely on her sister's pallid face, silently praying for a miracle. Time seemed to crawl. Then, suddenly, Zhao Min'er's tightly knitted brows began to relax, and some color returned to her ghostly pale cheeks. Her violently trembling shoulders gradually stilled. It's working, Zhao Xinyue exclaimed, her voice catching as her eyes filled with relief. Moments later, Zhao Min'er's eyelids fluttered open. Pain still lingered faintly in her clear, bright eyes, but the sight of her made hearts melt. She blinked around the room in confusion before her gaze finally settled on Xiaoli. A soft, sweet smile immediately lit up her face. Xiaoli Gidge, big brother Xiaoli, you're here. Her voice was as delicate as a whisper. Xiaoli gently brushed her damp forehead and asked in a warm tone, how do you feel now? Does it still hurt? Zhao Min'er gave a faint shake of her head. I feel much better. She turned to look at her sister, her tone so obedient it was almost heartbreaking. Thank you, sister, and Xiaoli Gidge. At last, the tight knot in Zhao Xinyue's chest unraveled. She leaned down, smoothing her sister's soft hair. As long as you're okay, that's enough. Xiaoli straightened, reassured after confirming she was no longer in critical danger. Turning to Zhao Xinyue, he said, "Take good care of her. I'll head out now." He made to lay Zhao Min'er gently back onto the bed, but the tender sensation against his arms gave him pause for just a brief second. Ultimately, he set her down carefully and left without looking back. Outside the dorm, the night wind was cool against his skin. His silhouette was resolute. His steps showed not the slightest hesitation. Outwardly calm, but deep inside, a fiercer ambition had already ignited. This was only the beginning.